TikTok time to rock. Good evening, good morning, good afternoon to everyone who's watching from all over the world. Here with Andrew Wilson. He's already live on his channel. And for all you Internet X drama fans and so on, we're going to have a little debate on this topic. I'm going to start off, try to keep it under 10 minutes. I'll try to keep it as short as I can, but I won't go over 10. And after that, Andrew can take up to 10 minutes to respond, and then you can kind of do it how we want. If we want a discussion or do it timed or whatever, we can. I'm pretty happy with everything. You good with everything?
Yeah, go ahead.
All right, guys. So had a little issue that arose earlier, and let me take everyone back, way back in the day. So if you go back like 20 years or so, there were a few of us dealing with Islam, and it was a sad, lonely world because there were only a few of us dealing with it, and that allowed everyone to kind of focus on us for death threats and so on. But we kept working away at dealing with Islam and responding to Muslim objections and bringing out all this information that totally contradicted what Muslims were taught about Islam and Christianity and so on. And we kept this up for years. And I was saying for years, like eventually a new generation of Christians is going to come along and they're going to do it better than we could, because the foundation will already be laid in apologetics and polemics, and they don't have to learn the technology like some of us old people had to learn back then. They'll be kind of raised in it. So predicted that they would do it better. And all of a sudden over the past 5 years or so, we get this new generation of Christians, and they're crushing it. And they took over Speaker's Corner from the regular Dawa guys and so on, taking over on YouTube, taking over on TikTok and so on. So these are good times, and we want to keep the momentum going. Dawa has been in absolute panic mode for about the past 4 or 5 years. It gets worse every single year because Dawa is just based on lying to people and deceiving people. It only works in an atmosphere of ignorance. And once that ignorance starts going away and people start finding out how to respond to things, then Dawa doesn't work anymore. So Dawa's not working. They're in panic mode. They're dealing with the avalanche of apostasy. These guys do not want to engage anymore with people, and you find them actually like hiding in mosques to avoid talking to people like God Logic. Anyway, sort of the one of the premier figures in the new generation is God Logic. He'll have 5,000 or 6,000 people watching him live call-in shows with Muslims. And they're really panicking over God Logic. You saw it. Their Dawa champ, Muhammad Hijab. Avery went on there with him, completely crushed him. They had to give out false copyright strikes and stuff like that for complete nonsense and so on. But basically, they're in complete panic mode, and we would like to keep it that way and actually make it get worse and worse and accelerate the avalanche of apostasy. But as we're going along, going out there, going up to Dawa booths and so on, you know the critics are going to come and try to derail things. And I just don't mean Muslims. I mean all kinds of people start seeing what's going on, and they decide that this would be a good thing to derail. And so people are attacking Avery. And let me go a little back because, so this is Orthodox Muslim. So this is Libiano. And he's a guy who, on other issues, like his friend is the one who punched Chris in the face in London. And then they'll all say, oh, we don't condone violence, but he clearly does. He tells Christians that if they, approach him like that, they'll be consciously edited out of existence. So that's just threatening people with terms that would not be normal. So you can have some plausible deniability. But on other issues, here's the Orthodox Muslim with Muhammad Hijab, on posting a video on God Logic's wife, Christina, Lady Logic, being a whore, and then making a video and cackling hilariously at that. And then, of course, after this, we've got Jay Dyer. Now, I wasn't paying attention to the back and forth because I really don't care. If people want to, if Protestants and Eastern Orthodox and Catholics want to argue about the things, that's totally fine with me. But first, they were saying that Avery basically raided Life's live stream, and then Life raided I think, JP's live stream where he was debating Eastern Orthodoxy or something like this. So the online OrthoBro community went after Avery for that as if he's going after Eastern Orthodoxy. And oddly enough, later on, they concluded no. Basically, the story changed that Avery is a grifter because he doesn't attack Christians with different beliefs and so on. So this proves that he's a grifter. But we have it here from the Orthodox Muslim. Again, this is the guy who calls Avery's wife a whore and so on. My 2 cents on what's going on with the OrthoBros and Avery. Avery is not interested in your true church, as a matter of fact. He doesn't give a flying donkey's ass about any church being true. He wants to appeal to as many Christians from all denominations to make as much money as possible. This is why he's friends with Sam, yet friends with Sam's arch enemy, David Wood. He's friends with the OrthoBros, but also friends with anti-OrthoBros. This guy is a grifter. Wake up. And so you could, if you know Avery, you know he just doesn't like to get involved with the disputes and so on. But for Orthodox Muslim, this actually proves that he's a grifter. And then you have the response from Jay Dyer. Jay says, bingo. So he agrees with this. Doesn't mean he's agreeing with anything else Orthodox Muslim says, but he's agreeing that Avery is a grifter who doesn't spend his time attacking other Christians because he wants to make as much money as possible. So it's not because he doesn't want to get involved in the inter-Christian debates. And it's not because he wants to focus on Islam or cults or anything. It's because he is a grifter. You got that from Jay Dyer. So I responded, and you have my response kind of in the middle there. I said, Muslims and OrthoBros, tell me how insanely jealous you are of God logic without telling me how insanely jealous you are of God logic. And Jay replied, leftist tactics again. If I say he said something correct, then I must be in league with them, lol. If I criticize someone, it's only because I'm jealous. None of you have any actual theological arguments about the true church because you war against it. You're an evangelical, lol. And by the way, the reason I said they're insanely jealous is because they both commented on Avery's motives, right? They said, aha, he's doing this because he's a grifter. And I said, okay, so we're going to just insert people's motives here. And I said, okay, so it's because you're jealous. And then, of course, he doesn't like when someone's doing it to him. So that's Jay's response. But interestingly, the Muslims involved in the whole situation are really rooting for Jay here. So Dr. Malik says, it's about time Jay Dyer said this about logic, the grifting from him, and then Acts 17, David trying to play the race card. Pathetic. So they're saying Jay is right. And by the way, Malik here, Malik is the guy who doxed my wife earlier this year, put her phone number on Twitter, her home address on Twitter, on TikTok, and was calling on Muslims to go and deal with this problem. So he's doxed me and my family. He's doxed Avery and Christina. He calls Christina a whore as well. He tried to get the church attack that they spoke at most recently. He showed up at the church, gave the address, and said that inside are Inspiring Philosophy and God Logic, who both rip the Quran. Now, they don't. It's a lie. But he was clearly trying to get Muslims to go and attack them. But they're definitely rooting for Jay and so on, but they're also rooting for Andrew here. So same guy, Dr. Malik, the doxer. Hey, Andrew, I'm the Muslim Diddy Wood is going to use to try to burden shift off the fact he doesn't know his religion and sits with a Zio syndicate. Truth is, this rapist has been ripping Qurans for too long, and we done baked him up, and we expect you to finish the job tomorrow. So Muslim Dawah guys are rooting for you to finish off what they started. And then you got Sam jumping in here. Sam normally hates Jay, but now that Jay is coming after us, suddenly likes him. He says, damn, Jay is on fire, exposing the self-confessed sociopath and rapist who still needs to go to jail for his crim, since claiming to have become a Christian doesn't absolve him of legal responsibilities. That's Sam. And we have Daniel Hakikachu. I agree with Jay Dyer. God Logic is a grifter. In my debate with him, I asked Avery if he accepts biblical inerrancy. He refused to answer, even though the entire debate was about biblical preservation. And it's actually wasn't. It was on the Islamic dilemma. He tried to change the subject to inerrancy of the Bible instead of the Islamic dilemma. Avery didn't let him, and so now this is further evidence that Avery is just a grifter. He likes sticking to the debate topic. And finally, we have Andrew Wilson saying, I am a Jay Dyer fan, and I will debate you on these issues you have with him. I believe you mischaracterized and unjustly criticize him. I said the issue I have with him is that he's siding with Dawah-gandists who are lying about God logic because he's destroying Dawah. So you agree to the topic, should Orthodox Christians support the lies of Dawah-gandists who promote violence against Christians and threaten to rape women? I accept. We can debate this on my channel. Pick a day. And Andrew said, okay, let's do tomorrow. I'll even take the BS prompt just to watch you evade the actual topic when I bring it up. So that's the background for everyone. And yeah, I have a problem with if you want to criticize God logic, that's one thing. If you are actually being cheered on by the Dawah-gandists as they attack him because they want him out of the way and they want to discredit him, and you actually help them, then I think you got a problem and you need to correct it. But the OrthoBros don't think there's any problem here. All right.
You all good?
Yep.
Okay. So I don't know about any of this shit because I was asked to come on and debate a specific prompt. That prompt specifically has nothing to do with any of this. Nothing. The prompt is, should Orthodox Christians support the lies of Dawanists who promote violence against Christians and threaten to rape women? That is the prompt we agreed to, correct?
Yep.
Okay, great. And you're affirming that they should not, obviously, right?
I would say they should not.
Okay, great. So my position on this, since you're trying to burden shift to Jay Dyer or something, which is strange because your audience was just adamant that I would be the one who shifted the burden, yet it's you. I would say sometimes they should. And I brought 3 logical examples for the 3 times that sometimes they should. The first is a legislative example. Dearborn, Michigan's new representative, let's say Muhammad Oman, husband, brother, cousin to Ilhan Omar, has threatened to physically assault and rape Arizona's Orthodox Christian woman, Christina, who has also said he secretly loves Planned Parenthood because it kills the white Christian babies. Though his supporters don't like this, in an attempt to garner more support, he proposes the No More Abortion Bill, which unsurprisingly bans abortions nationally. This will only be able to pass due to him getting support from his wife and her getting the rest of the squad to flip, causing it to barely pass the House and likely go through the Senate. Should she support this bill and his lies to ban abortion? As an Orthodox Christian, knowing that he is a Dawanist who threatened to rape women and wants violence on Christians? Or should she go against this lie and allow millions of unborn babies to die? That's a moral conundrum, David. Should the Orthodox Christian in this scenario support that Dawanist and his lies or not? I'm just curious. Can you give me the answer, please?
Oh, you want me to talk?
Yeah, I'd like to get to the debate.
Are we going back and forth?
Yeah.
Okay, so so you're saying sometimes OrthoBros, Orthodox Christians should support the lies of Dawah-gandists who are lying about people.
Yeah, do you want me to repeat the hypothetical? I'll repeat it for you.
Yeah,
okay. Yeah, Dearborn, Michigan's new representative, Muhammad Oman, husband, brother, cousin to Ilhan Omar, has threatened to physically assault and rape Arizona's Orthodox Christian woman, Christina. He also has said that he secretly loves Planned Parenthood because it kills white Christian babies. Though his supporters don't like this, in an attempt to garner more support, he proposes the No More Abortion Bill, which unsurprisingly bans abortions nationally. This will only be able to pass due to him getting support from his wife and her getting the rest of the squad to flip, causing it to barely pass the House and likely go through the Senate. Should she support this bill and his lie to ban abortion as an Orthodox Christian, knowing that he is a Darwinist rapist who threatens to rape women and wants violence on Christians? Or should she go against this lie and allow millions of unborn babies to be murdered?
Like, you serious, dude?
Yeah, I'm serious. Can you answer my question, please?
Just to clarify, if the topic was should you torture babies for fun, your answer to that would be sometimes, because I could come up with a situation where torturing.
But
babies
that's
for
not
fun,
the topic, David. This is
But you would argue that, right?
Yeah, but this is not the top. This is
So
the
you would
topic
argue- you would argue
you
that
and
if
I
I-
agreed to. Can you
Yeah, I know.
answer the question?
Yeah, I know, but I'm saying,
Can you-
just as
can you
far
answer
as
the question?
I'm saying, as far as methodology and so on, if the
Can you
topic
answer
were
the question?
if the topic were
Yeah, can you answer the question?
should Orthodox Muslims torture babies for
Great.
fun?
Can you answer the question?
Your response would be sometimes, because I
Okay,
can come up with
great.
a
That's
situation
great.
where
That's
it would
great.
save other people, right?
Can you answer the question?
But let me go ahead and grant it to you. So there you go.
Oh, yes.
You happy now?
Yes.
So your answer is sometimes, right? Now let's try to figure out the
Okay,
extent
hang on.
of how
Stop.
frequently.
Is the answer yes?
Yeah, I can't say.
You can't say. You're not sure. You're not sure what Orthodox should do in that situation, Dave. You're real confused about it, are you?
I'm saying, because I'd probably, if I wanted legal changes, I'd probably go in a different route than going in that direction. That would be pretty darn creepy.
Okay, that's great. Should they go ahead and support the lie if it bans abortion or not, Dave?
You should support a law. That doesn't mean you need to support the lies.
Yeah, but you have to support the lie. She's the deciding vote here. If she doesn't support the lie, this abortion bill doesn't get banned.
I'd say go about it in a different way, man.
What is that? What? There is no other way. It's baked into
You're
the
coming up
hypothetical.
with an insane. I mean, this is just ridiculous. You could do this with any
How is it
topic, Andrew.
ridiculous?
You could do this with any
Okay, you're
topic.
right. Hang on. Let me try it with a different topic.
Okay, here we go.
Should Orthodox Christians support the lies of these Darwinist rapists? So let's try it this way. If a Darwinist rapist says David Wood raped a 15-year-old up the ass, if they said that, let's just say, in this hypothetical, and that is morally wrong, and I don't believe the Darwinists because they're a bunch of child kid diddlers themselves, should I still affirm that statement as being true, even though I know they don't really believe it?
You're asking if you should affirm something. Asking if you should affirm what they're saying, even if you don't believe what they're saying?
Yeah, even though I know it's a lie that they don't really believe that there's anything morally bad with some guy in this situation raping a 15-year-old girl up the butt. Even though they claim, hey, man, I think that's really bad. And like, let's say they try to pass legislation or something to ban that. And I know that these guys are lying. They think it's good. Should I go ahead and affirm the lie to get the legislation passed that that these men who rape 15-year-old girls up the butt should no longer be able to do that?
I don't think you need to be affirming lies to make legislation again.
That's not my question. I didn't ask you if you should be affirming lies in order to get legislation to move. I asked in this specific case, David, would it be the case that if there was a 15-year-old who was raped by a man up the butt and Muslims were trying to pass a law to outlaw that, even though I don't believe that Muslims think that's a moral wrong and they're lying about that, shouldn't I go ahead and affirm that lie anyway because it gets me what I want?
You can affirm you want the legislation. You don't need to affirm any lies or support lies, man.
What do you mean? I'm affirming. I know that they're lying. I know for sure they're lying because Muslims don't care about that. They rape children all the time. So the question just becomes, since I know they're lying, shouldn't I go ahead and affirm that lie, David?
I don't think you need to affirm lies, man.
Can you answer my question? So the answer is no?
No, go about it in some other way.
Okay, so the answer is, if it was the case that Muslim Darwinist rapists wanted to propose a law which outlawed men raping 15-year-old girls up the butt, that, in fact, I should oppose that.
No,
because I know they're lying?
You could support the legislation. What are you even talking about? You're saying they're misrepresenting what they actually believe? You don't need to support lies for that.
Yeah, but I'm affirming it. So I'm affirming this as though it's a belief, right?
You can affirm that you can affirm this statement
Yeah.
without.
You're affirming the lie then. See how that works? You would
No,
be
you can
affirming
affirm you can affirm the statement even if someone. I mean, if someone
Do
thinks
you believe that Muslims?
if someone thinks the sky is green but they lie and say it's blue, you can affirm the sky is blue. It doesn't mean you have to support their lies. It's kind of
What if
kind
it
of a different
was
way
the
of going about
case?
it.
What if it was the case that
Why don't you come up with an
Muslim,
actual situation where someone is
I
actually
need
lying
the
about
Muslim,
Christians and so on?
I need the Muslim legislature here. Okay, I need the Muslim legislature, and they're posturing that they're completely and totally against, you know, children getting raped up the butt who are 15 years old. They're against it. The whole legislature comes out and says it. I don't believe them. I know they're lying because I know their religious dictates. But if I go out and say these guys are a bunch of liars based on their religious dictates, that could cost us our legislative authority to be able to pass said bill, David. Don't you think that I should go ahead and just affirm that false belief, even though I know it's a false belief of theirs, in order to get that passed?
You're not affirming a lie, though. You're affirming the truth, and you're just saying
You're
wrong
affirming
about
a lie. I know they're lying.
No, they
know
would,
it.
They'd be You would be affirming the truth of the statement. My goodness, and people wonder why they don't like the.
What do you
OrthoBros,
mean?
man.
I'm curious. What do you mean affirming the truth of which statement? I know they're
If
lying.
someone says something is true, even if they think it's false, you can still affirm the truth of what they're saying.
Well, but they're saying something which
true.
I know is untrue.
No, you're talking about their motivations.
Yeah,
you're affirming a true statement.
Good Lord, these non-Orthodox bros, I thought they were good at logic. If I'm affirming a statement they think is untrue, David, and I know that they think it's untrue,
you're affirming
and I'm affirming a lie.
Are you affirming the untruth of it?
Oh no, from my view, it's completely true that you
Okay,
should
so
indeed pass this legislation.
You're affirming
but
the truth.
I know that the Muslims don't believe that. I know that. And instead of calling them out on it, David, I would still go ahead and affirm it, even though I know they don't believe it, in order to get them to pass said legislation.
You do you, man. You do you.
This is
I would just affirm the truth of this statement and not have to agree with the lie.
Yeah, but you are indeed granting then that by affirming a thing you know that they're lying about, that this indeed goes right into the core of this issue, which is, should Orthodox Christians support the lies of Dawanists who promote violence against Christians and threaten to rape women? I would assume in this scenario, some of these Dawanists would definitely have been doing that. So you are affirming the truth. That's true, but you know that they're lying, David. So you're affirming their lie, right?
I don't have to affirm their lies, man.
Well, I don't understand. Would you go ahead and help them pass said legislation?
If someone says 2 + 2 is 4 and they think 2 + 2 is 5, and I know they don't really believe, I don't really believe that 2 + 2 is 4, I can say, yes, 2 + 2 is 4. That's not me affirming the lie. That's me affirming the truth.
Well, wait, David, that's true. You could indeed say, I agree with you, guy who's lying that 2 + 2 is 4, and affirm their lie. That's true. You could do that. You could indeed. You could say, guy who I know is lying, I'm going to go ahead and affirm this lie. I agree with you. You could do that.
Yeah, just affirm the truth of the statement.
Well, right. But you know that their statement is false, though, David.
I would know that they didn't believe it. I would not be affirming. I wouldn't be affirming any lie. I'd be affirming the truth of the statement. What is this, dude?
No, you would be agreeing with them, knowing that they're lying, which is exactly what this prompt says. Should Orthodox Christians support the lies of these people who promote? So you would be supporting a lie.
I'm not supporting a lie.
How would you not be?
I'm supporting the truth.
You know they're lying. But you know they're lying.
I apologize to everyone who thought we were actually going to deal with these issues.
I apologize too. This is a real debate. I'm sorry. Did you just give me a bait prompt because you actually wanted to talk about Jay Dyer and then do burden shifting? That's fine. If you want to talk about Jay Dyer, we can talk about Jay Dyer. Just say, Andrew, I actually gave you a bullshit prompt and I would prefer to talk about Jay Dyer. You can do that. You know what? I'll talk about Jay Dyer with you.
No, because you're not really, answering sometimes. Like,
what am I not answering?
if you're answering the prompt as sometimes in ridiculously insane situations, so you're not. Are
Yeah,
you?
and
What
what's
is?
logically
Are you
inconsistent?
the
Can you?
affirmative? You're saying yes.
Okay, okay, no, I'm saying sometimes. So can you tell me? I'm sorry. What did I say? Which was a contradiction or logically unsound? Anything? Nothing.
Yeah, just the idea that if someone is wrong about something and you agree with the truth, you are somehow affirming their lie.
If you know it's a lie, how would you not be? I don't get that.
You can affirm the truth of the statement, regardless of their
But
intentions.
you do know that they're lying.
You can know someone is lying, and
Uh-huh.
even though they're lying, they're actually stating what is true, and you can agree with the truth of their statement. You don't have to affirm a lie.
I see. So if it's the case, then let's say a woman gets splashed with acid on her face, and her Darwinist brother gets driven there by an Orthodox priest. And on the way, he tells the priest the entire way, man, oh man, she's hideous and no man's ever going to want her. When he gets to the hospital room, he is moved by his sister's plight and says, sweetheart, you're still beautiful. Should the Orthodox priest go ahead and affirm that lie? What do you think, David? Should he be like, you know what? He's right, honey. You really are beautiful. What do you think? Or do you think he should like reject that and be like, nah, look, you're an ugly bitch? Like, which thing do you think he should do, David?
Um, yeah. Anything you actually want to get to?
That I want to get to this. Can you answer the question, please?
I will grant that lying is acceptable in certain situations, or affirming lies in certain situations,
Including
just like,
with a Darwinist rapist who lies about Christians?
yep, sometimes.
Oh,
So,
sometimes.
another
Okay,
matter
I
of fact,
win.
I'll just give you a simple example here that doesn't require all this stuff. Just someone's running down the street, they go one way, and we can affirm a lie that they went a different way. That's going to prevent someone from being killed, prevent a girl from being killed. Yes, you can do that sort of thing. So
I got it. You
So
concede the prompt. I understand. Yes, I win the
okay.
prompt. You concede. Sometimes it is the case that Orthodox Christians
Well,
should
no,
do
because
this.
if there's an affirmative and a negative, then it's you're saying sometimes
We
yes,
did
but
not
sometimes
affirm.
no. So
Well, wait.
it's the same
I'm
thing.
sorry. Can you show me anywhere that I agreed to take the negative position, a pure negative position anywhere when I agreed to this debate prompt, David? And what's wrong with me taking a sometimes position?
Yeah, but
That's
then we would agree on a sometimes position. So sometimes
Oh,
yes,
well, so then
sometimes no.
sometimes it is okay. Okay, great. I'm glad. I'm glad that you agree with me,
Yeah,
David, and I'm glad that we
yes,
got through that prompt.
in very weird situations, you're saving someone's life by affirming a lie or something like that. Yeah, fine. Now let's try and figure out the range of the situations. Suppose a Dawa guy is in full panic mode because Avery's just wrecking Dawa, like destroying their entire careers and stuff like that, showing up to their mosques and so on, challenging them, embarrassing them, and so on. And for years, one of the things you notice about Dawa is that their first goal, if you bring up an argument, whether it's against Islam or for Christianity, their goal tends to be, first and foremost, to discredit the person rather than to refute the argument. They're not primarily interested in refuting the argument or showing a good response. They want
Yeah,
to
that sounds
discredit
like
the person.
typical Darwinist to me. Sure.
Yeah. So they try to discredit the person. And so if they can't deal with the arguments and so on, they start saying, well, Avery is a grifter. And they lay out their case for Avery being a grifter, which is that he doesn't spend his time attacking other Christian groups and denominations and so
So
on.
just so hang on, just so I'm clear, we are talking about Jay Dyer again now. That is about to happen.
You can use it as a complete hypothetical here. Hypothetical. We're trying to figure out the
Okay, but
situation here.
but this isn't a hypothetical. This is in fact what's going on, right?
You gave hypotheticals out. Leave Jay Dyer out of it. I'll give a complete hypothetical. So,
Is this a hypothetical though? Because it sounds like you're talking about Avery, who I know, and with a situation that's actually happening.
That would be an example of the situation, but this happens all the time. This happens all the time.
Oh.
This happened before that. It was happening before that with different people, right? So you got Sam Shamoon helping Malik out and stuff like that. It's a situation that happens over and over again. Very common.
Yeah, sure.
Yeah. So, situation, Dawa guy is telling lie to discredit a person so that Muslims don't trust him, and hopefully Christians don't even trust him, so to help avoid having to deal with that person's argument. So he makes up something about someone, and then should Orthodox Christians support that lie because let's say they don't like the person?
Yeah, in this hypothetical, I would say they should not, but it's purely hypothetical, of course.
Okay, so that's good to know. So,
But it's just baked into the hypothetical. But let me ask you a different hypothetical. If somebody, for perchance, said, took something like this hypothetical that you gave, and then made a claim that somebody was a cult leader, do you think that that said person should be able to give the criteria for how that person's a cult leader?
sure.
Okay, can you give me the criteria for why you think that there's certain Orthodox Christians who are prominent in the space? I guess we won't name names because it's all purely hypothetical.
You can name names all you want.
Oh, okay, I can then. Okay, so why is Jay Dyer cult leader?
Right there, I'm thinking in terms of cult tactics. Yeah, seems pretty culty, man.
What I don't. You vibed it. Did you just vibe it out, David?
No,
That's some
cult,
incredible
no.
logic. Oh, okay. So what's the criteria we're using then?
Cult tactics.
What is that?
Let me put it this way. So you side with the, let's suppose you side with the Dawa guys. Dawa guys make up something about Avery in order to discredit him, and you agree. And then when someone says, hey, look what you just did, they're attacking Avery because they're trying to rescue Dawa from him, and you're actually helping
hang on
him.
now. You're giving an You're giving an example of a thing that we have not even established yet. What are cult tactics? What are they?
No, I'm getting to that just to give the little background.
Can you just tell me what cult tactics are?
Cult tactics? Oh yeah. You have you get a group, you try to isolate them. You use certain manipulation tactics, such as you use positive reinforcement, negative reinforcement, punishment, and so on to get people.
I agree.
Only acting and reacting in certain
so now
ways
I get
and
it.
so on.
I agree with this. I would say that the number one way to delineate a cult from a religious organization, a legitimate one like Christianity, let's say, would be the ostracizing their friends, family, and support network. Can you give me any examples of Jay Dyer ostracizing from his community or telling his community that they need to get rid of their support network, friends, or family, or does he do the opposite of that?
Yeah, you don't have to have that for a cult, but
I think it's the number one criteria for a cult. Yeah,
Andrew, like seriously here, you know what we say you know what we mean when someone is saying something and his followers are acting and they seem
no, I don't know what you mean, or I wouldn't be asking you.
Yeah, you do. When they
no, I don't, or I wouldn't be asking you. So once again, when I look at the criteria for cult, we can go down them.
Okay, if you're thinking of some like official cult organization, that's not what we're talking about. If you have a group online on X, no, it's just how we use the term cult, man. It's like if I say this guy's a douche and you say, well, here are the ingredients. You need water and vinegar. Are you saying this person is made of vinegar? And where is this? You know what we're talking about, man.
Really?
And you know what we're saying when we say that someone is a cult, when the people just simply follow whatever he said, even if it's completely idiotic, and they're incapable of thinking anything else, and all they do is cling to what that guy said, even if it's completely wrong. And
is that what you mean when you say Mormons?
They fall back. No, I'm using. I would say Mormonism is a cult and a different. I've already explained.
Oh, okay, got it. So what you're saying is that you have different criteria for the things that you call a cult, and so when I ask you for the specific delineation, you're just saying, man, it's fucking vibes, bro. It's fucking vibes, bro. Even though I use this term specifically in a religious connotation for Mormons completely differently than how I use it apparently for Jay Dyer, because, man, you know what I mean, bro. You know what I mean, Andrew. You know, bro.
Yeah, when
I call the cult thing.
When I talk about Dawa guys and just programming people and filling their heads with lies and teaching them to react in certain ways and give certain responses that make no sense and keep them sort of detached from reality, and I say you guys are a cult. No, I don't mean you are like the official cult of Mormonism or something like that. You know this.
I think you do mean that Darwinist guys are an official cult because they follow the same source criteria.
That would be in a different sense from if you said Islam is a cult or something like that. I'm saying the way they function, it's bad.
I'm saying the way they function is identical to the way you would use it for Mormons. What's the delineation point?
No, the way I'm talking about Dawa guys, no.
Okay, what's the delineation point? What's the demarcation here?
There, I'm talking about. So you have Islam, if you wanted to call that some sort of cult or something like this, but them taking a group and then over time keeping them from being able to think anything outside of what their favorite Dawa guy
What's
says.
the difference between that and Mormonism?
Mormonism has a lot of extra things in it.
What? Well, what's they're doing
Mormonism
the exact
has
same
different
thing.
things
What are
than
you
those
talking
tactics.
about? When you're saying that these guys are a cult and the Darwinist guys are a cult, when you say Mormons are a cult, you're meaning it the same way as when you say Darwinists are a cult. You did not give me a single delineation. You just said they also do more of other things too. What's the delineation though? What?
If you're talking about Mormonism being a cult or Islam being a cult, all right, we're using the term, we're using the cult definition that is used for like real actual cults and so on. When you say you've got some subgroup that programs people not to be able to think outside of what they're told and so on, that could be separate, right? Because Islam is already like that. The Dawa
This is
guys,
just a word salad. Tell me the demarcation.
No.
What's the delineation?
Let me break it down for you. The Dawa guys, they program people to the point where you can point out that what they're being told even contradicts the Quran itself. They don't care. You can show them it contradicts what Muhammad said. They don't care. They only care what the leader is.
That's no different than Mormons. You could show them why Joseph Smith was a false prophet. They don't care. You can show them that he wrote himself in the Bible. They don't care. What's the difference?
If that's no different, if what I just said is no different, then that seems to be exactly what the J fans are like.
Oh, really? Okay. Can you explain how?
Yeah, what I just said about Dawa guys, that over time you program people not to be able to think anything other than what the leader of the group thinks.
Can you show me how? No. I don't want you to just reaffirm the case. I want you to show me the case use now. How?
How Jay's?
Can you show me how?
Doing that?
Yes, how?
Oh, it's just the reactions. Everyone gives the exact same reaction. It makes no sense.
So a lot of people agree with you. Therefore, it's a cult.
No, not at all. Let me just break it down.
So then what's the actual criteria here?
So let's suppose Jay says God logic. So Jay says Avery is a grifter and he's just doing this and he's just doing this stuff and he refuses to attack other Christian groups and stuff because he's a grifter. You can't trust him. Christianity isn't a serious thing for him. It's all a money-making scheme, basically. And you bring this up to a Jay Dyer fan, and instantly you get a ton of insults, right? It's faggot this, faggot this, faggot this, and so on.
Don't use that on YouTube, please.
Oh, sorry about that. And apart from that, you get, well, why aren't you debating him on what the true church is? And it's like, what are you talking about? I'm saying he's actively helping Dawa guys.
Yeah, I get all that, but that doesn't actually explain to me how this is a cult. I just say the same thing. When David Wood comes out and says Jay Dyer has a cult, a bunch of his fans were like, "Yeah, he sure does." It's like, what do we establish here?
I've explained what I'm talking about.
You haven't explained it. No, you really haven't. You haven't.
When you have a leader who programs people so that they can't function and they keep falling back on the exact same two responses.
Like your people do for Jay Dyer.
Which is insults or saying, why aren't you debating the true church? And it makes it impossible to question any behavior. I mean, think if I were walking down the street and I saw Jay Dyer torturing a puppy and I said, hey, quit torturing that puppy. And he said, well, why aren't you debating the true church? And I said, dude, stop torturing the puppy, man. It's bad. And he says, oh, look, he's running from me. And all the fans start going, yes, he's running from this. He's running from this. He's running from the debating the true church. And you say, what the heck are you talking about? I'm talking about quit torturing the puppy. And no one is even capable of seeing the problem there.
So when David Wood, so my response. So when David Wood says, hey, Jay Dyer's in a cult, right? And all of his followers are like, yeah, he sure is. He has a cult. We completely agree with you. David Wood. That's a cult. Yes, David Wood, you're correct. That's a cult. And people come in and say, actually, that's not a cult. And it doesn't make any sense because it doesn't follow any of the criteria David Wood ever uses to describe cults. And they go, no, it's a cult because their charismatic leader, David Wood, told them it's a cult. That's really weird, David. It's like the same exact criteria that you're using for Jay Dyer is being used for you as well. That's really bizarre. Why are your followers so adamant that Jay Dyer has a cult?
It's just
false. How come we can't correct your followers then, David?
You can. Tons of people are. Don't do this. Don't
What?
argue over this stuff. It's bad. They're not just mindlessly agreeing
They do
with
that
me.
on the Orthodox side too. What do you mean?
I can't tell where. Oh, you have
Inside
Orthodox
the comments.
Christians. You have
What do you
Orthodox Christians. I'm talking about the J fans, man. The J fans.
Which ones of your fans are pushing back against you the hardest that Jay Dyer has a cult? Give me one name.
That's not. They're saying, why are you going after Jay? Just ignore this. Don't talk about this. Don't.
So they're not
don't agree with
disagreeing
them
with-
and cause division.
So the same exact thing that you
What would
see
they-
from
what
Jay
would they
Dyer-
disagree on? What
so
would they
the
disagree
same
on?
exact, so the same exact same things you would see
No.
from Jay Dyer
No,
fans who
no,
say
no,
this guy's
absolute
not worth
nonsense.
your time. This
Not-
guy's an asshole. This
No.
guy sucks. Same shit.
No, when I say it's bad for Jay to be agreeing with a lie from a Dawa guy in order to help Dawa marginalize some person and so on, that's something you would expect people to go, wow, that's correct. That is bad. Jay shouldn't be doing that.
You just expect people are going to agree with you by default. That sounds like a cult to me, David. That you
Dude,
think
are you
that
serious?
people
No,
are
you
just
should
going
be able
to
to
agree with you by
You should be
default.
able to recognize that making things up about a
you're
Christian
right.
in order to help Dawa and siding with Dawa guys who then use you as useful idiots is a bad idea. You don't have to. David Wood can be completely out of the picture.
But they don't agree
Christian
with your
with a
characterization,
functioning
David.
brain. You don't
They
have to.
agree with your
You don't have to. But
characterization. Yes, you do.
people would.
Yes, you do. They
People
don't.
would because they say
But
that
they
is how
don't,
Jay
though.
acts. They say that is how Jay acts.
Yeah, and then they don't too. So you see how that works? It's the same thing with you. It's the same exact thing. When
It's
you
not.
say Jay Dyer's in a cult and he's running a cult and he's a cult leader and you expect instantly that everybody's going to agree with you. How could they not? Obviously, David Wood's right.
What are you
He's
talking
in
about?
charge.
No one has
He's
to
the head
agree
of
with
the
me.
thing.
No one has to agree with
And
me.
no one has to agree with Jay. It's
And
the
if
exact
they
same
do
point.
agree with me, it's because they look at it and say that's exactly how Jay acts.
Or they look at it and say, yeah, that's exactly how David acts. Same shit.
Where am
The
I doing that?
application's exact. The application's exactly the same.
Where are my followers kept from being able to think through
Where are his?
basic things about
Where are
things
his
you
being
should
kept
not
from
do?
that? Where are his being kept from that?
What are you have you not seen what went on since yesterday?
Where are his followers being kept from thinking about things?
You're programmed not to be able to think about it.
Tell me how he's programming them, and it's any different than how
you
you're
already
programming
agreed.
people.
You already agreed with me that an Orthodox Christian should not be affirming the lie of a Dawagandist who's simply trying to discredit a person, and yet Jay's fans were instant in calling me wrong and affirming what he said. And
So what? That doesn't prove a cult?
No,
That's insane.
Any,
They don't agree with your characterization that
any
he's doing
Christian,
that,
Any
David.
Christian with a normally functioning brain should be able to
Oh.
see why that is wrong.
And who
if
gets to
you
determine they
can't,
have a
and
normally
you
functioning brain?
instantly,
You?
if you instantly start attacking and just cursing at people and then changing the subject, which is what happened almost every single time.
I'm not here changing the
Sounds like a
subject,
cult.
and I want to know.
Not you.
It's
I'm not
really-
talking about you. I'm talking
this
about
is-
those
hang on.
guys.
This is
Talking
really
about those
strange.
guys.
This is really strange to me. Do you get to make the determination as the leader as to who has a properly functioning Christian brain, David? Is it you who makes that determination?
If you say that it is a good idea, and yes, Christians should be siding with the Dawa clowns who are attacking the Christians who are wrecking Dawa. And
David Wood
it's
says
fine,
no, and
It's
you
fine
need to
to
agree with
say
David Wood,
it's
right?
fine to agree with them. I'd say you got some serious problems, but now you're just on. We can't say anything because we could be wrong, right?
Well, no, I'm just curious about this. I don't actually understand the position here. The position seems to be that if Orthodox people don't agree with your characterization, that Jay Dyer is somehow trying to side with Darwinists against everybody else because he said fucking bingo one time, and then you went off to call him a cult leader, right? So maybe they don't actually agree with your characterization of how this is going down. Your response to this is they should agree with me because if they don't, they're in a cult. That's really bizarre, David. That sounds like you're in a cult
That's
and are
not
making
the
demands that
that's
you're
not
correct.
That's not how
Hang
it
on, let
works.
me finish my point. That you're correct by default because after all, you're David Wood. Who would disagree with you? You're just right, right?
Andrew, that's not how. Are you serious? I
I'm
say something
serious.
and then it's you should all agree with me because I'm David Wood.
Do you
and
know
not,
when you say,
and
"Are
not,
you
and
serious?"
not
I'm always
you should
serious.
agree with me because all of you understand Do not help Dawa guys when they make things up to discredit Christians. Don't do it. That's bad. That's a bad thing to do. That is an evil thing to do.
Yeah. Can you show me where Jay Dyer has ever affirmed Darwinism, where it is that OrthoBros affirm Darwinism, where it is that they say anything just because it's the case that they came to similar conclusions about a thing, right? How would that immediately or instantly, hang on, stop. Okay. How would that immediately or instantly make the determination that they are agreeing with Darwinism or supporting them in any of their efforts? For instance, Daniel Kikikachu once said, right, that it's cleaner for men to wash their asses than wipe them with toilet paper. I agree. Am I emboldening the Darwinists, David? Am I emboldening them against their enemies because all of them universally are like, well, see, Orthodox Andrew agrees with us.
Nothing to do with this situation. Now let's have a more accurate.
So
let's have a more accurate parallel. No, a Dawa guy could say the sky is blue, and you could say he's right, the sky is blue, or something closer to Christian. A Dawa guy could say the universe is created by God. You could say I agree, the universe is created by God. No, you're not helping them when you do that. So let's change the situation. Let's suppose you brought up Daniel Hakikachu. You debated Daniel Hakikachu. Total massacre. Now suppose
it must be because I support the evil Taoists.
You're helping them. That's not the point. I mean, Tucker for years was blasting away at Islam, and now he says that the only thing Christians are allowed to do in response is submit. That is very interesting. But anyway, different situation.
Tucker sucks. What do you want me to say?
That's not. I'm saying just because someone did something in the past does not mean they're not doing something right now. Right? That's the only point. So
I'm helping Darwinists now.
Yeah, you are.
Oh, can you tell me how?
Why do you think Dawa guys are actually rooting for you?
Well, because I'm right.
You think they're doing it because you're right, and not because you're going after the same people they're going after.
Well, it could be.
Let me just
hang on. There could be a case use here where it is the case that liberals go after Tucker Carlson, and I agree with him. Do I now support liberalism? Am I emboldening liberals now, David?
If they were suppose they were lying about Tucker Carlson, and just because you were mad or something like that, you agree with the lying.
When you say lie, that's baked in to your belief. You haven't demonstrated any lie. You haven't demonstrated that Jay Dyer is lying and that he doesn't believe that Avery's a grifter. You have not demonstrated that.
Okay.
You just bake it in and say that it is in fact the case that he is lying, which that's nice.
Okay. So if someone just completely makes something up, that's okay according to you, right? You can just make things up about Christians.
What was made up?
That Avery's a grifter.
Yeah. Can you prove that Jay doesn't believe that because lies require intent?
If he believes it, it would just be a different sort of problem. It would just be I can believe anything without any evidence.
Well, then you would have a different sort of problem with it. But
in theory, I could make up anything about you and just say I really believe it, and then that's fine. That's not lying, right?
Unless I could demonstrate somehow through some sort of
evidence. Unless you can prove
it.
So if I say you killed 50 people and buried them somewhere and we don't know where, you can't prove that you didn't.
Oh yeah, sure I can.
It'd be totally fine.
Yeah, sure. I can use what's called an argument from affirmation. So you just be like, well, look, when was the date, time, and all of the various factors.
No, I just say you killed 50 people. You're a serial killer.
But do you agree with me that you could believe that?
I could believe that, and so it would just be a different problem. There's one if I'm knowingly lying, and it'll be a different problem if I just make things up and I believe them. It'd be a different kind of problem.
But we haven't moved into the different problem yet. We're still on the he lied problem. Can you demonstrate that Jay Dyer doesn't believe that? That's the question at hand.
Oh, if you want to say if you want to say he made it up on no evidence and he really believes it and he's not deliberately lying, but he's just going with something that's made up, that's fine.
You could say that you don't like his reasoning, fine, but that doesn't mean that he's lying.
Well, I mean, if I want to say you murdered 50 people and I think he just kind of looks like he murdered 50 people, and I could take that as great evidence, I would still think that's extremely messed up to say about someone.
I don't know. It seems to me like you're actually lying because you just negated your own position. You said that yes, it's true. I can't actually demonstrate, and so therefore have no good reason to believe that Jay Dyer is lying and that he may actually believe this. And yet, you still bake in every hypothetical that Jay Dyer is lying. So which is it?
It's
Is
he's
he
supporting
lying
the
or
lie.
not?
He's supporting the lies.
Which lie?
That was the question.
Which
Of
lie
the
is he
Dawa guys
supporting?
that he's a grifter.
Which lie? What? No, he could agree that he's a grifter. That's not supporting the Dawa guy's lie.
Yeah, it is. Let me just go back to the
No,
hypothetical.
it's not.
Hang on. Well, hang on. I'll give you the example. I'll give you the example with Hakikachu. So suppose you debate Daniel Hakikachu. Suppose before that, suppose the month leading up to that, some guy was just going after your wife and saying she's a whore, and he posts every day, Andrew's wife is a whore. She's 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 a whore. And then you debate Daniel Hakikachu. You bake him, and then he goes over and agrees with this guy and whatever he's saying about you.
You mean a guy who makes a completely separate claim from your wife's a whore?
I'm saying if he goes and
but
he
he's
agrees
making
with
a separate claim from your wife's a whore, right? He's not agreeing with that claim.
A separate
He's
claim,
making a
but
separate claim.
something totally made up.
Okay, but you haven't demonstrated that it's totally made up.
No,
or that he doesn't believe
I'm
it.
talking about the connection. If Daniel Hakikachu, after you bake him, he knows there's some guys, let's say non-Muslim, there's some guy who's just constantly been calling your wife a whore. And then Daniel, right after you bake him, he goes out and this
says,
guy,
he says, I agree with you. Andrew's not handsome.
And he says something that's completely false about you. You can insert anything.
Yeah,
he just
that
makes
I'm not
up
handsome.
He just says,
I'm not handsome. It's a completely false claim about me.
And
so
let's
this guy
suppose
says I'm not handsome. That's
let's
correct,
suppose,
right?
Let's
he
suppose
says
the
Andrew's
guy,
not handsome. Does that mean that now he is affirming that Andrew's wife's a whore, David? Can he answer that?
Not the issue at all. Not the issue.
He's not.
It sounds like you don't want people to get the issue. Okay.
Give me
very
the
simple. Very simple. I'll try to meet all the requirements of making this actually parallel. So the guy's been calling your wife a whore, and then right after the debate, this guy says, Andrew is a murderer. He's obviously a murderer. And then Daniel runs out and says, bingo.
Yeah.
You wouldn't see the issue there? Because I would see that as different from Daniel just making a random claim. He went with the guy who's been talking about your wife, who obviously isn't some unbiased person in his criticisms of you, and you're going along with that.
You just said the exact same thing. So
what?
If it is in fact the case that this guy doesn't say Andrew is a murderer, therefore I don't take as great of offense to it for whatever reason, but instead just says Andrew is not handsome. Andrew's not handsome. Therefore, he's lying. He's just making it up because clearly I'm fucking devastatingly gorgeous. Okay, so this fucking asshole lies about this. Am I to assume then that he thinks my wife's a whore?
No, that's not the point. That's not the point.
So why, if he calls me a murderer, should I assume
Daniel
my wife's a whore?
If Daniel were to go to the person who's calling your wife a whore, that's not random. You know what I mean? That's not me randomly agreeing with someone. That would be him agreeing with someone that just despises you already.
Yeah,
and so going
you're at the mercy of the same argument.
Going along with someone that is saying this sick, evil stuff about your family, and then going along and agreeing with him when he's just making stuff up and saying bingo, seems like you're not trying to get to the truth of the matter.
Okay, how is that
you're just randomly attacking him.
I'm trying to get right to the heart of the matter. How would this be any different than him going and saying, and also, I think Andrew's not very handsome, or not also, I think Andrew's not very handsome. And then that guy says, bingo. Bingo. It's like, what? I don't understand.
We could go with that one.
Where did we get to the part where now he's affirming the worldview and helping these people? What? Where did you get to that? How do you get to that?
Okay, I can. All right. So suppose the person, let me break it down. Suppose the person who's calling your wife a whore is doing it because he can't answer your arguments. He doesn't know how to respond to you. You've just enraged him with this stuff. So instead of going after you, he goes after your wife. And that's this
is very common.
Yeah. And then Daniel Hakikachu goes and agrees with him attacking you. you're helping.
Well, now, hang on. Wait.
There
Hang
you're
on.
helping. There, Daniel would be helping someone attack you, knowing that this person just wants to attack you.
You just baked in this new line there.
What?
You would have gotten away with it too if it weren't for those pesky kids. But you see, the line that you just baked in there was, then Daniel Kikikachu goes over and is agreeing with this guy about, well, no.
Agreeing.
Let's
Let's go with just calling you ugly. Let's suppose this, all this person did is call you ugly.
Okay. I just let you get through the whole thing. Calm down. So what it would be is that Daniel Kikikachu comes in and agrees with something completely different. And then I'm to assume
that is different.
That
calling you ugly.
Daniel
Calling you ugly.
Yeah,
calling you ugly. Yeah, I'm granting that because you don't even go like the serious thing that's like calling you into.
How is that siding with them or their ideology at all?
Okay, let me break it down for you.
Okay.
So he calls you ugly. That's not really a parallel because it's not like that's not something that's undermining whether people should take you seriously, which is what it happens if someone calls you a grifter or something like that. So let's suppose the guy makes up something about you being a horrible liar and so on. Who can't be trusted. Suppose he does that. And then suppose Daniel goes and agrees with that person. No, that's not affirming anything else in this person. This person, let's say, is a Christian who just doesn't like you or doesn't like Eastern Orthodox or something like that. So the person goes, so Daniel goes to this person who is just making up things and saying that you, like 80% of what you say is a lie. And Daniel agrees. The fact that he's agreeing with that person who then takes that and uses it to show other people, even other groups, recognize and acknowledge that this guy is a liar 80% of the time, and therefore you should not trust what he's saying. You don't see the relevance of kind of like the collusion on that issue?
Yeah, I'm actually even more confused now. So if it's the case that guy A believes this and guy B believes this, they both believe that what they're saying is true, guy B is still not affirming any of the positions of guy A, nor any of the actual, ideology, nothing. He's not affirming any of it. The only thing that they're agreeing to is a specific propositional set. That's it. What the hell are you talking about?
Going to that guy who then uses your agreement to show, yes, obviously, Andrew does lie 80% of the time. I say it, and now someone from a completely different group agrees.
Why?
Andrew lies 80% of the time.
David, it is in fact the
right?
case that you can make a specific set of propositions that I could agree to that you could then use in nefarious ways in order to advocate for your own worldview. But that has nothing to do with me. If it was the case, for instance, that a Muslim said, I think that David Wood is snide and likes to attack OrthoBros and call them cultists, right? I might be like, fucking bingo. Does that mean then, and so then the Muslim goes and he shows everybody this set of propositions that I agreed to. And he's like, look, Andrew agrees. This guy's a fucking this and that and this and that. I'm not responsible for what the hell he does with me agreeing to the specific set of propositions that he gave David. That's insane. And by the way, it doesn't even logically make sense. You have to draw the parallel of how Jay Dyer is responsible for how Muslims will use a specific agreed set to proposition in their own favor, how that's him colluding with them.
Bring it into something that's actually parallel, because if you said David's a dumb douche who just called Jay Dyer fans a cult or something like that, anyone could conclude that. So doesn't mean that there's that actual a relevant connection there. So suppose the hypothetical Christian is calling you out. He says, he says, Andrew Wilson lies 80% of the time. Therefore, don't trust anything he says because it's probably a lie. And this is the guy who calls your wife a whore because he's extremely desperate and can't answer your objections. And he's
but these are still two different guys, right?
Yeah. So he's going after your wife specifically because that's how enraged he is. And then he says,
very upset. Yes.
Andrew lies 80% of the time. And then Daniel Hakikachu, just because you burned him up in the debate and he's mad, goes on and says, yes, Jay, you're correct. Bingo. Andrew Wilson does lie 80% of the time. and then they go ahead and use that. Say, see, even Daniel Hakikachu agrees with us Christians that Andrew lies 80% of the time.
Yeah,
and then
what
they
you
use
have
that.
not
And you would say, well, he's not responsible for that just because they made up something and I agreed with what they made up. Doesn't mean that I'm responsible for them using what I said to confirm the lie.
Yeah, you're baking in a bunch of things here, which is bizarre. The first thing you keep baking in is that, it's made up, right? You haven't demonstrated anything is made up.
You don't have to demonstrate. No one demonstrated that God logic's in this for the money, and that he's. If you're saying you believe it, guess what? Someone can believe. Do you think there are people who think you're a liar out there?
You would at least need to demonstrate that person thinks they're lying. At the very least, for you to just be like, I just made it up. It's like, well, wait a second, what? I don't know that I would even say that you can't make an inductive reason argument. Like for instance, I like Avery. I like Avery a lot. Nice guy. I like talking to him on the phone. I like all of those guys.
You like that grifter, man?
Yeah, I like him fine. I'm the king of the grift, baby. Okay, I like Avery just fine.
Jay doesn't like the grifter.
Here's the thing that's funny though, right? Yeah, I'm not in a cult. I don't need to agree with everything Jay Dyer says in order to know that you're full of shit about this.
That's
so the
good.
first thing is that when we go to Avery though, this is where it gets really funny. So Avery does not actually tell us, like you don't, what your Christian denominations even are. None of you guys actually tell anybody that. So inductively, I understand why it is that Jay thinks that you're trying to cast the widest net possible in order to capture the largest amount of audience that you possibly can in order to gain money. That inductively makes sense to me. Is it true? I wouldn't say that it's true. I don't think that Avery does that. I don't think that that's the kind of guy he is. But inductively, I can't say that Jay has an unreasoned position, even if I disagree with it. What you've done is you've taken it a step further, though. You have said that Jay is purposely colluding with Darwinist rapists in order to undermine you, even though all that happened, in fact, is that he agreed with a specific set of propositions, and then you got upsetty spaghetti that Darwinists decided that they were going to use that against you. Like, that's fucking Jay's problem.
Yeah, the fact that of all the people in the world that you could agree with, you agree with the guy who's let's just, I don't know how anyone would disagree with this. If you are so obviously enraged with someone that you just go after his wife and so on, probably not the most unbiased source of information on someone. And then if you go out and agree with that person on his next attack on Avery, which you can read in the context, is in response to the OrthoBros. He's offering you guys something. He's trying to get you to agree with him. He's saying, "Hey, OrthoBros, I see you're mad at Avery right now. Yeah, that's because guess what? He's a grifter. This is what," and he says this, and then you affirm it. This it's not like they just independently come to.
You're just saying the same shit. You're not actually demonstrating this claim, though. You're not showing how Jay Dyer is responsible because he believes this thing, right? And somebody gave him a specific set of propositions he agreed with. He said, bingo, how it is that he's emboldening them or gave them permission to use this in order to hurt Christians everywhere. Jay Dyer has a specific job.
No. They were baiting you guys into agreeing with them. They were baiting them into agreeing with you, and then you did it.
Calm down. Right? Whatever you think the nefarious evil trap was that Jay Dyer got sprung on him is irrelevant to whether or not he agreed to a specific set of propositions because he agreed with them. And then that's used against you. You don't like it. I get that, but you haven't demonstrated how Jay is now siding with him. Jay considers, because he's an Orthodox apologist, he doesn't consider most of the online Christians to be any better than most of the Muslims. He considers them to be Protestants just like they are, dogmatically. He might think that they have better moral propositions because they do. And I think he would agree that they do. But that doesn't mean that dogmatically he thinks that they're correct. His great commission is to go after all false dogma, which would include yours, apostate prophets, all of the Darwinists, all of the Muslims. In fact, everybody who's not Orthodox. That's his commission. That's what he's there to do. That includes Avery. Avery. Now, I like Avery. It's not my commission to do this, but it is Jay Dyer's. If Jay Dyer has inductively reasoned out that he believes that Avery is a grifter, whether I agree that he's a grifter or not, the inductive reasoning for what Jay gave is fine. And if he agrees to a set of propositions and says bingo, for you to say that he's going out to embolden a bunch of Muslims to destroy you is one step too far, and you can't seem to tie that together. When are you going to tie it together?
That's not what I'm saying, though. So let's change it a little bit. If Dawa guys are tossing something out there, and I would say obviously fishing for an OrthoBro during the OrthoBro versus Avery controversy, and he's tossing something up because they always do this. Anytime there's some conflict, they jump in there and they go after the person that
I don't care about their motivation.
Hang on,
Dave.
I just let you talk for like 4 minutes straight.
Yeah, but their motivation is irrelevant. You didn't let me talk. No.
I'm modifying it. So if these guys are obviously fishing, that has nothing to do with Jay, their motivations, but they're obviously fishing, trying to get the people who are already mad at Avery to help them. So they say, hey, Avery's a grifter. And what they want is some Christians to agree, yes, Avery is a grifter. And you go with it because you've made your inductive.
Because you agree?
Yeah, you go to them and say, you Dawa guys are absolutely correct about this person that you're attacking because you can't answer it. That should be fine, right?
Yeah, so if
you agree with it, it should be fine.
Yeah,
right?
Let me just ask back the same exact question. So if a Darwinist says Gretchen Whitmer is a fucking piece of shit who ruined Michigan, and I went bingo, right? I am now affirming all Darwinist beliefs because they're setting a trap
never said
or
that.
something.
Quit strawmanning me. I've never said that he's responsible.
That
he's
I'm
affirming that Muhammad's a prophet. He's assisting them.
Assisting them.
He's assisting them discrediting Avery. It's already being used. They're already using. They're already using. You see.
How's
even
that
the OrthoBros agree with us.
How's that Jay's
Because he went to them and agreed with them and affirmed this about this guy based on no evidence.
How is it his responsibility what they do, which is nefarious with what he said? Did he say, go use this to discredit Avery? Can you show me that?
How are you not getting this? If they
said, not getting this?
Again, if someone said 80% of what Andrew says is a lie, and this not just a random person who's come to this conclusion. It's a person who is known for just making crap up about you. Daniel goes to him and says, bingo, you're absolutely correct. He lies 80% of the time. Yeah. And then they use this. You're saying there's no problem with him because there's no problem with him because they use it.
Yeah, if they use that to affirm ideology I did not agree with or agree to.
No, they're just affirming an attack on you. That's why no one should ever listen to you.
How the hell am I responsible for that? I wouldn't be responsible for that.
No, Daniel.
But I'm just interjecting myself here as the Daniel character, okay? Or somebody else, right? I'm on the receiving end of this. Can you tie in how Jay Dyer would be responsible for these guys using him saying bingo to them to a specific set of propositions? How the hell is it that Jay is now responsible for these guys using that in a nefarious way?
Because he handed it to them. He gave it to them.
Because he agrees with them?
No, if let's suppose it's one isolated Christian who just hates you because you always bake this guy and he can't answer you. Sure. And again, he spends all his time calling your wife a whore because obviously he can't answer you. So he's just trying to attack you in any way. And then of all the people Daniel could go and agree with, he goes to this particular person who's been calling your wife a whore and therefore should be pretty darn obviously not the most reliable person and says, bingo, when the guy says you lie 80% of the time. You wouldn't see any connect. Like he has no Daniel would bear no responsibility for this being used to discredit you by those guys.
I know that you love philosophy, which is why it's so bizarre that you don't seem to understand basic logic. It is, in fact, the case.
This isn't even logic.
It is logic.
This is not logic.
This is a logic,
common sense here.
This is a logical induction. You're making an induction. How are you not? You're not making a logical induction here, David?
What are you even talking about?
I'm saying that you're saying event A leads to event B, which leads to event C. That's inductive reasoning. That's inductive logic.
That's not even what we're talking about.
Yes, it is.
It's bad to go to a person who has nothing but bad intentions and to affirm what they're claiming about someone when they are obviously just trying to discredit the person.
David, now you're making a normative claim. Well, yeah, that would be a normative claim. And so now that you're making a normative claim, that's at least logic, right? We're getting into the domain of logic, at least in ethics. No? Yes?
Not required for any
logic here.
No
logic is required for you to make normative claims, really.
Oh my goodness.
No, you don't need logic for normative claims.
You heard it here, folks. You heard it here. You heard it here. So you can go out. You can go out. You can go out to Andrew Wilson's worst enemy, affirm whatever that person is making up, believe it, and then that person can use what you said to discredit this person, even though it's all complete nonsense with no evidence, and you've done nothing incorrect. Bizarre. It's a good idea. Help the Dawa guys as much as possible.
I see. If any of you have a statement of agreement with anybody who doesn't like David Wood, you're not allowed to say anything to them about how you agree with them because they might use it nefariously against the beliefs of things
if someone is known for
that's your position.
If someone is known for making things up, going after people's families, things like that, and then you go and agree with that person's latest thing that he made up.
Yeah,
I think that's wrong.
Yeah, great. I'm glad that you vibed that out.
You seem to agree with that earlier, but now no.
Well, no, I agreed to a specific propositional set until we started giving it specifics because I do that. I actually listen to the proposition like the one that you gave me that I beat you on earlier, just like I'm beating you on this one because you can't actually draw the logic to its conclusion. If it is the case that somebody, like I go right now and I say, David Wood's a lying fucking weasel, to some guy, some Darwinist who really fucking hates you and has also called you a lying fucking weasel, let's say. Are you saying that I am now responsible for emboldening Darwinists? And if so, how could I ever criticize you in such a way publicly where Darwinists couldn't use that against you, David?
If you went...
answer my question.
I am.
How could I'm going to be specific. How could I ever publicly fucking criticize you without worrying about Darwinists using it in a way which is critical of you, thus hurting the anti-Muslim message? Can you answer that? I want an answer to my question. How could I ever?
I'm not saying you can't criticize
you, David.
I'm not saying you can't criticize.
I want you to answer the question I'm asking. It's
got nothing to do with what I'm saying.
How could I ever criticize you, ever, where Darwinists couldn't use that against you as a criticism from the quote OrthoBros publicly? How could I
That's
ever
not
do
what
that,
I'm saying.
David?
I'm
asking you a question.
Dude. It's not what I'm freaking saying. I'm talking about going and agreeing with someone. No, you can criticize all you want. That's not affecting how people are using it. Oh my goodness.
I'm not asking if I can criticize you.
Can I say anything?
I'm not asking it. Hang on. I'm not asking if I can criticize you. I'm not asking any of these other things. I'm asking one question that I want an answer to. It's a question. I don't care about your
straw man.
It can't be a straw man.
I thought you know logic. Straw man.
It can't be a straw man if it's a question.
Then it's irrelevant.
It's
not what I'm saying. I'm not saying. Let me repeat for everyone. I'm not saying you can't criticize someone, or that if you do criticize someone, you're responsible for how people use that.
I'm going to ask
the question. It's not the situation. It's irrelevant. It's not the topic.
I'm going to ask the question.
It's not the topic.
It is the topic. How could I ever criticize David Wood?
You can. You can do it. You can. No one's stopping you. Criticize me all you want. You can.
Not asking if I can. I'm asking how I ever could without the potential of a Darwinist using it against you.
That's irrelevant. What are you even talking about?
Fucking question.
I don't understand what the heck you're talking about.
You don't understand this question? I'll ask it again in really small words.
How can you criticize me in a way that wouldn't be used by Dawa guys? You can't. They would use anything. They would use anything. What's your point?
Can't.
Now, great.
So,
nothing to do with the topic. Let's actually get back to the topic.
So let me make sure I got this right. So no matter what Jay said in criticism of Avery, Dawanists could have used that whether he responded to one or not.
They could have used that. Absolutely.
Genius
They could have.
They
could have.
David.
Now let's talk about the actual situation of actively going out. Actively going out.
What a brilliant argument from David
do you
Wood.
seriously not see the difference between you looking at someone saying, "I think David is a total lying douche," and then Dawa guys using that versus Dawa guys who, let's say, are calling my wife a whore, doxing my wife, saying they're going to grape her and stuff like that, and these guys, and then the next criticism that they make up about me, I go and I say, "You guys are right on the money," and then they use that. You see no difference. You see no difference, Andrew.
I don't see any difference in the quote responsibility. See, if I
do.
say,
I do. You seek out someone to affirm what they're saying. Now you're actually saying you guys are correct on this.
Let me know when I can answer. Here's the answer. The answer is really simple. If it is in fact the case that I bear responsibility for agreeing to a set of propositions with a Dawanist and then he uses that against you, if it is in fact the case that I just make a set of propositions and a Dawanist agrees with them and uses that against you, you say one of those is okay and one of those isn't, which makes no fucking sense, David.
Yeah, I think it makes. So you're saying there is no difference. Okay, I think I'm just guessing here.
I'm just guessing about the difference in responsibility. I don't get it. Makes no sense.
You see no difference in responsibility if I just say something about you independently of anyone else, and then a Dawa guy latches onto it and says, "Look, David is criticizing Andrew," versus me seeking out someone who's dedicated his life to making things up about you, and then when he makes something up about you, it just happens to be something I agree with, and I say, "Hey, dude, you are absolutely correct. That person and his intentions in doing this should play no role and don't affect this at all if I go out to him and agree with him and say, 'My goodness, you're right on the money on this with this guy right here.'"
So to get this right, I just want to make sure I got this right then.
We're going to have to agree to disagree here if you think that's fine.
No, hang on. I just want to get this last set of propositions correct. What you're saying here is that as long as Jay Dyer hadn't agreed with the Muslim, but had independently said, "I believe that Avery's a fucking grifting piece of shit," and a Muslim had said bingo, then it would be okay, right?
No, it would be wrong for a different reason.
Well, okay, so then
it's a different situation.
Really,
but that's not the situation. That's not the situation we're talking about right now.
So then really what you're upset with here then, just to make sure I got this correct, is that because you just said that there's a different burden of responsibility. Wouldn't Jay then be just as responsible for the criticism or whatever in both senses?
If he simply tosses something out there, Avery is a lying grifter or something like that, who doesn't even believe in Christianity, he's just in this for the money, and he said that, then whoever uses that, the relevance there is that's the sort of thing that you should probably have pretty darn good evidence for if you're going to toss it out there. So that's what I would criticize for. Hey, you're assuming the worst possible motivation. There are way better, more obvious explanations of what's going on there. I'm just saying, we're not talking about Jay going out and saying something at random and the Dawa guys latched on. We're talking about him going to the Dawa guys, saying they're right, and the guy he goes to just happens to be the guy who is tossing out every made-up thing he can at him, and you go and you affirm him. That's affirming this person read Avery completely correctly, and by golly, we're on the same page. We agree. Multiple people coming from multiple avenues, all agreeing Avery is a lying grifter who doesn't even believe in Christianity.
And
that's fine with you.
You said you can criticize me all you want. That's fine. I don't care if people criticize. After all, I don't have a cult. I assume that you think people can criticize Avery all they want. That's fine. So if people can criticize Avery all they want, if Jay Dyer did a standalone tweet and said, "I just think that fucking Avery's a fucking grifter," and then Dawanists ran with that, your only dispute then would not be that he's emboldening Dawanists. Your dispute then would just be that Jay was wrong. Is that correct?
It would be that, yeah, you shouldn't say things like that unless you have
even though both of them are actually emboldening the Dawanists.
Yeah, that wouldn't be on you.
Yeah,
Going
okay,
to
that's
going
just
to
fucking
going
crazy.
to going.
Fucking
You think it's
crazy. What a
crazy going
stupid
to
position.
Dawa guys who are like compulsive liars and affirming the latest thing that they're blasting Avery with because they can't answer him, and helping them with their campaign. And now they're all bragging, saying they got you guys, and you're all helping them and directing and rooting for you guys, and you just see no problem there. You're helping them take down the guys who are destroying Dawa. You're helping them.
They mean the same thing that they would be saying and doing if Jay had just made the tweet standalone.
Yeah, that's why you shouldn't do it even as a standalone, but actually
Right,
going to
but
them
you
and
just got
affirming
them
it.
saying he should be able to criticize as much as he wants.
I'm not,
So it's like,
dude.
make up your fucking mind, David.
Dude, this is like extremely disingenuous. When I'm talking about criticizing,
It's extremely genuous.
no, it's not. So
Yes,
did
it
you
is.
interpret? Did you
Your
interpret?
prompt
You
was
did
fucking
you interpret?
disingenuous.
Did you
Your prompt was
interpret? Did you
disingenuous.
interpret me saying you can criticize me all you want as there's no problem, nothing wrong with you making up anything you ever want to make up? That's how you interpret that? Because that's not what I meant.
No, what I interpreted it as is there's a distinction and responsibility here somehow. If you criticize me standalone and Darwinists use it, even though you know they're going to use it, versus you just actually agree to a set of propositions and they use that. Both of them are doing the same thing, and yet for some reason you have a complete inconsistency here where you say, one, you have some burden of responsibility and the other you don't, which is bizarre. The second is you haven't even tied in how either of these things are the responsibility of the person other than their own position for somebody else using them, since in both sets, both case uses, other people are going to use them who are bad actors. It's an insane position. It makes no sense.
It's an insane position to say if someone is just endlessly lying about someone because he'll do anything, including just making things up, going after the person's family, anything.
Like calling them
to
cultists?
to discredit the person, and you go and affirm their latest thing. That's not random.
Oh, well, I can't believe that you would embolden Darwinists by allowing them to run with the idea that Jay Dyer runs a cult. Now they're going to use that against the Orthodox.
By the way,
how
by the way,
dare you, David? How dare you do that?
We can roll with your example. Suppose someone just makes up endless things about
Like
Jay. I don't know his family situation. He just lies about Jay. Let's say threatens him, doxes him.
Sure.
Completely makes things up left and right, all because he's like desperate to attack Jay. And then I want to say something about Jay because he annoyed me, and I go over to this person and I like and agree with and share his attack on his latest attack on Jay.
Yeah. Wait, you agree with his latest attack? Which is unrelated to what he's attacking.
So the guy he spends all his time.
We've established this 40 times. Yes, you can agree to a specific set of propositions.
Nothing wrong. Just to clear, nothing wrong with going to someone who harasses his family, threatens him, any of this stuff, and I go to this person with the latest thing that I happen to agree with, and I say, "Yep, this guy's got it. He's good to go."
Yeah, but the question is actually what this becomes, which makes no sense. So when you say this guy has criticized, and I know what this guy did to attack Avery, right? This shit happens to me constantly. But it didn't stop you from like making hit piece videos on me. You didn't give a shit if Darwinists run with that. You didn't give a shit.
We're not talking about that.
This person runs with what I'm saying. I'm giving you an example here.
Give an example of someone who
I'm trying.
is a known liar who knowingly lies about you, and then I go and give him ammo.
You literally said yes. Okay, you literally said that Jay Dyer runs a cult. That's a lie. Objectively, it's an objective lie.
Not how I'm using it.
Yes, even how you're using it.
That's a cult.
You couldn't even give a delineation between this idea of cult. So you're just giving ammunition
you got the leader
and
the people in there. They give this the exact same responses that they're programmed to give, and they can't answer it. They're incapable of acknowledging something is wrong.
That's what your audience does. Same shit.
Where?
And let's go through your comments and Jay's. You'll see the exact same thing. People agree with him. People agree with you. You just call him a cultist
on something where like almost any random person would agree that it's wrong, but they agree with me because I'm David.
Yeah, they agree with you because they agree with this set of propositions. You say that if you agree with Jay's set of propositions, you're in a cult. Why are you in a cult if you agree with Jay's set of propositions, but not in a cult if they agree with your set of propositions?
No, this look, if I get to a point and I go out and let's suppose I torture a puppy and you say torturing puppies is wrong and I say, shut up, why don't you debate the true church? And then all my followers start going, yes, why don't you debate the true church?
Yeah.
And then they start cursing at you
Yeah,
and
so
and
what?
just saying things. Then I think you could. Then I think you say, whoa, these guys aren't even capable of, they're no longer capable of recognizing wrong behavior from their
No,
leader
that's
because the
insane.
program not
Look,
to.
that's like when someone throws out a red herring in politics and they're like, let's talk about how Trump emboldens PDFs. And I'm like, no, actually, let's talk about the thing which is at the heart of this with the Epstein files themselves and see if any of that's even true. And they're like, it's a cult. It's a cult because of what are you talking about? It's the same exact set of propositions here. All you're doing is saying, if I throw out a proposition that Jay doesn't think it's the heart of the matter and his audience agrees, that's a cult. That's all you're saying.
No, I'm talking about their
Yes.
behavior. No, I'm talking about
Yes,
their
their
behavior.
behavior is they disagree with you. They think that you're obfuscating from what the actual position is, like you did with the debate prompt with me. So they disagree and they attack you through that disagreement, just like your audience does them. Yes.
That's not.
Then
That's
show
not
me.
the issue.
Show me.
Disagree.
Then show me.
No, listen. Disagree.
Show me.
If you disagree with me, then you should be able to show where you disagree. That's not what they do. They start calling.
Yes, it is what they
start
do.
calling you names and saying, "Why aren't you debating him on the True Church?" That's what they do. Like their program, like down the
Yeah,
line,
because they
down-
think
like
you're
down the line,
obfuscating.
over and over.
Yeah, they think you're obfuscating
On what?
away from the actual proposition of the true church, which is what Jay wants to debate.
How
and
am
you
I
don't wanna debate that.
obfuscating if I wasn't playing any role in this until he starts siding with the Dawa guys to take out their biggest target on the planet? And he's helping them, and I say, hey, you shouldn't be doing that. And then it's, why aren't you debating him on the True Church? You sound like a freaking cult. You sound like you're just
were
programmed.
saying, why don't
can't
you
say
debate
anything.
him on the-
You can't
They
say
were-
anything. He could do
Jay,
anything, and if you
dude.
criticize him, they say, well, why aren't you debating him on the True Church?
He can do anything.
He can do anything.
Could Jay Dyer go and I don't know, molest a child and his audience to just be like, okay, that's fine.
I don't know. Are they that far
You
gone?
don't know. You don't know.
I mean,
Because that's what
he's
your
helping.
audience
He's
has
helping.
done
He's
for you.
helping Dawa guys protect
That's what your
Dawa.
audience has done
He's
for
protecting.
you.
He's protecting Dawa. What? Where?
I'm sorry, your audience has stuck by you inside of your cult, even knowing
No, they haven't.
that you forced yourself on a 15-year-old, right?
Who? I didn't force myself on. I've never forced myself on anyone.
Oh, I thought that's what your admission was that you sodomized a 15-year-old girl or something.
I said I had sex with underage girls. Everyone, they take that you can call that statutory in certain cases, and then they just called it rape, and then people like you conclude forcible. I've never forced myself on anyone.
Okay, that's fine.
All
I'll
the
stand
things I've done.
I'll stand
But guess what?
corrected.
Yeah, but guess what? Yeah, so had sex
so,
with
I mean,
underage
I think that
girls
if it
when I
came
was
out-
18.
I think that if it came out that Jay, right, had raped a 15-year-old girl up the ass, that his audience might question him a lot more than yours does, which leads me to believe that you have more of the cult.
Now you're just spouting nonsense. No one.
How is that nonsense?
Hang on. I am aware of no one who follows me who says that's fine. They all say it was when he was 18 years old. There's nothing he can do about it. He obviously repented. It's over 30 years later.
Sounds like they're
Does
giving
he?
you a pass.
They're not giving me a pass. They agree
I
that
don't
it's
know.
evil and immoral. If
yeah,
we got to the
evil and
point where I
immoral,
said,
but we're
"Hey,
still
I just
gonna
did that,"
follow him anyway.
if we said, "Hey, I just did that the other day," and they said that's fine, then I would start thinking I was in a cult. Yeah. Or if they
So
if they pivoted, if I did this the other day and someone criticized me and my fans jumped in there and said, "Why aren't you debating David on this?" Then I would start saying, "Dude, you got some
So then
problems.
to
You should
get
not be
this-
agreeing with people on this."
So then to get this right, if Jay Dyer came out tomorrow and he said that when he was a younger man, right, before he went into prison for, I think it was attempted murder, he raped a 15-year-old girl, at least by the statutes, right? Okay, you're right, not forcible. He raped a 15-year-old girl.
That's not the statute.
And
Is
then
there
he
a
said,
state that calls that rape?
okay, well, I don't know, whatever. Is it statutory rape or not?
No. This is in Virginia.
Okay, what
so
about
no.
the 13-year-old?
No.
It's the you can fuck a 13-year-old at 18. That's fine.
No, it's a different crime. It's called carnal knowledge of a girl under whatever it is, 17 or something like that.
Okay, so if Jay came out and he admitted that he had carnal knowledge of a 13-year-old when he was 18 years old, and his audience says, you know what, we're going to look past that. That's actually less cultish to you than them saying debate the true church, David.
What do you mean they give it a pass? They say it's okay or something?
No. I said, if it's the case that they say, okay, you know what? We forgive you. We're with you anyway. That's less cultish than Jay Dyer's fans saying, dude, will you debate the true church with Jay? Really?
If that response is used to just deflect attention or to. I can't even say like to justify because there's no justification. You say, hey, he's helping Dawa guys lie about this guy, and now they're all using it to discredit Avery, saying, hey, this guy's here and he's agreed with us. He's on our side. And then they start rooting for him. I don't see how you. But yeah, if they were doing that on something else.
I'm asking you specifically, is it less culty if your whole audience hears the shocking revelation that you fucked a 13-year-old girl when you were 18 years old, right? And then sodomized a 15-year-old one. And they say, you know what? We're going to forgive and forget, and we're with you. Is that less culty or more culty than Jay Dyer's followers asking you to debate him on the true church?
Yeah, that's basic Christianity. You did something, you repented of it. What are you supposed to do about it now? Are you supposed to just go live in a corner or something like that? I don't even know.
Well,
saying
yeah,
any sort of criticism against any present behavior, and you just pivot to, but why aren't you debating him on the true church? Again, if he's doing something right now, and you say, guys, this is actually a serious problem right here. Now everyone's running with, you see, everyone agrees with us, Avery, and they use this now to. When Muslims are saying, hey, I'm really getting some doubts right now, they say, what are you talking about, man? Everyone agrees this guy's a grifter. Look at these guys. And you don't see a problem.
What do you think
and
the Darwinists...
you bring it up, the response is, well, why aren't you debating him on the true church? What are you saying? And it's like...
What do you think the Darwinists think about when you say that they're a bunch of child rapists, when they bring that up about you? You're emboldening our enemies, David. Why don't you leave the space? Because you're emboldening our enemies when we make the claim that they rape a bunch of children and they marry them at 13 years old.
What are you
and
talking
you're
about?
Like, hey, man.
I say Muhammad did that.
Yeah, great. So do they, by the way. They do it too. Not just Muhammad. They do it. It's built into Sharia law. I've argued it many times. Why is it that you don't leave the space instead of emboldening my enemies, David? Because now they just say, why are you protecting David Wood? He did the same exact thing. You're just emboldening my enemies, David. You jerk.
It's not happening. Jerk. It's not happening.
It happens all over.
It wouldn't even work.
Show you all the Darwinist channels?
Again, no one on my side says it's okay. Muslims have to believe it's okay at least some of the time when their prophet does it and in certain contexts and so on. We're not agreeing with them.
Yeah, right. So they call it a hypocrite.
You can't take that would be like me saying I tried to kill my dad with a hammer, therefore anyone who wants to kill someone with a hammer will be emboldened by that and say, well, David did it. He repented and turned away from that sort of thing, but by golly, he did it, and therefore it's emboldening me. You're just being ridiculous now, man.
Actually, this is making my point perfectly. So my point is that people using a bad faith attack in order to run and to your enemies and try to use this against you, you think that they should not do that, even though you don't bear any personal responsibility after all, even though you were the arbiter of the thing, right? For them doing that. I agree with you, David. The difference is that for some odd reason, if Jay agrees to a set of propositions, just like I do with Muslims, David Wood fucking 13-year-old bad, just like your audience does. They agree with the Muslims too. When they make that normative proposition, David Wood fucking 13-year-old, 15-year-old bad, then it is the case that I'm now emboldening your enemies to attack you with this particular attack. The second I go to a Darwinist and say, you're right, that's bad. Bingo. So if a Darwinist says, hey, the normative claim is like propositionally, it's really bad that David Wood fucks little kids, right? Or, young kids, whatever. And I say, bingo, you're right. Now I'm emboldening your enemies, even though I believe in that set of propositions, just like Jay Dyer would believe in the Avery set of propositions, but he's not allowed to say it because you're going to embolden your enemies.
You could, if you wanted to make it an actual parallel, let's take someone who constantly lies about me. Let's take Malik, right? Dox my wife, dox my family, gave the home address, try to get people to kill, people to kill the family and so on. No. And suppose Malik says, David's real messed up. He's a total pervert, blah, 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 blah. And you actually go over to him and you say, Malik is right. Yeah, I'd have a problem with a Christian going to a guy who's doxing Christians and trying to get them killed.
What am I saying though? That's wrong. What am I saying that's incorrect?
Whatever you're going to him and agreeing with him on. Just
what am I saying?
Why are you going to known compulsive liars and agreeing with them on?
Because they're still right.
So you go to them, say, you guys are right, which they then use to point out that
Just
We're all
like
on the
they
same
would
page about this
if
guy.
I used that as a standalone proposition on my X, and then they just went and used it anyway.
So
you
no,
have the same exact complaint.
no difference going to the guys who are lying and affirming that they are right.
One's honest.
Thus suggesting that they are pretty darn good readers of people.
So then never agree with a Darwinist about any propositional set which could make a Christian look bad because it emboldens them. Is that right?
No.
I'm super confused then.
You obviously are.
So why can't I go agree with the Darwinist, though, that what you did is bad?
You're just saying a Dawa guy. A Dawa guy, being a Dawa guy may not be compulsively lying about people, going after people. There are plenty of Dawa guys who don't do any of that. There are plenty of people who don't do any of that stuff.
So no Christian should go to any Muslim who has done any set of things that you consider to be lies and agree with them about anything, right?
If someone is going to a Muslim, a Dawa guy, who simply spreads lies about someone, and then the latest thing that the person makes up, just completely made up, completely insane nonsense that contradicts all of reality that we know, and you say,
you mean the thing that this
guy's
person
right.
agrees with? Yeah, but they agree with it. So is it the case that any time I agree with a set of normative propositions or just a set of regular propositions from a known Muslim liar, that I should never agree or say yes or say you're correct or anything like this, because they can then use it to embolden their friends and whatever against Christians like yourself? I just want to make sure I'm clear on that.
Let's make it accurate first, and you can tell me if you disagree. Let's make it accurate.
Okay.
Let's make it an actual parallel, right?
Can you answer my question though first?
If I were
I want an answer to my question.
Yeah, I'm going
should
to give
I
it to you.
ever,
I'm going to
it's
give
yes
you
or
the
no.
answer. I'm going to give you the answer. I'm just going to explain why this is a different situation. Can you just pay attention? I'm going to answer it. My
Answer
goodness.
my question. Yes or no?
Tell me when I can answer the question.
Okay, great. I'll ask it again. I want an actual answer.
I will give you an answer, and I know your question. You interrupt me as soon as I start saying anything.
Make sure that you got it, because I just want a yes or no.
Okay.
Is it ever okay then for me to go to any Muslim who you believe is a known chronic liar who's done really bad things to you and agree with them on a normative set of propositions that I agree with on some other Christian, because it's going to embolden them against you? Is it ever okay for me to do that?
Yes.
Okay, great.
There can be a situation, and I'm trying to tell you, not this situation, but in that, if it's that situation, suppose you got a bunch of Dawa guys and they find out I'm a serial killer, and you find out I'm a serial killer, and you say, hey, these guys are a bunch of lunatics and idiots, but they're right. He's a serial killer. That would be a situation where, hey, it's good to expose me. Now, an actual situation. If you have compulsive liars who make things up, and they make up their latest thing, which they know isn't true. They know this is nonsense. They saw where you guys were going with it, and they baited the OrthoBros into agreeing with them. And then you, without any good evidence at all, you're just mad. So you say, I think this guy's a grifter because he doesn't spend all his time attacking other Christian groups. Therefore, he's a grifter. And you use that completely ridiculous thought with no evidence, and you go and you affirm their completely ridiculous claim with no evidence, and then you embolden them, and then they use you agreeing with their completely baseless claim to show that the claim is true, and that even Christians recognize this. I'd say that's awful and terrible, and if you don't see it, then we're just going to have to disagree.
Oh, that's really bizarre, because once again, you baked into this that, it's evidence-free, there wasn't any induction, there was no reasons given, he just did it because he wanted to be a meanie pants. It's like, no, David, he actually did give reasons. He claims, he claims that you guys refused to give out your actual denominations.
I'll give out, and I don't have a denomination.
Right. Okay, so what church do you belong to?
It's a non-denominational church.
Okay, in Avery?
I don't know.
Exactly.
I don't ask him because I'm not interested.
So Jay Dyer believes that you guys basically hide what it is that you believe.
I've never hidden anything. I've never hidden anything. Anyone who's ever asked me, I've told them exactly what it is.
About what he believes and the reasons he gave for it. That's what's important.
Okay, so is that a good inference from him? Is that a good? Is that good? And we're not. I'm not talking about whether he believes it.
Done.
If he just says, if he just looks at Avery and says he looks like a mass murderer, and then says he's a mass murderer, I would say you need good evidence for those kinds of claims.
Do you want me to give it to you
or
not? Except he does.
You're going to change the scenario.
So, no, I'm not. I'm just going to give you what his actual inferences are. He believes that the reason that you guys, just like Ruslan, who has like Bebop Church or whatever, Rap Church, whatever the fuck it is, refuse to give an actual denomination, even though sets of your beliefs line up with certain denominations, is because you want to cast the widest net possible for the most amount of money possible.
Okay, is that a good inference? Is that a good inference?
Am I allowed to finish the inference?
I'm just saying, is that a good inference?
Yeah.
It is.
Yeah, it's a good inference.
If someone doesn't share their denomination, and you have other explanations for why they don't, you could just...
Yeah, but if you have evidence to the contrary, which is that they're constantly making hit pieces about orthodoxy, they constantly make hit pieces about Orthodox individuals, they're part of cliques and groups. Hey, stop, dude. Let me go through it.
No, I don't know who you're talking about. Who's making hit pieces?
If you calm down, I'll tell you.
Okay.
That they're parts of groups which also do this. They raid into groups which do this. In fact, what happened with Jay Dyer... Avery raided in to a stream with two gentlemen who were at that time trying to convince an Orthodox inquirer not to be an Orthodox inquirer.
No, he didn't.
Yes, he did.
No, he didn't. Avery raided Life's stream, and then when Life was done with his stream, he raided this other stream. And just so you know, as far as you thinking that this is a good inference, the arm bone's connected to the leg bone. Avery rated this stream, which then rated that stream. Therefore, Avery was affirming what's going on there. Just so you know, it's pretty common for the live streamers when when they're ending their live stream to look up who's live now and just click on, hey, raid that stream to conclude. Therefore, you're stealthily attacking the Eastern Orthodox Church with your raids. I'd say that's just terrible.
If Jay thinks that non-denominational Christians, who he already doesn't even believe are Christians, immediately on its face, he just doesn't even think they are. That's part of his worldview. If he thinks that you guys are purposely attempting to attack Orthodox individuals, especially when we pull up the amount of videos and how many videos these various people who seem to be plugged into these raiding networks do, counter signaling orthodoxy, yes, he's going to go after it. And yes, he's going to think through logical inference that there could be a lot of collusion going on of people who don't really like Orthodox people particularly or very much. And he's going to go after those people. Yes, that makes total sense to me.
Okay, so I guess we're just going to have to disagree on that one. That sounds insanely stupid. I mean, the guy I do shows with, the guy I do shows with most frequently is AP, who's Orthodox. If I'm
questionable, he's not Orthodox. He's not. Wait, hang on.
Okay, call him whatever you want. Call him whatever you want.
I just want to make sure.
Did I just think he's Orthodox?
I just want to make sure I got it right. Is AP baptized into the Orthodox Church? I just want to make sure I got it right.
I don't know.
Is he a catechumen?
I don't know. I don't know.
Now, if he's baptized, I will literally give him an apology publicly if he's baptized in the Orthodox Church.
I don't even know these rules. He veers that way. Now, if I had
that's strange. You don't know the rules?
If I had that, no, I don't study this stuff. You guys,
even though your partner's Orthodox,
you guys seem to lack the ability to understand. Some of us just think, okay, if you believe in God, you believe in Jesus, you believe Jesus died on the cross for sins, you believe he rose from the dead, you believe that he's Lord, you believe in the Trinity, you believe in scriptures. All right. Then you can figure out any further technicalities or disagreements or something like that. You work on that. I'm going to go focus on people who don't believe those things and try to show them why those things are true. You can't get your minds around that. It's like, no, I should have a problem if I'm not Eastern Orthodox. I should have a problem with AP going in that direction. And everything you were just saying about
conflict.
AP, but
actually, this conflict is great. It's great that we got to this point too. The conflict is actually pretty simple. If it is the case that Jay Dyer, his mission is to destroy all non-Orthodox arguments, all non-Orthodox denominations, he goes after all of them. That is what his primary edict is and what his job in that space is.
Okay.
In fact, in many ways, I live vicariously through that. He's a hero of mine. If it is, in fact, the case that he's commissioned to do this,
Okay.
he is going to go after all of you guys. You agree
Okay.
with that, right?
Yeah, So what?
Okay, great. So if we agree to that, wouldn't it also stand to reason that Darwinists and others are going to, in a bad faith manner, utilize various things, which he says, whether he goes and agrees with them or not, in order to attack you? And wouldn't it still be the case that you think that the anti-Muslim alliance is more important than whether or not orthodoxy is true, right?
Not. I don't even know what you're talking about.
Well, here, let me draw the parallel.
No.
No,
Jay,
you don't want me to?
No,
Okay.
hang on. Just let me respond to what you said so far. Jay Dyer, being Orthodox and thinking all other people aren't Christians or something like that, and going out and trying to respond to all these or refute them. You wouldn't hear me objecting to that. Why? I'm friends with Anthony Rogers. He's a diehard Calvinist. He actually responds to other people. So I don't have a problem with this. I'm just not particularly interested in it. What I would have a problem with, I don't have a problem with Jay going out and saying, I'm going to refute you all. I'm going to show you all aren't even Christians. Okay, if you can show that, cool. Let me know after you do it. Then I'll know.
But you won't debate him on what the true church is?
Why would he want to debate me? I don't even know it. I don't even know what the guys believe. Do you really, dude? Seriously, do you realize you guys are exactly like the Dawa guys right now? I mean, exactly. It's one of the reasons I don't trust you guys at all.
Actually, it's the other way.
Exactly.
You guys are exactly like the Dawa guys.
What did I start out by saying that the Dawa guys do? They look for people who don't know the Dawa script so they can run the Dawa script on people. If you know the Dawa script, if you know their arguments and stuff like that and how to respond to them, they won't come near you. We go to the speaker's corner, they run to other parts of the park because they don't want to. They don't want to interact. They don't want to interact with people.
I'm not running to any other end of the park. I'm here confronting you in your bullshit and your logical fucking nonsense to your face. And by the way, pointing this out, not only are we not acting like the Darwinist guys,
you're acting exactly like them.
Acting like the Darwinist guys.
Let me explain. Let me explain how you're acting like them.
The cause is more important than the truth, David.
No, that's not. My goodness.
That's what you're saying.
Oh.
It is.
Well, let me explain why you are exactly like the Dawa guys, right? There are plenty of people out there who want to debate Protestantism versus Catholicism, Eastern Orthodox and stuff, and they study that and they study the differences. Who do you and Jay keep saying, we got to debate this with this guy? The guy who doesn't study it and who I don't even disagree with you strongly enough on an issue to want to be interested in it. I don't disagree with you strongly enough. When people ask me, I say I'm a Protestant by default just because I haven't joined the Catholic Church or the Eastern Orthodox Church. I became a Christian. I was in a jail cell with a Bible, studying it to try to refute a Christian. And I ended up trying to refute a Christian. I end up becoming a Christian. And then I'm just in jail and in prison. I'm just in jail and in prison. And then I find out years later that I'm not a real Christian because I have to join this church.
Yeah, right. So you don't want to debate your ideology. You want to stick with anti-Muslim stuff.
What ideology? No.
The ideology.
And that's what I'm saying. That's what I'm saying. You guys sound.
No,
it's a complete misrepresentation. You can't get your minds around the idea.
Let me get it out. How would you even know? Calm down and let me at least get it out, and then you can spurg about it, David.
Then I'm going to be able to talk.
So first, of course.
I'll be able to respond.
I just let you talk, and then I just tried to make a response, and you cut in.
I didn't even finish. I didn't finish my point.
Yes, you did finish your point.
No, I did
you paused.
not.
That's why I finally said something.
I did not finish my point.
Is it the case then, right? You want to be left alone to go after Islam. That whatever ideology you're banking on to make a refutation to Islam is exactly the ideology that Jay Dyer wants to debate with you. That's the whole point, right? Isn't that the whole point?
Christianity?
Well, he doesn't consider it Christianity.
Does he reject the existence of God?
First of all, if you're giving parameters for what you think is Christianity, it sounds like that's up for debate, right?
Why wouldn't he debate someone who actually studies this stuff? That's what I'm saying. You're looking for people who specifically say, I've never studied Eastern Orthodoxy.
So you're just anti-Muslim.
No, I'm just Christian. I don't study these other issues.
What do you appeal to? What do you appeal to make refutations to Islam besides the ideology itself? You claim that there's another ideology which is true, Christianity, correct?
Mm-hmm.
Okay, so then if that's the case, the appeal that you're making to whatever that true statement is exactly what Jay Dyer wants to debate with you. Very bizarre to me.
And I don't study
that
him.
For some reason.
Following your reasoning.
Okay.
Following your reasoning. In order for me to even be able to go and respond to Muslims, I would have to refute Mormonism, because they say they're the true church. I'd have to refute Seventh-day Adventists. I'd have to refute Catholics. I'd have to refute Eastern Orthodox, and every different group that I disagree with even slightly, to the point where if someone's saying,
that doesn't logically follow.
We have incense in our church, and I say, well, I don't have incense. We have to debate this, and I have to do all of this before I actually go out and engage with Muslims.
That doesn't logically follow. The idea here wouldn't be that you must make refutations to all other religions in order to go debate with Muslims.
No, just everyone who says they're the true church. I have to refute them.
Hang on, calm down. The idea here, though, would be indeed that if you were challenged on the truth of your own religion, if you were interested in what is true, that you would want to engage in that idea, right? That's the whole point of apologetics. Very easy for you to go after these low IQ idiot Muslims who are low IQ, and I demonstrated it many times, right? Whole different thing, though, for you to have to actually engage in the very beliefs that you're attempting to use to destroy Islam. What if you're basing all of those things on a false belief? That's Jay's entire point, which sounds rational, reasonable to me.
I'm basing Jesus' death, resurrection, and deity on a false belief?
It's possible that you could have the details of this wrong, which lead to a false belief. Yes.
Oh, okay. Well, then, I mean, I've debated Jesus' resurrection and deity and so on. So,
but you won't debate what is the true church, though.
Well, if I do that, then I'd have to respond to everyone who claims to be the true church, right? So that would be Mormons. That would be Seventh-day Adventists.
No, that would
I have to refute them all, right? I have to refute them all before I can go and engage with Muslims.
Yeah. Again, that wouldn't follow. That before you could engage with Muslims, you would need to do that.
I would have to know that I have the true church, and according to you, that means refute everyone who says I'm not the true. I'm not in the true church.
I mean, generally speaking, that's what Christian apologetics is you're actually trying to make a case for what you believe is Christianity. That is Christian apologetics.
And
you don't
in order
do that.
before I go outside the church, I have to respond to every group that claims to be the true church.
No,
and I can't go out and do evangelism. We can't obey.
Doesn't follow. Just making it up. Doesn't follow.
It obviously follows.
No, it doesn't follow.
You said if Jay's saying you're not following the true church, then you have to debate him. Okay, well, if a Mormon's saying I don't follow the true church, I have to debate him. And Seventh-day Adventist says I'm not following the true church, I have to debate him.
Didn't say you had to debate any of them, did I? Just making all of that up. What I said specifically. If I don't
debate them, then I don't.
I'm just trying to determine if you're just an anti-Muslim apologist or a Christian apologist. That's the determination I'm trying to make, because I want to figure out which one's actually important to you: the anti-Muslim alliance which you forged, or the actual truth of what the actual church is. If it's orthodoxy, not orthodoxy, if it is what you believe or not what you believe. If it is the case that it's the anti-Muslim alliance, which you believe is the thing, the goal, that's the thing that's the most important, then Jay has every fucking business going after you guys. Of course he does.
Can you like get your mind around the idea that some people just believe, okay, this is the core of Christianity, and so I'm good with that, and if we're on the same page with that, I'm good with that, and not have to refute everyone who says I'm not the true church?
Yes, but nobody's saying anything like this. So to answer your question super directly, you cannot engage with people you don't want to engage with. Nobody's saying that you can't. But the idea that Jay would conceive of you as being a fucking grifter if he thinks that you hold false beliefs and refuse to fucking defend them in order to cast out a wide net. What's a
belief that he would need to refuse?
Stop, calm down. If it is the case that Jay believes that you all are grifting because you hold false beliefs and you know they're false so bad that you won't even defend them.
Wait. I know my beliefs are false.
Point. Oh my goodness. I'm almost done. Okay. So I'll start over again. If it's the case that Jay believes that you hold false beliefs and you refuse to defend those false beliefs and are utilizing them in order to advance your anti-Muslim coalition over what is true, it sounds like he has a legitimate gripe for why you're fucking grifters. Yes.
No, that would be stupid.
How?
How would it be stupid to say this guy doesn't defend this, therefore he's a grifter?
That's not what I said. Can you steel man my argument at least?
It sounds like you're saying if Jay believes that since we don't, I don't even know what I'm supposed to defend. That
can you steel man the argument?
I'm trying. I don't know what you would be referring to as far as.
Then I'll repeat it, and then maybe you can steel man it. So I'll steel man any of yours anytime you ask me to. So let's make it super simple. If it is the case that Jay Dyer believes that a bunch of ecumenists are more interested in an anti-Muslim alliance than they are interested in what is true for salvation in Christianity, What is true for that? The thing that gives you the best chance for salvation. And he believes that you're not being completely upfront with people about which denominations you're part of because you want to draw the biggest net for the most amount of money, because you're an anti-Muslim alliance rather than a pro-Christian alliance. I think that he has every business calling you grifters.
Okay, so you're saying the inference is justified. That's where we would disagree, right? If he's
what inference is what
if
do you
he's
mean?
saying
what are you talking about?
You're not out there defending your particular denomination and saying my denomination is correct and all other denominations are wrong. If you're not
Wrong. That's
doing
incorrect.
that,
So just that part I'll correct. Is the anti-Muslim coalition of people who don't even necessarily scripturally agree with each other more important than what is actually the truth of the faith? That is the question. And if it's the case that he thinks you profit on the anti-Muslim coalition at the expense of the truth of the faith, he has every business calling you a grifter. Yes.
no, that's ridiculous. I wasn't going around defending.
How is it ridiculous?
I wasn't going around defending my denomination. Neither was IP. IP was making videos for years. He didn't share his denomination before he ever said a word about Islam. So what was that? Was he
So what?
was he just on the?
What does that have to do with anything?
Okay,
Answer to
so
my argument.
You said it's a good inference. So it would
is
be
a good
it
inference,
would be a
yes.
good inference if that's the best explanation. And he's making a inference
is
to
the best
That's
explanation.
not the best explanation.
Okay, what's the best explanation?
The
He just
best
gets mad at Christians more successful than him, like you said on Twitter. I'm a Christian and I'm more successful than Jay Dyer. Way more successful than all of you fuckers, in fact. Who do I go at? I'm not going after you fucking people. I don't care about you people for the most part. Tell you went after one of my buddies. So, like, when is Jay going to come after me, bro? When's he going to come after me and tear me down and rip me down because I'm a more successful Christian in this
You're
space?
in the camp. You're in the camp with him.
What the fuck does that mean?
Hey, you're here defending him.
I thought it was all Christians. Who does he consider more Christian than another Orthodox? Why isn't he tearing me down?
I don't even know what you're talking about. Avery. He's going after Avery. Avery all of a sudden becomes part. So keep in mind, we're all like this, right? We're on the same camp. We're not attacking Eastern Orthodoxy or defending our own denomination. Therefore, we're all grifters. Why is he going after Avery?
Because he believes that Avery and you guys are
But he
more
went after
interested.
Avery. He went after Avery.
Yeah.
Why? It had nothing to do with Avery being way more popular than him.
No, it didn't. I'm way more popular than Avery.
You're in the
Why is he
camp
going
with him.
after
You're on
me?
his side, right?
That would give him more incentive to go after me to dethrone the
I'm
king,
not,
baby.
I'm not saying that. You take the guy. This guy's becoming really popular, and got to go after him. Not people
You
on
mean
his
like
side.
me? Why isn't he going after me?
You're on the same. You're in. You guys aren't in the same group.
What does that mean? What group? You mean we're both Orthodox? There's lots of disagreements.
Let me break it down. He thinks all of us. Hang on, just let you look. I keep letting you talk, and then as soon as I start responding, you interrupt. If he thinks all of us are just grifters because we think, okay, here's the core Christian beliefs that we all agree on, and we're fine with that. We're focused on people who reject these core beliefs. And that's what we're focused on. He thinks we're all grifters. Why is he going after Avery?
Because
it has nothing to do with him being popular.
Wait, by that inference, you just gave it yourself. That's so perfect. David Wood says, well, then if it's the case that Jay Dyer believes that all these core beliefs are wrong and we're all grifters, then why would he go after Avery? Well, duh, David, you just gave us the argument yourself because he would think Avery's a grifter, right?
Yeah, but why him? We're all grifters according to him, right?
He's going after all of you. Or haven't you noticed?
He wasn't focusing on Avery.
He's focusing on all of you. Who cares who he starts with?
He wasn't focusing on Avery. He went to the Dawa guys and said, yeah, we're all grifters.
Wait a second. You're saying that the only reason he targeted Avery is because...
Nope.
Okay, no.
No.
So then the reason he targeted Avery?
And hang on. And by the way, to be clear, and I said this in my opening, after he said, yes, he's a grifter. And I said, oh, we can just say
why he would think that.
We can just say what people's motivations are. Okay, he's jealous. So I was paralleling him, and then he flipped out over it. He flipped out because I called him jealous. We were calling this guy a grifter. I can make an inference saying this guy is jealous when he goes after the guy who's becoming super popular, right? And going
It's really
and
funny,
going to the
though,
Muslims to
because
agree with him.
5 seconds ago, you just gave me the inference that Jay Dyer's job is to go after all the beliefs that he doesn't agree with, and that's what his job is. Because if they're doing this in the set that I gave you, then that would make them grifters. So why is he going after Avery? This actually answers the very question.
I'm saying it's a terrible inference, and you said it's a good inference.
How is it a terrible inference?
It's a terrible inference.
How?
Because it rules out the idea that there are some Christians who just think, I don't even care about the denominational differences. I believe in Christianity. I believe in Christianity. I'm fine with what we agree on. And our concern is for people who reject the existence of God, reject Jesus' death by crucifixion, death for sins, reject the resurrection. What? We want to talk to them. If we spend all our time debating other Christians, then great.
It rules that in, actually. You're making my inference for me. You're saying, why can't he just understand that there's a bunch of us who we don't have exactly the same beliefs, but we just think Jesus is the way, man. And the Muslims, it's way more important to go after the Muslims than it is for us to have this infighting.
No one has to say this. I was this way before I ever said one word about Islam. IP was this way before he ever said one word about Islam. There are people. There are people who just say, "Okay, here are the basics of Christianity. Yeah. I'm fine with that." If someone else wants to argue these things and get to some solutions on these other issues, great. You guys go out and study them, and if you ever resolve them, let us know. In the meantime, look at all these people out there who don't believe in Jesus. We would like to focus on that. And you're just saying, if you do that, if you say, hey, we want to focus on
believe in whose version? Well, wait. When you say there's a bunch of people.
Did Jesus die on the cross for sins? Did Jesus die on the cross for sins?
Actually, this is great. Hang on. So what you're saying here is there's a bunch of people out there who don't know Jesus. Got it. That's a dogmatic claim. When you're making dogmatic claims, it's dependent upon dogma and worldview. And you have a dogmatic worldview, which you advocate. Jay Dyer says this dogmatic worldview is false, and that what you're doing and what all of these guys are doing.
So what? Atheists say it's false. So what?
I get it.
I'm not building my life around what someone says.
Yeah, I get it. Calm down. We're talking about the inference. So if it's the case that there's an inference here from Jay Dyer that all of you guys refuse to actually debate any of your beliefs, that would be Ruslan, that would be you, that would be God Logic, that would be even Inspiring Philosophy, and many of you guys I like. But all of you are unwilling completely to debate the actual views, which you're apologetic about, which would be the dogmas from which you base your entire reason for even going after Islam to begin with. Then he has a good standing to believe that you're basically casting the widest net for the most amount of money for the very purpose of the grift, sir.
That's beyond idiotic. That is idiotic.
How?
That's his reason.
It
doesn't correspond to reality.
Yes, it does correspond. No, it doesn't.
You're saying
it's what the true church is.
I've never studied that stuff.
Right.
Leave that to people.
It corresponds to reality that your dogma could be incorrect, and you care more about anti-Muslim.
What dogma?
Than you do dogma.
What dogma do I hold that I should be worried about being incorrect?
Things like apostolic succession. You should probably hold to monarchical Trinitarianism. All sorts of various things that would be within the dogmatic belief structure of Jay Dyer that is not in your dogmatic belief structure. These things specifically are the things which you would bank on.
And hang on, I should debate those issues. No, I should debate issues. I should debate those. I should debate what? What should I debate with them? What should I debate with them?
Why do you keep saying that you need to debate? That's not my point. My point is that his inference that you grift is a good inference, not whether or not you debate.
That we grift. Okay, let me just back it up right now. So in my cell, way back in the day, because I'm guessing according to him, I never became a Christian. I wouldn't even had the ability because I'm not even aware of any Eastern Orthodox people around there. So I was incapable with a Bible of becoming a Christian on my own. So I'm sitting there. I go from 235 pounds down to under 150. I'm getting a rash all over my body. I can't stop drooling off the side of the bed. And I eventually conclude, no, Jesus did rise from the dead, at least as far as I can tell right now. Let me pray. I pray, and all of a sudden I go from wanting to kill every person on the planet to not wanting to hurt anyone. Everything changes. It looks like the entire world is different. And then all of a sudden, I want to help people. And I'm reading the Bible, just coming along later and saying, you're not a Christian. You're not the true church. You're not part of the true church. You already sound weird. But can it be?
Wait, what does that mean? You sound weird. What the hell does that mean?
That I didn't become a Christian.
It sounds weird that you found God,
me and God in a cell. I can't become a Christian, and I didn't. I never became a Christian, and so I'm still what? I'm a guy who believes in God and believes in Jesus and believes he died on the cross for sins and rose from the dead and so on. But I'm not a Christian because I haven't joined that church, and I didn't even have the opportunity back then, and therefore I was just never a Christian, and I'm something else. Okay, can you understand? Can you get your mind around the idea that just based on me reading the Bible, going with what it says, believing what it says, that I at least believe that I'm a Christian based on those things, even if
100% believe you believe it, yes.
Even if Jay were correct, and then I think, okay, I'm a Christian.
Yes,
I go on.
I believe you believe that, yes.
Yeah, okay. So if you believe that I believe that I'm a Christian, and I believe that, and you believe that I believe that what's required to become a Christian is believing in Jesus' death, resurrection, and deity, and so on.
Well, that I'm less clear on.
Okay, but can you get your mind around the idea that I believe that is what makes me a Christian? And when I look around, when I look around years later and stuff, and they're saying, no, you have to become a Catholic. No, you have to become Orthodox. No, you have to be this. And I'm saying, and I'm sitting here saying, okay, you've got all these guys who study this all their lives, and it's still not resolved. You guys go deal with that. I'm going to focus on what I think I'm here to do. I'm going to focus on those things. No, I have to somehow get to the bottom of this and conclude what the true church is before I go do all of these things, or I don't care about the truth, and I don't care about God, and I don't care about reality, and I'm a grifter. That's awful. That's awful.
Let's find out.
That's terrible.
Let's put it to the test. A bunch of Mormons come out against Islam. Okay, that's what they do. They come out, they're against Islam. They say it's completely false. It's untrue. Would you take Mormons to task on their beliefs, even though they're attacking Islam?
If they're attacking Islam and they're correct, I would agree with their attacks. I would agree with an atheist if he was
would you take
Islam.
That's not my question. My question is, would you take Mormons to task, even though they're attacking Islamists, on their beliefs, even though it is the case that they're attacking Islamists?
I would leave that to someone who studies Mormonism. This is what I mean. I can't get my mind around the idea that I'm going to focus on a bunch of stuff that I don't know about.
So you would leave that to somebody who actually
someone who studies that stuff,
like Jay Dyer.
If he knows Mormonism, absolutely.
Yeah, great, got it.
What?
So you're saying, here, if Jay Dyer goes and attacks these Mormons and says your fucking beliefs are just as false as their beliefs, he's not in error, correct?
No, Mormon. I mean, I'm trying to figure out the math of what is worse. I think Islam is worse than Mormonism, but if you're talking about
I understand.
Okay,
but they both are false beliefs.
I would have zero problem. I would have zero problem with Jay. That needs to be done. That's an important branch.
What if he said the reason you fucking Mormons are going after these Muslims, and instead of arguing your own belief structure, right, is because specifically it brings you in a lot of fucking money, and you can't actually defend your own beliefs. You can only attack these beliefs. Is Jay now justified in making that claim about them?
I don't know. What if it's Mormons who say no? That the guys who defend Mormonism are against the objections of Eastern Orthodox, or those guys over there. Go debate with them. I think of Christians as a body, and I in particular, if I study,
hang on. I want an actual answer because I didn't get one. Would Jay, if he went to Mormons and said you're all a bunch of fucking grifters with a false belief structure, all of your belief structures are completely fucking false, you stupid ass Mormons, all of you, okay? So I'm going after your beliefs and their beliefs, and the only reason I think that you're attacking Muslims is because you will not defend your own ideology against somebody who's competent. Does that sound like a reasonable induction to you?
No.
No, of course not.
No,
of
no,
course not.
No,
What's unreasonable about it?
You can have Mormons.
Yes,
so you got the Mormon church. You've got the Mormon church, right? You've got the Mormon church. And if some Mormons say, "Hey, what I think I'm here for is to reach Muslims or to refute Islam or something like that," we've got other guys who focus on defending Mormonism. If you want to debate the guys who actually focus on it.
All inductions have assumptions. You can't name an induction anywhere that doesn't have an assumption.
My only point there is you shouldn't assume grifter. It could just be some people focus on different things.
My question is, why shouldn't he assume that? If it's the case that they will
because
always
there are
go
better
after
explanations. There are better explanations.
What is the better explanation to
some people don't study certain things and they leave that to other people so that they can focus. Let me break it down right now. I can only study a few things, right? I'm one person. I have a certain amount of time in a day. I have a certain amount of time left in my life. With one exception,
I agree.
With one exception, every male in my family dies right around 50. I'm 50. So I don't know and they all die of heart attacks. So I don't know if I'm dying this year, a year from now, 2 years from now.
But let's assume
I've got
not
stuff
a
I'm
single.
trying.
But let's assume not a single Muslim, or a single Mormon, not one single Mormon will debate their ideology, but they will always debate against Muslim ideology, but all of them refuse to defend their own ideology who are part of this anti-Muslim Mormon alliance. Would you think that it would be fair that the reason that they refuse to defend their own ideology is because they probably can't, and they make a lot of money and impact, though, attacking Islam? Doesn't that seem fair?
No,
it doesn't.
No, there could be.
All right,
because there could be other reasons. Because you're making tons of money or something like that. What if it's just that's not what these guys are interested in?
Yeah, listen. It could be. It could be many other things.
What if it's the world is full of people attacking Mormonism and stuff like that. We need to deal with Islam.
It could be 10,000 other reasons. That wouldn't make the induction bad, David.
It does if it's not the best explanation.
No, it says who's going to make the determination? It's the best explanation, other than the subject who's making the induction.
Here's the thing. Look.
Here's the thing. I would switch topics too.
I'm not changing the subject, right? It's like let me give a parallel here. It's like when if you say anything in support of Israel or something like that, someone says you're being paid. Well, you can say that and so on. Suppose you just know you're not being paid. Suppose you know you're not being paid, but someone is saying, right? Then, you might start thinking, okay, if they're saying it about me and I'm not getting paid, and they're saying about this guy and, he's my friend, I know he's not getting paid and this guy's not getting paid. Okay, maybe people are making a sloppy, hasty inference here, and maybe they should be considering the fact that maybe some people just disagree with them and disagree with that position, and they affirm that position, and that's why they're saying these kinds of things. So here's what I'm saying: if you're saying what you're doing is for the grift, it's for money or something like that, and I'm thinking, I know my entire history, I've always been like this. I've never been concerned about the differences between different groups and so on. I've always just been kind of, these are the basics of Christianity. And if you believe in those basics, I consider you a Christian. And here's what I believe I am on this earth to do, because everything in my experience sort of pushed me in this direction. You get this guy who comes along and, nope, you're not doing this. Therefore, you're a grifter. And I see him doing that with other people like Avery, who rolls up in front of mosque.
When people call me a grifter, I bring them up. Defend myself, drag their face to the mud, and enjoy it the entire time.
I don't care. That's you. So you're saying
demonstrate.
You're saying you.
Hang on, stop. Because I can demonstrate it's not
not relevant.
So the inference is false. In this particular case, all of the Mormons refuse to defend any of it, ever. because they actually can't. That would be the inference. They probably can't actually defend it. Now, I'm not saying
okay, and that would mean they're grifters.
Yeah,
if you want to say they won't defend it, and therefore they're poorly equipped apologists who don't want to get into the debate ring or something like that. I would say, okay, you can make that. Concluding therefore grifters. Hang on. Grifters. That's the problem.
No. It's not the conclusion of therefore grifters that's even a problem. The conclusion of therefore grifters would be, but they do make an awful lot of money going after Islam. They do make a lot of money because lots of people are anti-Islam, and that promotes their church and that promotes their ideology, and that gives them lots of money. That seems like a powerful inference. They could be anti-Islam. That's true, right? I wouldn't even dispute that would be true. But that doesn't necessarily mean that that's the primary motivation that they're going after this for, if it's the case that they refuse to question the very base grounding from which they go after it. That's the whole point. Now, for me, from my view, specifically, I don't give a shit, right? I don't care if you fucking guys go after Islam all day, every day. I think it's great. I go after Islam all the time, and I go after progressives, and I go after liberals, and I go after all worldviews that I think are dog shit, and I fucking wreck them all day long. I think it's fantastic. It's great. But here's the problem. The problem is when you say he has no business calling Avery a grifter because there's no logical inference there that would determine that. It's like, that's not true. Not only is that not true, but I've given multiple demonstrations of why Jay might think that, and it's a reasonable inference.
No, it's not.
Disagree with the inference, but all you're doing is saying you just should never infer that. It's like, why not? It sounds totally reasonable to infer that.
No. Now
yes.
let's make your analogy more accurate, because you're saying these Mormons won't defend any Mormon beliefs.
Yeah.
Avery doesn't defend the Trinity, Jesus' death for sins, his resurrection, his divine nature, and so on. So to make it more accurate, suppose you had a group of Mormons.
To who? Muslims?
Yeah, all the time.
Yeah, exactly.
And Jehovah's Witnesses and anyone who calls in. What are you talking about?
Right. So to get this right, he defends his position specifically against Mormons and against Jehovah's Witnesses, against easy targets. Right?
He defends it against people who reject it, who call into his show. I seriously don't understand what this problem. But again, to make the analogy,
can you tell me where Avery's ever defended his ideology against an Orthodox apologist even once?
Let me give my example here.
Can you? Can
I finish? Because you're going off to another. You never even let me respond to anything.
All right, go ahead.
All right.
Go ahead, dude.
So suppose the issue with the Mormons, right? You've got the Mormons, and they do defend. They're going out. They're criticizing Islam. They're saying Muhammad's a false prophet. Don't believe in this guy. And they are defending the Book of Mormon. Joseph Smith is a true prophet. They're defending all the core Mormon beliefs. But there's this other sect of Mormonism that says they're the true Mormonism. Suppose this one group of Mormons, they defend all the basics of Mormonism. They don't like responding to that other group. And so they focus on Islam. You're saying it would just be it would just be obvious that they're grifters.
Yeah, hang on.
Because
we can get
they're
this back to
defending
this,
defending Mormonism, but they're not defending it against some other Mormon group that says they're the true Mormonism.
And
you'd say therefore they're grifters. I would just say nope.
I'll get back to this in 1 second, but you actually just lied to me. You said that this. Yeah, I can prove it.
What?
You said that this was not that this was on GL stream and not live stream. Life was actually hosting it, and it was on Avery's second channel. So you're full of shit, David.
That's Life. Life runs GodLogic 2.0.
So he raided in to his own channel. Yes, his own channel where this was going on, and it was not GL. It was being hosted by Life on his second channel. You're full of shit, bro. I'm looking at it right now.
Hang on. I don't know what you're talking about. So I said Avery rated Life stream and Life rated the other stream. That's just what I heard.
Yeah, you're wrong. You're literally fucking wrong. I'm looking at it right this second.
Okay, then I would be wrong. But what actually happened?
So how did you make such a bad logical induction there, David?
I didn't.
That's weird.
I didn't. People said that's what everyone's flipping out over.
You just didn't go look. You didn't bother.
What are you saying?
Before you went after
happened?
Jay Dyer?
Wait. So Life rated? Are you saying Avery? Okay, let me put it this way. Are you saying Avery rated another stream?
I'll tell you specifically.
Okay.
You said that this was on GL stream. Nope.
What?
It was on a stream hosted by Life on Avery's second channel he raided into. That's what actually happened.
What I said was Avery is on Avery's channel, God Logic Apologetics.
Yeah.
Avery rated at the end of his live stream. He rated Life's
His second
live
channel.
stream. Yeah, but it's
His
Life.
second channel.
That's Life.
His second
Okay,
channel.
You're blaming Avery.
Come on, dude. This is so bad. This is so bad. You literally were full of shit. You said he rated into GL stream. He didn't. He rated into live stream on Avery's second channel.
Wait. I said what? I said Avery on God Logic rated Life's stream, then Life rated the other stream. That's
he
not
didn't.
what happened?
No, he rated in to live stream, right?
Who did?
Life was hosting JL, Avery.
Oh, so he rated Life's stream, Life,
His
buddy.
stream.
Okay.
His second channel.
Okay.
He rated into it. He was hosting GL. And yes, it was during the time that these guys were going after.
Life was hosting GL? Who, God Logic?
Yeah.
What? Wait,
yes.
He's on one live stream. Hang on. I still don't even understand what
I'm sorry. Hang on. Let me make sure I got it right. This was on GL's stream. Okay. So Life was hosting. It was on Avery's second channel. It was on his second channel, and it got rated to JP. That's what actually happened.
So Life rated JP's channel.
Yeah, Life was hosting. Okay,
but
Life on Avery's second channel.
Okay,
I was on the
and
second
Avery
channel,
is involved.
Yes.
Hang on. Avery was streaming on God Logic. Life, streaming on God Logic 2.0, was hosting a debate with Elijah Johnson on the deity of Jesus.
Then they rated out. Yes.
What does
to JP?
That's exactly what I said. What are you talking about?
That's not
exactly
what you
said. I said Avery rated Life's channel, and then Life goes on and raids the other one. That's exactly what happened. Avery rated Life's stream.
You didn't tell us that was his second channel.
What? It's called. What are you talking about, dude? What do you think? If life is no, this is beyond ridiculous. If Avery finishes his stream and he says, "Hey everyone, Life is live. Go over there," and they go over there, and then Life is finishing, and Life says, "Hey everyone, JP's live. Go over there." How are you getting Avery just because the channel's named after him, but it's 2.0 because it's a different guy?
I'm going to explain it to you. So the sequence of events actually is that you tried to negate the idea that
what I just said is exactly what I said earlier. If something didn't happen, then I would be wrong.
Then great. I'll tell you what happened. At least my understanding of what happened here is that this was actually being hosted on Avery's second channel. I may have explained this wrong, but I'll explain it correctly now. It was hosted on Avery's second channel. He rated out to JP. Now, Avery claimed that Life didn't know that this was going on, even though Life was in the chat. Okay, he was in the chat while this was going on. So they clearly knew that while this, Orthodox convert they were talking him out of it, that this was going on. So yes, they knew.
So
that's the point.
You're saying Life knew.
Yeah.
Okay, what does this have to do with Avery?
He claimed Life didn't know, even though Life was in the chat.
Oh, well, you can take that up, but did Avery do it?
Well, he made a claim that was untrue, yes.
Okay,
that's the point.
You'd have to address that with him. I didn't make any claim that was untrue. I said
Avery
rated Life stream, Life rated the other stream. That's exactly what happened.
A claim. Yeah, this sounds like a claim.
I'm saying I have no reason to think that Avery was like targeting Eastern Orthodoxy and saying we have to secretly destroy Eastern Orthodoxy. I've been hanging out with Avery a long time. I've not heard him say one word about Eastern Orthodoxy or trying to destroy it.
When did I make that claim? When did I make that claim?
You just said I completely misrepresented the situation and so on, and that
you did.
This is somehow the justification.
You did misrepresent it.
How?
But when did I make the claim that Avery is secretly trying to destroy Orthodox? You just made that up.
No, that's what the online OrthoBros were saying because he rated the stream, and so
nobody's
even though
saying
he doesn't
that, you
defend
just made it up. You just literally made it up.
No one was saying that Avery was going after Eastern Orthodoxy, and that's what started this whole thing. You're saying that?
No. What I'm saying specifically is that what the complaint is from the Orthodox community is that you guys are all part of a network, which is true. You're all part of a network. That's fair enough. I don't care, right?
Yeah.
Streamers are often part of networks. In fact, it's probably the best way to promote each other. But as part of
that's
this,
what we do. One person's
I get it.
streaming. We'll
This
send
is
everyone to the
not
next live stream.
this is not being refuted.
Okay.
Okay, I do the same exact thing within people within my own network. Okay, that's going to happen. What the claim is that these guys were purposely going out of their way to make sure that an Orthodox inquirer and convert got wooed away from orthodoxy. That Life, who is on the second channel, is my understanding, okay, knew about this, and Avery denied any culpability because Life wasn't there when he was. That seems to be what the overarching complaint is. Now, even if this is the case, I'm even willing. Hang on.
This is the message from Jay Dyer. This is the message from Jay Dyer. God Logic is promoting and boosting the absolute stupidest Protestant attacks on Orthodoxy, JP and Mahler, while playing neutral and friendly. So the claim is that Avery is pretending. He's pretending to be neutral, but he's not really neutral. He's actually promoting the attacks.
He does. Well, no, he didn't say that. We'll read it again.
Promoting and boosting the absolute stupidest Protestant attacks on Orthodoxy while playing neutral. And if you say playing neutral, that means you're not really neutral, right?
Yeah, correct.
Okay, so Avery's not really neutral. He's pretending to be. Okay, and
that's what Jay Dyer thinks. Yes.
Okay, and the evidence for that was because you said no, we're not saying that. That's exactly what Jay Dyer himself said.
He's saying that he boosted these.
Yeah, but if you say playing neutral and friendly, lol, then that sounds like you're saying he's not actually neutral. He's not neutral and friendly.
That's because he doesn't. That's because he doesn't believe he is.
Hence the surreptitiously pushing people over there, knowing that we're blasting away at Eastern Orthodoxy, Avery.
Yeah.
This is Avery's diabolical plot. Again, I've been around for years, never heard one complaint about any Christian denomination.
That's where you're failing, though, is when you get to this is all part of Avery's diabolical plot. What Jay Dyer said there specifically was, no, what's going on is he's boosting the dumbest Protestants on planet Earth, right? And these Protestants that he's boosting are attacking Orthodox Christians, which is in fact the case.
But he said playing neutral and friendly, lol. So he's just pretending to be
neutral.
So
he couldn't be playing friendly and neutral if it's the case that Life was actually in the stream and he knew about it, right?
That would have nothing to do with it.
That doesn't sound very neutral.
No. If I, at the end of one of my live streams, say, hey, everyone, Life is live, go over to him, and then he sends someone over, how are you getting that? I'm just pretending to be neutral because I sent some people over.
Because why would you hide the fact that why would you say Life isn't there when Life is in the chat?
Dude, I have no knowledge of anything you're saying right now. So
well, then that says that it doesn't sound like neutrality, right? That wouldn't be neutrality. That would be something else. And so Jay Dyer obviously has some good motivation there to think this. Now, again, I'm not making these claims. It's not important. What's important is whether or not Jay Dyer believes it before you start calling him a cultist and everything else. You could dispute his claims or say his claims are bad or any number of different things.
I'm not calling him a cultist because of this. I'm calling him a cultist because of his followers, how they act. It's pretty creepy.
The same way that your followers act?
They don't act like this.
What? Okay, levy a single claim against his followers. I can't claim against yours. And literally, I can go through your own X with followers that I've probably argued with and find the exact same shit. Go ahead.
Mm-hmm. I can bring up anything, any area of disagreement with Jay, including especially things where I think, because this is the only time I ever bring it up, he's wrong, and I'm not sure he's aware of what's going on right now, but he's helping Dawa guys attack people who are destroying Dawa, and the response is, why are you running from him on debating the true church? Over and over again. Yeah. And that in name calling. Okay, if I do something and people are like, wow, David is really helping Dawa guys with this, and it's, well, why don't you debate him on this that has nothing to do with the criticism?
That would have nothing to do with cultism, nothing. The same exact claim would be levied the other way. It would just be in opposition. Why are you OrthoBros enabling Darwinism? Why are you enabling Darwinism? Why are you helping the Darwinist? Why are you OrthoBros doing that? That's your whole fucking chat, dude, doing the same exact shit that you're accusing Jay's chat of doing.
They are. Because
they are, because it's a fucking cult, David. You got a fucking cult.
No, that is what the guys are doing. I'm not talking about my followers. That you are helping the Dawa guys and going to their.
That's in fact just a cult leader talking point, which I already refuted as not being true. And we showed and demonstrated it's not true because there's no possible way I could ever attack you online, which the Darwinists couldn't use. So I'm always emboldening the Darwinists, David.
You still don't get the difference between me going to someone who is a known compulsive liar and giving him the thumbs up on his latest attack, where I don't have any good evidence beyond they don't defend their own denomination and don't announce their own denomination. Therefore, they don't really believe the stuff, and they're just grifters, which is insanely stupid because there are plenty of people who think that way. You guys settle all this stuff.
What is that? That's just an appeal to a majority. Oh, there's plenty of people who believe this. So what?
Right.
That's
if there are plenty of people, if there are plenty of people, if you know there are plenty of people who just stick to the core beliefs of Christianity and are happy and believe they are here to defend those to people who reject them, and they're not interested in other issues, and they regard those as not essential, and they focus on what they regard as essential. If there are plenty of people like that, then when someone is saying, I believe I'm here to help Muslims, give them the accurate information, refute the nonsense that they've been told all their lives so that they can actually accept the gospel, and you say, aha, grifter. Okay, that's a terrible inference.
You just keep saying that that's a terrible inference, but not demonstrating how.
You agreed that there are all kinds of people out there who actually believe, and aren't concerned about the denominational differences.
Do you agree that there's all kinds of people out there who agree with
Jay
Dyer?
Following.
Stop.
No.
Do you agree that there's all kinds of people out there who believe in the same things Jay Dyer believes? Do you agree with that or not?
Yeah, sure.
Okay, great. And so a lot of those people who agree with the things that Jay Dyer agrees with are going to be in his chat agreeing with him. How is that a cult?
Agreeing with him that it's good to go to compulsive liars who target people's wives and then give them the thumbs up?
Well, hang on.
Hang on.
You know what?
Hang on.
Stop. I'll just even
right.
agree. Hang on. Let me just say that I even will grant it, just for the sake of argument, that yes, they all believe that you should go to like people's wives and do horrible things and this and that and blah, 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 blah. Let's just grant it for the sake of argument. Can you tell me how that would be a cult still? If they just agree with him and that's why they're agreeing?
Oh, that's not on that issue. It's how they respond.
Well, okay, so now we're going to pivot back to that. Okay, so they respond.
No, I'm just saying if you don't seem to be able to coherently respond to anything, and in every situation all these guys react in the exact same way with the same little playbook that has nothing to do with anything.
Yeah,
that seems like a cult. If you want me to drop the word cult, I don't really care. You can call it something else. They've just
I don't want to drop the word cult.
They've picked up some really weird things. All right.
Yeah.
But following what you're saying. Well, that's an inference because you could think that you could think, well, Avery's just doing it he doesn't announce his denomination, therefore he's a grifter. I could look at this and say,
you could think that, sure.
Right. So I can say, and this would be a good inference for me to say, man, Jay Dyer went to Orthodox Muslim who's been targeting GodLogic's wife, threatening violence against Christians and so on. He threatens women with grape if they criticize Islam. And he went to him.
Bad guy.
You know what? I actually think that undercover, he's actually supporting these guys so that they can promote Islam because he wants their help. He wants the help of the Muslims and the Dawa guys and the Jihadis to do his work for him and help them go after GodLogic and destroy Protestantism and Catholicism.
You mean the same guys are already going after?
I'm making an inference about Jay. According to you, I can say, here's his behavior, and I can conclude. I can conclude that he's doing this deliberately because he wants to help the Dawa guys destroy his enemies.
Sure.
Everyone outside the Eastern Orthodox.
Yeah, do you believe that?
No, but it would be a better inference than the one. No, you were saying it would be a good inference, right? So someone could do that. So we can get from Andrew Wilson, it would be a perfectly good inference to conclude that Jay Dyer is deliberately siding with Dawa guys to destroy Protestants.
I'm willing to engage with this. Yes. You can have that inference, and I can at least understand how you got there.
And it'd be a good one.
I can at least understand how you got to that inference. But the problem with your inference is it leaves a whole bunch of shit out. I don't know what Jay's is leaving out here.
The fact that there are definitely tons of people who just focus on the basics of Christianity and reaching out to other people, and they leave other issues to other people.
And those people aren't usually in networks who refuse to defend their beliefs.
What am I leaving out?
That's not common.
What am I leaving out? You've already declared, Jay's goal is to destroy all other versions of Christianity and show that they're all wrong. Okay.
Yes.
Well, wouldn't it be interesting if he enlisted the help of the Dawa guys to attack all of these Christians out there who aren't Eastern Orthodox? And so he wants an alliance between Eastern Orthodox and Muslim Dawa clowns to attack all these other Christians.
Well, you just refuted.
I didn't refute
your own
anything.
claim.
It's a perfectly good inference.
You actually gave yourself a contradiction in your own inference, which is bizarre. Jay Dyer wants to refute all claims that are not orthodox. That would include Muslim claims.
Yeah, and you can prioritize. You can prioritize. I'm mainly concerned about getting rid of these fake Christians so that there's just the Eastern Orthodox Church, and then we can deal with Islam. You saying you can't form an alliance to target people? I mean, come on. Have you seen the LGBTQ aligning with Islam over and over and over again? The Muslims do not intend to keep that long term.
I see Islam mostly aligning with them for the purpose of mass migration, because progressives give them mass migration.
Right. So they temporarily agree with them, even though they want to wipe them out eventually.
Yeah. But you're saying
no. They couldn't form an alliance going after one group because they disagree with among themselves.
Stop, bro.
So you refuted yourself.
I'm willing to engage. You can't just blab forever. You got to let me at least have the exchange. So your inference leaves out a bunch of things, like chiefly that Jay goes out and destroys Islamists all fucking day, and they hate his guts too, and that they ran.
Not now. They love him now.
No, they still hate him.
No, they love him.
Until the next one debates him, and then they'll hate him again.
Okay, then they'll hate him. Right now, they love him.
I don't think they love him. I think they're just utilizing something he said.
You're right. They are using him as what they regard as a useful idiot. Yeah.
Okay, so they don't love him. They're just trying to use something that he said in bad faith.
They love him as a They don't love him because they don't love anyone outside.
So they don't love him.
They love him as a useful idiot. Yeah, you can love people for being a useful idiot. Okay, so
they don't love him. They just are. You're just saying they use something.
They love him because he's useful to them right now. They love him for that. Yeah.
Oh, okay. They love him because they're useful to him right now. Okay. Well, then by that same metric, isn't it the case that they should love you because you're useful to them right now when it comes to like the child essay stuff?
I'm not
whenever
useful.
that's brought
I'm not
up.
useful to them. I'm not.
How are you not useful?
What in the name of common
sense? How are you
sense?
not useful to them? I don't get it. They can use you as an attack against us.
You're saying hypothetically they could use me. No, they couldn't. It would be completely idiotic.
Why not?
He is actively helping them, and they're already using it.
How is he actively helping them? By just agreeing with a proposition. That's not active help.
No, I'm making the inference because you said it'd be a justified inference. I'm looking at his behavior. He ran to the Dawa guys, and so he wants to form an alliance between Dawa guys and Eastern Orthodox to wipe out the other branches of Christianity that he doesn't regard as Christianity, get them out of the way, because then he thinks if Christians are all united under Eastern Orthodoxy, then they can go and wipe out Islam. Your only response was, but he believes they're false too. Right, but he could prioritize.
Well, then why shouldn't
completely reasonable inference?
Yeah, then a
so I can go around saying it now. I can go around saying it all over X. Jay is uniting.
Yeah, sure.
You heard it here, guys. Jay Dyer is uniting with Dawa guys to attack Protestants and Catholics.
So a completely reasonable inference back would be that you're utilizing this and making a mountain out of a molehill in order to mobilize Protestants against Orthodoxy, because Orthodox Christians want to debate your views that you're unwilling to debate, and you're just using Muslims as a red herring.
Yeah,
why isn't that a reasonable inference, David?
According to you, it's a reasonable inference. I'm saying it's a completely reasonable inference by your standard of what you said you can conclude just because people aren't going out and attacking other versions of Christianity.
But I've granted, this is the problem.
Yeah, so it's a good inference. I'm just saying it's a good inference.
I can grant that you can infer these things, right?
You can infer
but
anything.
Then we get to the truth of the matter, which is part of the inference. So the thing is like Jay is willing to debate with you guys on his inference that you're fucking grifters. It's only one side that's not willing to do that, and it's not his.
Which is bizarre. He's willing to debate on whether we're grifters?
Of course.
Well, I'd debate on whether we're grifters.
Yeah, sure. All he'll do is come in and ask you some basic theological questions and watch you fold like cheap chairs.
What would that'd be off topic. What's that got to do with us being grifters?
What did Jay Dyer have to do with the topic you gave me?
Because it's exactly what he was doing.
Yeah. Well, I'm sorry. Wait. It had nothing at all to do with the topic at hand.
It's an example. It's what he did.
No, well, wait a second. He didn't, though. He didn't
And
affirm
I
any
can.
Muslim lies. You haven't demonstrated
He did.
any
It
of
was a
the
lie.
lies. What was the lie?
That Avery's a grifter.
Yeah, prove it.
Prove that Avery's not a grifter.
Prove that it was a lie when it was said by Jay.
What do you mean? Prove that it was a lie when it was said by Jay?
Well, you say that
No,
Jay's
no.
lying.
If you said, hey, I've already clarified earlier that if you just make some really sloppy inference and so on, then the problem is you're making a sloppy inference, and usually when you're mad, and then therefore you make this inference. So right now,
So he wasn't lying.
anyone who
So he wasn't lying.
I don't know. It looked like he was, but notice I wouldn't
but
even
you
make
can't demonstrate it, but you can't
I wouldn't even make the inference. He's supporting their lie. That is obviously a lie. They know he's not. They know Avery's not a grifter. They know that.
Who knows that?
The Muslims, they know that.
Yeah, fucking right. They think he's a grifter. Of course they do.
No, they don't.
Yeah. Well, okay. Can
No.
you demonstrate that?
Pretty easily.
Go ahead.
If someone's a grifter, then they're what would you say? They're in it to make money and give themselves a good life and so on. All right. When he rolls up, when he announces, "Hey, we're going to be,"
Wait. Hang on. Back up.
Here.
A grifter is what now?
What do you think a grifter's trying to do? He's just trying to make money off a
I
situation.
think a grifter. Well, no. I think a grifter doesn't. Money doesn't even have to be involved. A grift or a grifter is somebody who's espousing things that they themselves don't actually believe for the purpose of some advancement.
Okay, so any sort of advancement. All right. When Avery says to Muslims, "Hey, I'm going to be in Times Square in 2 months. Bring out your best. Bring out the best you got," and so on. And then he shows up, and then we show up outside a mosque in Dearborn, and then we go stand on a corner in Dearborn, and he rolls up on the Dawa booth, and he knows people are saying they're going to kill him and so on, and he shows up anyway. By the way, that's the main reason I go along with him. I'm old. I don't add much to this sort of thing anymore.
Yeah, no, you're going to beat up the Muslims. I get it.
No. I mainly go along.
If they attack him, that's what
Yeah, I would, but mainly there are people out there who would go up and kill a guy, and I think that if they saw me, they'd be more likely to kill me because they really, really don't like me.
I get it, but how would this demonstrate that Avery's not a grifter?
If you're going out and you're putting yourself in a situation constantly over and over again where the people who say they're going to kill you have the opportunity to kill you, I have a serious problem thinking that it's for some ulterior motive. And I'm saying that because myself, like when I started going after Islam.
What do you mean? It's huge advancement. It's huge advancement for
if you
those
get
people.
killed?
What do you mean?
If you get killed?
First of all, the chances of Avery getting killed by a Muslim are very slim. We all get death threats from Muslims all the fucking time. And one of the very first things that you said at DebateCon was one of the very first things that I said at DebateCon. Fuck them. We don't care, right? We don't give a shit if it's the case that you're kowtowed by Muslims. We're going to show up anyway. But the idea there also is that we all universally agree that the chances of it were not very high, ultimately. None of us are stupid. We knew that the chances weren't high. The idea here, though, that wouldn't lead to some sort of advancement for you or lead to some sort of monetary gain because you take a risk which is super fucking nominal would not demonstrate not grift.
I don't think it's nominal. They're in panic mode and they're becoming significantly more aggressive.
Yeah, what's the last Christian apologist Muslims killed? Do you remember? Yeah, exactly. Exactly. It's nominal.
I'm not talking about the past. I'm talking about if you pay attention to what's going on in Dawa, they're getting worse and worse and worse, right? They didn't dox me before this year, and then they dox me over and over and over again.
When's the last time a famous Christian apologist
I'm not talking about
the internet got wasted by a fucking Muslim?
They are getting more aggressive right now. That sort of thing is going on.
Then what? They've always been fucking aggressive. More aggressive than 9/11, bro? Like, come on. What are you talking about?
There you're just talking about terrorist attacks. I'm talking about targeting people.
From who? From which ideology was that?
Again, didn't dox me before this year. Then doxed my wife, whole family, doxed Avery, going after Christina. They're becoming more hostile and aggressive. You only need one guy to think, hey, we're gonna take this guy out.
Are you new to the internet? Because everybody has been getting aggressive in the political arena, and they do it around every election cycle.
What happens?
And they dox everybody. Everybody's doxing everybody. Now, I always live by the rule. I don't dox. I just don't do it ever.
Yeah.
Unless somebody's doxing me, then I think it's fair game. I've always thought that it's the case that you can counter and fight. Stop, man. Hang on. My turn to respond. All right. So I think that it's completely fair to do it then. But here's the thing: it's interesting. The reason you can't name the last time any famous online Christian apologist got wasted by a Muslim is because of how rare it is. The danger is nominal, and so therefore it would not demonstrate not grift. Give me a break.
And when you're saying that, you're not paying attention to the panic mode that they're in, right? Again, I've been doing this for a long time. Never got doxxed. All of a sudden now it's over and over again. Are things changing? How are things different this year? Yes, they seem different. They're approaching it in a different way. Now it's very common. It used to be very rare. Now it's very common to instantly go after people's families. People didn't back in the day start posting pictures of my wife and kids all over the internet and giving people a roadmap of what to do. Right now they doxed IP, posted pictures inside his house, said this is the room where he's at. They do this with God Logic. The guy showed up at the church where Avery and IP were speaking. I'm saying this wasn't like this 5 years ago.
Yeah, what I'm asking is that when Avery was out traveling, right, did you put the chances that he was going to get killed by a Muslim at?
Oh, low. But if you keep doing
very low.
If you keep doing
that's my point.
If you keep doing it,
that doesn't demonstrate not grift.
If there's a 1% chance that you're going to get killed if you go out somewhere and then you go out 100 times, don't you think that
you don't put the chances at 1%? That's ridiculous.
I don't know what I put the chances at.
It's not. You don't put it at 1%. That's for sure. Ain't no fucking way you put it at 1%. That would be absurd. That would be illogical and unreasonable and even irrational. Right? Even the idea that progressives are going to kill somebody else besides Charlie Kirk, right? I wouldn't even put it 1%
who did they kill?
when that will happen.
Who did they kill?
Charlie Kirk.
The guy who was annoying them most?
Progressives did. Not
the
Muslims.
guy who was annoying them most.
No, not the guy who was annoying them most. One particular actor in that case. That was not.
So
yeah,
the guy
this
who was annoying him most.
Guy, yeah.
And there are other people who like Trump annoys most, and so there have been people trying to kill him, right?
Yeah, the pool is much larger with Trump.
Yeah. Okay. Now you look at the Dawa guys and so on, and the people who are doing the doxing and so on. They have a pretty huge obsession with Avery. I mean, huge.
Yeah, they hate him.
That's why they go after. Yeah,
like Avery. So Avery's a great apologist. I'm not saying he's a grifter. What I'm talking once again about motivation. The idea that Jay Dyer would consider this to be for this guy to be a grifter. You said that you could demonstrate that that's not actually the case. Muslims don't believe that. Muslims don't hang on. Muslims don't even think that Avery's a grifter. I say, okay, can you demonstrate how Muslims don't agree that Avery's a grifter? And your only response is because Avery travels around and they don't kill him.
They understand. Look, guys, they understand. When the guy's doxing and saying someone go out and kill him and so on, you actually are aware that there are people who would want to kill people. Okay, if you roll up to someone's mosque, you're ticking them off more. If you roll up here, you're ticking them off more. He's pushing all their buttons over and over and over again, which would make him really, really annoying, which is why they go after his family. So that's the point. Right?
What does that have to do with anything? That has nothing to do with listen, once again, your argument just seems to be the reason I know that Darwinists don't consider this guy to be a grifter from their view is because they haven't killed him yet. That's it.
No, that's not.
Then
no,
what?
No,
show me.
That's not the point. That's not the point.
Then what is the point?
They know that if he's going around rolling up onto mosques with them when people are threatening to kill him and he just keeps showing up, it's really weird to say, oh, this guy's just in it for some ulterior motive. I mean, they use this as a reason to believe in Muhammad. Muhammad went out and he was in various battles and so on. Therefore, he couldn't have just been making this stuff up. He had to take it seriously. By the way, I agree. Hang on. That's why I agree that I think he was.
This argument isn't even logical. You're just saying, hey, wait a second. Muslims must not believe that because they see Avery as a threat. That doesn't mean they don't think he's a grifter.
What are you talking about? You can't even say what the point I'm making right now.
Well, here, I'll actually prove it to you. Okay, is Candace Owens a massive threat to the right?
I don't know. She seems nuts to me.
Yeah, I know. Is she a threat to the right, though? Is she a threat to establishment right-wing politics? At least in some way? In some way?
I don't know.
You don't know.
Just whatever you want me to answer. Just take that as an answer. Yeah.
Is she a grifter?
Candace, yeah.
Oh, she is a grifter. She is a grifter.
I think so.
She annoys a lot of people. She makes them real bad. She makes them real upset. Right? She's traveled around too. She met with Erica Kirk. She did all this stuff. What makes her a grifter?
When she goes with massive amounts of security and stuff like that. Hey, matter of fact, I'll go and put it like this: if she rolled up in the most hostile areas of the people who hate her most and rolled right up on them and started proclaiming, I would stop thinking that she's a grifter and conclude that she's crazy.
That she's crazy.
I would conclude that she's crazy as an explanation for the dumb things she says.
Okay, got it. So Candace
in other
Owens,
words, that's kind of if I think if it appears to me that
Candace,
you really believe what you're
sure
saying and that you're willing to put your life on the line for it, I think you believe it.
Yeah, so Candace Owens is a grifter by your own admission, right?
I think she is. I'm not positive about that. I think she is.
But you think she is based on whatever the evidence is that you have seen or whatever, right? And Candace Owens also has traveled around with her various messages. She's done debates. She's done various things like this over the course of her career. But you still seem to think, and by the way, her danger levels got to be very high. I mean, after all, she gets death threats every day, according to her and her team. And I wouldn't doubt it. The internet is a place filled to the brim with death threats. Why is it then that Avery, who gets tons of death threats from Islamists, and me, who gets tons of death threats from Islamists, and Jay Dyer, who gets tons of death threats from Islamists, and all of us who get death threats from Islamists, how would that make a refutation of grift exactly?
If Candace, I mean, I just said it to you, right? Like, I have a problem thinking that someone with a functioning brain says some of the things that she says. And
yeah, she's an idiot, but so what? The point still applies.
Yeah. If I saw her, when you're talking about, oh, she travels places, with an army and so on, and with massive security and so on. So it's like the same as like almost like when the president goes around and so on. Anyway, if I saw her just rolling up into Times Square, announcing, hey, all you haters, all you people who've been running your mouths, I'm going to be in Times Square on this day. Come refute me. I would, at that point, start thinking that she's crazy and not a grifter because of that.
Like Trump? Is Trump crazy because he invites all these people to these massive rallies? Is he crazy?
Not with the level of security he has. What do you mean?
Okay,
same thing. If Trump just walked into Times Square or walked up to a place where, well, let's suppose he just walked up in, I don't know, downtown San Francisco and said, let's debate this on the street. And someone was saying he was a grifter. He doesn't really believe these things. I'd have a serious problem thinking that he's just a grifter.
Okay, got it. So from the Muslim view, you don't believe that they think Avery's a grifter because he's willing to debate them in front of their mosque. That's it. That's your whole refutation.
Yeah.
Yeah. Okay. Yeah. Got it. Yeah. And you think that logically follows how?
It's not. You're going with probabilities here. If I'm a Muslim and I see a guy showing up to the mosque while these guys hide inside and showing up at various places,
how come that doesn't just make Avery crazy?
Oh, I mean, just like, well, knowing him makes me think he's not crazy. Whereas Candace still sounds crazy. So it's a plausible explanation.
If Avery's willing to just show up in the town square, I mean, wouldn't that make him crazy? No, but it would make Candace crazy.
You have to explain the things that Candace says crazy things. Does Avery say crazy things?
Yeah, but that has no bearing on the point.
No, absolutely. If you're saying crazy things, do you believe the crazy thing? Do you believe the crazy things, or are you a grifter? You can say, "Hey, grifter," or she's actually crazy. If she actually showed up to places where among her worst enemies and
like Avery does,
and put herself out there, then
like Avery does.
Yeah, but notice these are the likeliest explanations of someone who's saying crazy things. One, that they're a grifter. Two, that they're actually crazy. If you rule out grifter, I would say Probably
But
crazy.
you haven't rolled.
Avery,
Yeah, okay.
Avery,
So then if not
hang on,
grifter, probably
hang on.
crazy.
With
With
Avery, if our options are Avery's a grifter, Avery's crazy, or Avery sincerely believes in what he's doing, and I say, okay, he rolls up into places where gives them opportunity after opportunity to attack him. I don't think he's a grifter. And he doesn't seem crazy. He's just never seemed crazy. So he's not saying crazy things. Therefore, I'd say he's sincere.
But that wouldn't provide for why Muslims would think that.
They understand this stuff. They understand this stuff.
Oh, really? These people who you think are low IQ and believe this false religion and doing all these things.
I don't believe Orthodox Muslim is low IQ when he says this stuff. This is all planned. And he gave the exact response that the OrthoBros were giving. He was clearly just baiting them. They know he's
Got
not a
it.
grifter.
So, yeah. So is he a grifter?
Who?
Orthodox, whatever, the Muslim guy. I don't remember his name.
Kind of can't tell. He's known for doing some messed up things behind the scenes and so on. But you could be a Muslim, you can be a sincere Muslim and do those things, or you could just be a total grifter and say, "Hey, there's a big community out here, and so might as well take advantage of them."
Okay, so that guy probably believes what he's saying.
No, I don't know. You could explain. You could be a grifter. That would make perfect sense. If you're a grifter and you see,
is he a grifter?
I don't know. What are you talking about?
Okay, but if he's not a grifter, he probably likely, by your own admission, believes what he's saying, right?
Yeah, I'm saying both of those.
Well, then if
both
that's
of those
the case,
make sense.
Yeah, okay, got it. So then, if this is the case, he probably believes what he's saying. When he gives this whole case for why he thinks Avery's a grifter, he probably believes that, doesn't he?
No, if he's a compulsive liar every time I see him talking.
I thought you just got done saying the likelihood is that he would actually believe these things, and now you're saying no.
Believing in Islam. No. Look,
come on, dude.
No, dude.
Like, how many times you got to refute this bullshit?
You didn't refute anything I say. You didn't even understand. You didn't even understand what I'm saying. When you're saying grifter, no, you won't. No, listen, you can't because you obviously don't even understand it. If if you're talking about a grifter, I'm thinking of someone who doesn't even believe in Islam. He's just in it for money. You can believe in Islam and do all the same things and lie about people constantly. Muhammad said that. He said, war is deceit. You can lie. You can lie over and over and over again. So if he's lying, that doesn't mean he's a grifter.
I feel like
if he's lying, it doesn't mean he's a grifter.
All right. I feel like we're just going in circles here in that I've refuted this multiple times. So I guess lastly, I did, but I guess lastly, the last thing that I would say here is like, what the fuck do you even want as a resolution? What exactly do you even want as a resolution?
It's pretty simple. Don't go after people without good reasons and good evidence. And two, don't help the Dawa guys when they're trying to discredit people who simply are destroying Dawa and they have no other way to go about it. That's pretty much it.
And an entailment of that is that if I go and agree with a Darwinist about something he says about you, that is hurting that, right?
If you go to a Dawa guy who is obsessed with attacking me with just obvious nonsense, and you go to him and he just makes something up.
We haven't demonstrated it's nonsense, though. That's the problem. We're back to that. Like, if I believe it, I believe that it's true. I believe it. And I go to and a Darwinist says something, and I'm like,
don't go to the Dawa. Don't go to the Dawa guy. What is?
I'm not going to. I just agree
with
with him. Yeah, see what I mean? So the whole thing is like, I can't agree with these people on anything because it might hurt your cause.
No, you can. What are you talking about? I'm talking about going to them and affirming their attacks on someone that they are obviously trying to discredit for other reasons, and you go on and you help them, and now you've strengthened strengthened their case.
But see how circular this is? It's so silly because it's like you're just saying that I can't ever agree with a Darwinist.
Didn't say that.
If in some way, even if I believe them, if that's going to hurt your cause. That's Jay's whole point.
Not what I'm saying.
It is what you're saying. No. Yes. When you say nonsense, that's going to be perspective. That's going to be perspective. Mm-hmm. You think it's fucking nonsense. Doesn't mean I think it's nonsense. So if I'm going and saying to this guy, hey man, I agree with you. I agree with you because I believe this is true. That's going to hurt your cause. Is it okay for me to do that or not? If
you're going to a Dawa guy who's just calling my wife a whore and so on, and constantly spreading nonsense, and you go to him and say, I'm giving you the thumbs up on this thing where I agree with you, that you are now going to use as an attack on him. That's different from me just agreeing with these guys. Again, I agree with Muslims on all kinds of things. I agree with Muslims all kinds of things. That is not helping them attack someone who's destroying dawah. You're helping people attack... the guys who are wrecking
you would be
dawah.
helping them even if I said it standalone, which is bizarre. And then the second case here, which makes no sense, is like, that's not helping them to agree with them unless it is the case that you think that I'm responsible for them in a bad faith way taking my agreement with them and attacking you with it. That's somehow my responsibility now, even if I legitimately agree with them. That is not a good position. It's not even tenable, dude.
It's entirely tenable.
It's not. It's not
horrible,
tenable. All it does is make it so that you can't be criticized. That's it. It's just making it so that you can't be criticized because Darwinists will use it against you. That's all it does.
If someone just like calling Jay's wife a whore and stuff like that, and then when I get ticked off at him, I go right to this person. I say, hey, you know this thing that you can't actually show, but you're claiming it? I agree with that claim, and therefore go with it.
So somebody's calling Jay's wife a bunch of names, okay? And what you do is you go over and you say, hey, this complete other set of propositions that you just stated, I agree with it. Then they use that in a bad faith way.
Why are you going to them? Why are you going to them to agree with them?
They just put a set of propositions, so you just said sure.
And so you went over and you say, hey, guy who's calling his wife a whore, you are calling him a grifter, and I'm going to give you the thumbs up, so now you guys can attack this guy and just
you didn't see how you're just adding a bunch of shit?
What am I adding?
Yeah, so what you're saying is my intention is that he uses that to attack you.
No, I mean, it doesn't have to be your intention. You're going to this guy. You're going to this guy for a reason.
Right.
There's some point.
You're just agreeing with him. That's it.
I'm just going to the compulsive liar and agreeing with him, and that's a good idea.
By the way, just real quick, did Jay even know any of this stuff? Did he know that this guy was like attacking the wife and all that shit? Did he even know that?
Well, according to you, that would be irrelevant because I mean,
yeah, but that's not my question. It is irrelevant.
Did Avery know that they were attacking Eastern Orthodox over here? And we can just
answer my fucking question. Did he know or not?
How would I know?
Yeah, exactly. So you don't even know. How can you say? If he didn't,
then it's just sloppy. Going to Dawah guys who are baiting you.
So hang on. So then you can't even say that Jay could have the intentionality of going to this guy in order for this guy to use it against his enemies. You don't even fucking know if Jay had access to any of this knowledge. It's so fucking crazy.
Following your reasoning, you can just conclude that, just like you did with Avery.
How could you conclude it?
You conclude it with Avery. Avery sent people to Livestream. Life sent people over here. Therefore, Avery was in on it, and he's just pretending neutrality. Okay, so Jay obviously knew it. He's not just going to toss stuff out there to Dawah guys.
Hang on. That's access to information of the situation at hand. In this case, you're not even making the claim that Jay had access to the very information. You're criticizing him for making an agreement on a totally different set of propositions for. That's fucking crazy, dude.
How is it? It's not crazy to say
it is crazy.
God logic rated a different stream, which then rated a different stream. Therefore, God logic
because one has knowledge and the other one doesn't.
Avery had knowledge. You haven't shown that he had knowledge. I mean, I have no more basis for thinking what
I did though, which is that the guy was in the chat, and then Avery said that he had no the guy specifically had no idea that was going on when the guy specifically was in the chat. That seems like there's a set of events there that we can at least draw something from. You didn't even have any fucking idea. Hang on, stop. You didn't even have any fucking idea if it was the case that Jay even knew any of the sets of facts at all about this guy attacking anybody, and yet infer that there was a diabolical plan for him to assist Darwinists in attacking you when you don't even have the information of if he even knew any of this.
Now you're strawmanning it.
You said, I
didn't say diabolical plan.
I will steelman it. Your position is Jay Dyer is helping Darwinist because he went to one and agreed with a set of propositions, which is now being used to discredit and attack you with and people like you. That is the steel man. Am I correct?
Me? No. Avery.
Avery.
Okay.
People like you. Okay.
Yeah.
So
and by the way, all that is indisputable. Okay. Hang on. Just clarify. No, just clarify. Yeah. So he's definitely helping them. They're using it. So the question is, what level of moral responsibility should he have, or is that a good idea to just
neither of those.
agree with the Dawa guys who are attacking something?
Now that we agree that I got the steel man, right? The funniest fucking part about all of this is that you make the claim that that's what's going on when you don't even know if Jay was aware of any of that happening. He could have just seen a tweet and said, yeah, I agree.
From a Dawa
Could
guy.
it be that simple?
From a channel called Orthodox Muslim.
Yeah, so what?
And could Avery
have
just raided his friend's stream and not had any clue what's going on?
Sure.
Okay. All right. So if Jay can infer that Avery is playing neutral and friendly lol when he's really promoting and boosting the
Yeah, but he has a stronger set of facts to work with than you. You had no set of facts. You had no set of facts. You had no idea if Jay even was aware of any of the situation.
I have no idea if Avery is aware of that.
You know the guy's a liar. You know he's a chronic liar. You know you have no idea if Jay had access to any of that before you even made this conclusion.
I have no reason to think. Crazy. I have no reason to think that Avery was talking about two streams removed.
What?
All right.
Talking about what?
What?
All right, nothing. That's just fucking crazy. All right, I'm good, man. I think we've circled this plenty. Is there anything else you wanted to wrap on?
No, just we can conclude by good inference, according to you, that Jay is trying to form an alliance between Dawa guys and Eastern Orthodox to get rid of his enemies. As far as like serious, because I don't believe in that inference, not when you guys are doing it and not when I'm doing it here. Yeah, the only thing would be, again, you can deliberately try and help someone. That would be one thing. You can kind of be where you shouldn't be, but you're affirming something that they use, and it's a different kind of responsibility. You could believe Avery's a grifter and then say it, which you should be doing it with better evidence, or you could just be making it up to attack someone, or you could just be helping a random Dawa guy who's baiting you, and so you'd be kind of a gullible dope, useful idiot who did it by accident, not intentionally, in which case you should just be more careful with what you're doing when you're sending out attacks against people. So you can...
Am I closing now?
Yeah, hang on, just I'm last sentence or two.
No problem.
So the idea is multiple possible explanations. They're all problematic. No matter what's going on, he was doing something then he shouldn't have done. But depending on what his intentions were and what he knew, it would be various levels of moral culpability. But
got it.
In any situation, it's wrong.
Yeah, so here's my closing. David Wood gave me a bullshit prompt, which I beat him on within, I don't know, maybe 30 minutes on his own prompt, which was a bait prompt, which is hilarious. From there, here's what we determined. We don't know if Jay Dyer had a set of facts about anything to do with this particular Muslim attacking Avery. We have no clue if he knew any of this. David Wood has called him a cult leader and then backtracks on that and says, no, I don't mean an actual cult. I mean, it is a different kind of cult, but then can't explain how he's not the same kind of cult leader as Jay based on the same types of posts that their various audiences make. It's fucking crazy. That's the second point. The third point is that we have more facts about what happened between the stream with Avery and why it would be that Jay would assume that you guys who won't defend any of your positions ever on anything but utilize them to bludgeon the opposition may perhaps be grifting, especially when it comes to the fact that when we take these sets of evidences for where you draw your inferences, which you don't know anything about whether or not Jay had any idea, no clue at all if Jay had any idea about these various attacks on Avery, your whole fucking attack on him is just based on one thing, which is that he said bingo to a Muslim about him believing that Avery's a grifter and they're now using it against you, even though by your own logic, if he had said the exact same proposition, Muslims would still be using that against you. You say both of these things are actually incorrect, but isn't it awful convenient that it leaves no pathway for which to attack you in your pro-Muslim alliance, because it'll always help Muslims if we do so? That's really weird, man. It's a very convenient set of facts for you, which seems to put you in a position where you just can't be fucking attacked ever. You can't be attacked, because if we do, it's just going to embolden the Muslims. So Jay Dyer, who's an Orthodox apologist, whose entire job is to refute all of your worldviews, if he ever agrees with anybody that you're grifting or that you're liars or that your whole worldview is false, then that's actually enabling Muslims. And so there's an Orthodox Muslim alliance. And that is actually the position. I reduced it multiple times. You were never able to defend it, ever. All you're trying to do is create a situation in which you're completely immune from criticism by then pivoting and saying this emboldens our enemies against the pro-Muslim alliance. Now, to make some caveats here and try to put out a few olive branches, right? I don't have any problem with Avery. I like the guy. I've talked with him on the phone a bunch of times, okay? Never been anything but nice to me, never been anything but kind to me, okay? I like inspiring philosophy. I like those guys, okay? I do. But when your buddy gets up at the bar, you get up with him. That's how it works. That's always how it works. And in this particular case, the most interesting part of this is that I find out that you guys actually really don't have any facts of the matter at all to make any refutations about why it is that Jay Dyer thinks you're all a bunch of grifters. You gave me a bullshit prompt and then said Jay came in to debate you about you being grifting. You wouldn't bring up theology. You gave me a bullshit prompt. Then when I beat you on the prompt, shifted right to Jay Dyer, which is fucking crazy. It's like everything you say is circular and it refutes itself over and over and over again. When we get into inferences themselves, we do evidentiary-based inferences, find out there's more facts on my side than facts on your side. It's like, I don't even know where you go from here, because all you're stating ultimately is that any criticism, whichever comes your way, if it's agreement with a Muslim, then that is now an attack on your group. And so you're immune from criticism. Now that, my friend, is what sounds like a fucking cult. So I'll just leave it at that.
All right, guys. Well, you heard it here. Feel free to agree with anything the Dawa clowns are saying about everyone. If you think it's true, just roll with it and help them take out.
I gotta get rolling here, David.
Right,
you have a
Andrew.
good night.
All right, you too. All right, everyone. Well, there you have it. Yeah, so I guess the takeaway is, if Dawa guys who are going after people's families, making things up about them, if you want to agree with them, then go for it. And if you say don't do that, then you're trying to avoid all possibility of criticism. All right, you heard it here, folks. Oh my goodness, there were a ton of super chats. Yeah, guys, we can't go through the super chats. There's a couple hundred of them. What do you guys think? I will just take some chats afterwards, guys. Whatever you think, let me know. There's been millions of. Oh my goodness, there are 24,000 comments. I was like, let's go through some of the comments. Any final thoughts, guys, before we jump out? I don't want to respond to anything you're saying because we already kind of went back and forth. Let me go through here. We have Drunk Dawa for the win. I'll just share some comments from everyone, guys. Let's see. Win. Oh, should we do a poll? Now I understand it's like more of my people over here, but we definitely had a bunch of Jays fans show up. Let me do it. Let me show up. Let me see what people think. Because it is, I don't know, it is kind of a difficult issue. You want to be able to criticize people if they're doing something wrong and so on. I think they're setting the bar really, really low for what you criticize someone for. If you are going to say, this guy is doing this for this reason, you should have pretty strong basis for saying it, not just, oh, this guy isn't doing this, therefore this must be the case. And as I pointed out, if you're going to like lower the bar of what you can just openly criticize someone for it, then you can say, Jay's trying to form an alliance with Jihadi. I don't believe that. I don't believe that's the intention. But you could conclude that based on the evidence. And so I guess the idea is that it's perfectly acceptable. So let me ask, I can't fit the entire prompt. Should Ortho, let me put it in a nice way, because I don't want to say, let me see. Should Orthodox Christians help Dawa guys attack Christians they trying to figure out how to put this. Should Orthodox Christians help Dawa guys attack Christians they have a problem with, or something like that? Should Orthodox Christians help Dawa guys attack Christians they have a problem with? Keep in mind, guys, I'm not talking about like physically attacking them or in all situations or something like that. You guys know what we're talking about, right? You got the Dawa guys. The Dawa guys are constantly attacking the Christian apologists who are wrecking Dawa, constantly doing it. But Christians have lots of disagreements with each other. So you've got, you've got different denominations and so on, and then you just don't like people and so on. Think people are grifting. Do you help the Dawa guys? And I'm saying that because there are situations where I would help a Dawa guy. If a little girl's drowning or something like that, and a Dawa guy and me are the ones standing here, and we say, hey, let's go rescue her, help a Dawa guy in a heartbeat. If we're in a burning building and it's a Dawa guy in there, hey, let's work together and get out of this burning building. No problem with things like that. It is interesting that they're actually defending that. So if you agree with the Dawa guy, then go ahead and tell him you agree, even if that's going to be used. And that was, as far as I can tell, that was Jay's position. What do we got? Let me just click on comments as they're going up. Here we have, look at this. Good job in strawmanning Andrew. What did I strawman? Guys, did I strawman him? What did I strawman? Trying to think. We disagreed, but strawman? Strawman would be like, I'm claiming something is his position, but it's not actually his position. Did I not say that exactly correctly? If there's a Dawa guy, he's attacking Avery. You agree with the attack on Avery. It's perfectly acceptable to go help the Dawa guy and agree with him. That's his position, right? You said, Teddy, his girl said, Jay knew. I don't know. And as I pointed out, there's like different levels there. There's different levels. You could just kind of help a Dawa guy and be completely ignorant. I don't know how someone wouldn't, in this day and age, be familiar with Orthodox Muslim and all that stuff that's going on. Put it this way. If you don't know what the situation is, you probably, shouldn't be jumping in. Let's see. David, big win on all points. Andrew, a huge L. The biggest loss of his life, crawled back into the bottle. Andrew, we don't want Andrew crawling in any bottles, man. I come from a long line of drug addicts and alcoholics. Don't want to go down that road. Let's see. Did Jay know the background with Avery? Oh, I don't know. And as I pointed out, multiple possibilities. You're like agreeing with him and you don't believe what you're saying. But you know who you're talking to. You agree with him, so you could agree with him and you don't believe what you're saying. You're just doing it to be mean. You could agree with him and you do believe it, but you're still helping a Dawa guy. But you could just be agreeing with a Dawa guy and not knowing some of the background there. But again, if you can just make an inference about Avery doing something, then you can obviously make an inference about pretty much anyone. Let's see. This is not in a vacuum. Andrew, just take the L like a champ, man. You just going in cycle. Andrew took the L. Andrew's an idiot. Here we go. Hey, David is getting cooked. What do you mean? It's over, man. What are you watching this late? Oh, let me scroll. Let me scroll to the most recent comments. And I'm just giving it a couple minutes to see the poll. Pray for Avery's protection. Well, according to Andrew, the chances of anything happening to Avery are so low that even in the midst of all the doxing and so on. Toronto Bandit says, Blakey 444, go to your gay Protestant church. Andrew cooked himself. Andrew Wilson will argue, will never concede anything. He was always right despite his impeccable, no formal education. Don't cast your pearls before swine. I saw that David feels sorry for you. I clicked on this because I thought it was going after me. I'm trying to get a mix of responses. David, I feel sorry for you that you have to endure this guy. The art of trying too hard to be a scumbag. Here we have D. Wood as a clown. You heard it here, folks. D. Wood stomping Andrew Dow. He said, yes, Jay Dyer would know this. Oh, you're saying Jay Dyer would actually know who that is? That's a giant mug. That is true. Let's see. To be honest, Avery has made more ex-Muslims than Jay. Oh, yeah, it's not even close. You got people converting to Christianity like almost every stream. When I go over there, I see him with clips of people leaving Islam. And it's cool because that's what's awesome about the live call-ins. You can interact with the same Muslims over and over again. So they can call in, bring up an argument, and you respond to the argument, and then they go back, and then they want to come back, and so on. And you could talk to the same Muslims over the period of months and so on. So, but that's what it takes, guys. That's what it takes. Very rare to just walk up to a Muslim, say, hey, Islam is false. Let me show you why. Here's the truth. Here's the gospel. And then they just accept it. Usually takes, it can take weeks, months, years. I have had people who just left Islam instantly and stuff after finding out something very disturbing or something like that. But usually it's a process. Let's see. Andrew taking L. This guy is so annoying. How are these recent comments? Because, it's all over. Andrew turned this into a Love Island episode with all the drama. Andrew was trying to say David bringing up the Jay situation was going off topic and made a bunch of hypothetical arguments where agreeing with a lie is beneficial to the overall good. Yeah. I didn't mean to vote yes. Uh-oh. Oh, you accidentally voted yes. Okay, I get it. Let's see. Jay and Andrew are the real grifters. Here's the thing. You could say it. You could say it just as easily about them as you'd say it about Avery. I wouldn't say it. I would want to have, if I'm going to toss out an accusation like that, I would want some very, very good evidence before tossing accusations out there. This is a cult echo chamber. Andrew win. Well, how is it a cult echo chamber when I literally just put your comment on the screen? Ex-Muslim Christian woman here. If a Muslim leaves Islam and then decides to join Eastern Orthodox or Roman Catholic Church, that is not good. It's like transferring from one prison to another. Win D. Wood, keep defending your brother in Christ. As you can see, it's a lot of racism going on. I don't know if race has anything to do with things. Not with these guys. With the Muslims, it definitely does. David Wood, thank you for your composure during this debate. That is a big win. Cutting-edge logical inductions from Andrew today. Yeah, powerful. Let's see. Win. Why do you think infighting is a better focus than fighting false God? That's kind of my issue, right? From Jay's perspective, this isn't infighting. We're not infighting right now. This is real Christians, Eastern Orthodox, fighting false Christians. And if you're a Christian who isn't interested, in other words, if you're a Christian, you're like, I don't believe that it's my purpose in life to go after these other groups and so on. If you're a Christian who thinks that, he concludes you're a grifter. The worst debate of Andrew. You were wrong to say Jay was in a cult. Well, I mean, keep in mind, all of that is in context, guys. All of that is in context, right? It's all in context. Say, hey, this guy's a grifter. Based on what? So you're kind of lowering the bar right there, right? And then I say, Jay's in a cult. He's a cult leader. That they actually act like a cult. I was completely serious about that. When I say, hey, here's the issue, and you guys, like, you're programmed to give one of two responses. Either they start calling you gay and this and that when you object, or they start saying, but why aren't you debating what the true church is? And they'll say that in response to anything. Like, I can't think of anything that Jay might do where if you objected to it, they wouldn't just respond in the exact same way. And the fact that they all do it, Andrew's response is, well, your fans do it. No, they don't. I mean, if you're fans of someone, you're obviously going to agree with a lot of what they say. But if someone just does something really weird and you're incapable of saying, oh yeah, that was a little messed up, but you instantly pivot to, why aren't you debating him on the true church? That sounds weird. Oh, yeah, Bugs here says, Jay's followers literally act like a cult. To be fair, tons of places online are basically using, and I can't even say like deliberately, but it's just the cult tactics seem to emerge, and then people start becoming more and more loyal to a person to the point where they just can't step outside of that. And you want to avoid that, guys. You want to avoid that. I mean, think about this. Andrew's concern was he thinks I'm saying that you can never criticize someone. Well, obviously not my position, because I think if you have a bunch of followers who will just mindlessly defend anything you do, that's a problem. Only point is helping the Dawa guys. Let's see. I'm a pretty big fan of Andrew. I'm a pretty big fan of Andrew when he's debating certain topics. He's one of the best ever. He's one of the best ever. He said, I'm a pretty big fan of Andrew, but I honestly think he's wrong on this. I think it's ridiculous to defend Jay for this when it just causes further division between Christians and gives leverage to the Dawas. Yeah, again, according to Jay's view, this isn't causing division between Christians. It's exposing fake Christians, which is everyone outside of the Eastern Orthodox Church. And so you got people like me who are, okay, you guys can all debate this out. I'm just going to stick with the gospel I learned in a jail cell and so on and focus on doing what I think I'm here to do. That means you're actually a grifter. Where's AP, you hiding boy? Catholic here, do not lump us in with these clowns. No, I mean, you can't even lump Eastern Orthodox people in with that. There's a distinction between like the online OrthoBro group and Eastern Orthodox Christianity. I wouldn't call Eastern Orthodox Christianity a cult at all. And they keep challenging the debate, and that's why I kept asking, what would we debate? Like the things that I think are like really important: existence of God, belief in Jesus' death, resurrection, and divine nature, the Trinity, the reliability of the New Testament, and so on. What are you gonna, like, I'm supposed to debate you on, like, what, the Eucharist? I don't disagree with you strongly enough to want to debate that or something. In fact, if I wanted to learn what your perspective is and whether it's right, I'd be like, okay, give me an article on it or something like that, or a good video, or just explain it to me. Just come on and explain this sort of thing to me. Wouldn't It would just be weird to me to say, I'm not terribly interested in this topic. I don't strongly disagree with you. For all I know, you may be right on this view, but let's debate it. But that's the challenge. That's the challenge here. The Apostles Were Grifters by Andrew's Standards. Oh. Yeah, that's a good point. Well, again, Andrew's not saying Avery is a grifter. He's saying you can make that inference, and it could be a good inference based on, and I say, well, it doesn't make sense if he's putting his life in danger and so on, and say, but it's a slim chance you go out and someone's going to just kill you when you're out there and stuff. So, yeah, the reason that kind of hits close to home, I said, I became a Christian in a jail cell, and it was the deaths of the apostles, persecution and deaths of the apostles, that made me start thinking these guys must have really believed this. And if they believed that a man had risen from the dead and appeared to them, what could have caused that belief? I couldn't think of anything. If it had just been one guy, if one guy said, hey, I think this guy rose from the dead and appeared to me, I think, okay, you're probably hallucinating or something. When it's a bunch of people, then how do you explain it? And I couldn't think of anything that's actually accounted for the evidence apart from he actually appeared to them. He actually rose from the dead and appeared to them. But think about this. I'm thinking, the persecution and deaths they endured makes me think they're not just making this up. They really believe what they're saying. Yeah, I guess according to Andrew, that's a bad inference because, several of them were eventually killed and so on. That was way down the road. So for a long time, they weren't. And therefore, on any given day, there was very small chance that you're actually going to be killed. So I guess you can't infer that they sincerely believed what they were doing. And maybe they were grifters. His arguments were so bad faith, it was said, Lord Jesus Christ, Son of God, have mercy on me, a sinner. Glory to the Father and the Son and the Holy Spirit, now and ever, and unto the end, unto the ages of ages. Amen. On the other hand, why go after wild-eyed pistol wavers when all she wants to do is dance? J is Randy's final form. What? Randy who? Criticism and libel aren't the same thing. Now, that's true. No, you can criticize. Yeah, my point is, let me put it this way. If you wanted to criticize God logic, then go ahead and criticize God logic. Guys, you've never heard, if someone has a legitimate criticism of God logic or anyone else, you don't see me jumping into this. You don't even see me jumping in if people are saying, hey, you Protestants, you got the wrong church. You don't see me jumping in there. If you can prove it, prove it. If you prove it, let me know, man. I'd be interested. Andrew came off weird. I kept asking myself, what the heck is he talking about? Yeah. I would kind of zone out. At certain points where I think he's not really dealing with the issue. Andrew Wilson cares more about Orthodox versus the Bible truth. D Wood, refute Studio C before you're a real Christian. Studio. I love Studio C, man. I would never refute those guys. You see, they're grifters. Studio C, guys. Awesome YouTube channel. But they're Mormons. They're Mormon, it's like Saturday Night Live, but Mormons. Y'all are under attack because you're making an impact. Keep doing what you're doing. Thank you for your ministry. Yeah, and that's exactly my thoughts on someone like Avery. And what's crazy is Avery's just getting started. He's only been around. He's only been doing this for a few years. And I happen to know, before he was doing this, before you guys heard of him, he was studying. He was studying and watching videos and studying arguments and stuff because he knew that he wanted to be an apologist and go after Islam and help Muslims come to Christ and so on. And when people are crushing it, and I'm saying this because I I mean, when I see a Christian, just imagine another Christian coming along and he just starts crushing it. He just starts crushing it. You know, Muslims are going to go after him. What really concerns me is all of a sudden you'll start seeing Christians, certain Christians go after the person. And what's the explanation? What's the explanation? Is it jealousy that this person's becoming really popular? Is it something else? Because you can just think that the person is wrong and so on. But yeah, that's rough stuff. That's rough stuff because, I mean, like, the more you accomplish and the more effective you are, the more of a target you will be. But you don't just get targeted by the Dawa guys. You end up with Christians coming after you from different groups, even from your same group and so on. And then if you respond to people, like if I say, hey, they're going after God Logic, I want to respond, then you get attacked by those same people and so on. And then everyone else, other people start attacking you, not because they agree with this guy or they just say, hey, why are you causing this division? Why are you dividing up? This isn't good. This isn't good to have this stuff in front of people. And it's like, well, what's the alternative here? Right? If a group, let's say online OrthoBros or something like that, are going after a Christian who's crushing it, well, you kind of have to respond. I mean, you can either respond to them or just let it go on. Me, I'll tell you, I've got some things that I still want to accomplish. I was serious earlier when all the guys in my family, except for one, die right around the age that I am now. They die of heart attacks. So I think, I don't know. I feel fine. But I mean, I don't know. I could have a heart attack tonight for all I know. So it makes me think, okay, what are the things I still want to accomplish with the time I've got? But at the same time, I think I'm old. I'm not completely obsolete, but there's a young generation coming up. And I have to say, guys, there are Catholics who are doing awesome work against Islam. There are Eastern Orthodox who are doing an awesome job. There are tons of Protestants who are doing an awesome job. Whatever and then you've got even non-Christians. If you're right and you're exposing something on Islam, I hope you're successful in exposing Islam. But I think it is a serious problem here that, again, I think of Christians as a body. One person cannot do everything. You just can't, right? One person, let me put it this way. If you're one person and you want to respond to atheism and Islam and Buddhism and Jehovah's Witness stuff and Mormonism and all this other stuff and various other Christian groups and so on, you want to respond to all that, you're either the greatest genius of all time with like massively greater brain power than I have, or you're probably going to do a crap job because you can't master tons of different fields unless you just have some weird brain power and so on. So I don't look at that as a problem. I look at that as we're a body. We're a body. We're the body of Christ. This part can do, this part of the body can do that. 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 And you put it all together and we're getting everything done. We're getting everything done. So I'm old, still got some things I want to do in life, some things I want to accomplish in life, but mainly, one of the things I want to do is, if anyone's going after the guys who are up and coming, then I like to distract them. I like to run interference so that they can keep doing what they're doing. I want people to be able to keep doing what they're doing, especially if they're crushing it. Someone's crushing it, then I know they're a target. And if they're being targeted, I would like to distract the people who are targeting them. If he admitted with when your friend gets up at the bar, you get up too, that he's just running defense for his friend, forcing an impossible standard. As an inquirer, In the Eastern Orthodox Church, this type of behavior has been a concern, that and the apparent anti-Semitism. Yeah, again, I think that's more, it's a problem. We kind of judge an entire group based on the people who are like right in front of our faces on like X, but the people who are on X may not be an accurate reflection of the bigger community, because these are the people who are on X. So I don't know a whole lot about what Eastern Orthodox believe. I went to one church service with AP. It was like 15 hours long. It wasn't really, but no, it was cool. I went to one church service with AP, but I don't know. But yeah, my point is, don't judge Catholics by the groypers. Don't judge Eastern Orthodox by the online OrthoBros. Don't judge Muslims by the Dawa guys, because there are plenty of Muslims who think this is think the Dawa guys are seriously messed up, which they are. I love David and Andrew's cruise. The devil wins when not under the Orthodox Church. Gates of hell will not prevail. Jay is definitely related to Daniel Hapikachu. Andrew ran from the argument that for you to debate Islam, you need to disprove all sects of Christianity. He just said, nah, yeah. Yeah, I still think that's weird. Like, I mean, guys, why do I go after Islam? It's not because I was interested in Islam. Just there's this series of things that happen where I concluded that that's one of the things I'm supposed to do. And it's just things like, I mean, it's not some like God gives me a booming voice and says, David, this is what you're supposed to do. I just believe God's in control, and that this goes for you too, that God puts different people in our lives, and he's working things together. And so when I end up best friends with a Muslim in college and he's trying to convert me, and then so I start going and studying, to respond to his arguments and so on. I mean, I look back at that. I was not thinking at that point, oh, God put this person in my life so that I can deal with Islam in the future. It was, I believed at the time, God put this person in my life because I'm the right person to witness to this Muslim. So that's what I thought. I wasn't thinking, oh, I'm going to spend my life going after Islam or something. But then, so Nabil got baptized, and I thought, cool, I'm done with Islam. Now he's a Christian. That's it. I don't have to read this weird stuff anymore. And then about a month later, he gets his first death threat. And then it's, well, what kind of absolute scumbag would I be if I just let him deal with this for the rest of his life while I go off and do other things that I'm interested in? So I stuck with it. But I mean, think about that. Like, if I believe God's in control and stuff, then it would be like God using this guy's death threat against Nabil to make me go, oh no, I'm actually going to stay dealing with Islam. And then I watch Nabil over time, and then I realize, oh, Muslims make really cool Christians. And then, as this keeps going, when Muslims start attacking more and more and more, and then because of my mental issues, the more threats they send, the more aggressively I respond. And then I start thinking, I don't know, maybe I think I'm made for this. I think I'm made for this stuff. And so it's, I touched on this when I was just talking to Andrew, but I become a Christian in a cell, and everything changed. And so if you come along later and say, no, David, you are not a Christian. You are not a Christian. Okay. You're going to have to give some really awesome evidence to say to me that I did not become a Christian in that cell. I would have to see some awesome evidence that believing in the gospel as it's laid down in the Bible is not believing in the gospel is not what saves you. You have to join this particular church or you're not a Christian. I just have a real problem thinking that's something other than God intervening in my life. And so if you come along later, you just sound weird to me. You'd have to offer awesome evidence that I wasn't a Christian or I never converted or something like that. And I've never seen such powerful evidence to convince me I didn't become a Christian. But So, that's my experience there. And then I end up dealing with Islam, which I was not interested in at all, but it just worked out that way. You just take little things as possible signs of what you're supposed to do. And then you kind of, after a while, you're kind of set in what you believe is your purpose. And then someone comes along and says, nope, you need to be doing this instead. I'm like, why should I be doing that? Because I say, and this is, my church says you have to do this, and I don't know. It sounds weird to me. But yeah, it would be exceptionally weird to me to say, if you want to go after Islam, you have to be simultaneously going after all other branches of Christianity, even if that's not your area and you're not interested. And by the way, this is why I said we never finish this part. We never finish this part. But that's why I said and I'm saying the online OrthoBros, that they remind me of the Dawa guys. Andrew cut me off and we never got back to it. But the Dawa guys look around for people who don't know the Dawa script, and that's all they want to run it on. I touched on this a bit, but when someone says, guys, I've never really studied Eastern Orthodoxy or Catholicism or even Protestantism, I became a Christian, and apparently it makes me a Protestant because I didn't join one of these other churches. And you say, you have to debate Protestantism versus Eastern Orthodox. And I say, I've never studied that stuff. You say, you have to. We want you to debate. It's like, why would you want me to debate? Like, there's tons of Christians out there who do study this stuff. Why wouldn't you go after them? That kind of, not crazy about that. Not crazy about how, I don't know. That's what Dawa guys do, right? They look for people who don't study something so that they can have the argument with them. And it's like, well, why don't you go after the people who really study the stuff and are interested? Because there are plenty of Protestants who are interested in defending Protestantism as opposed to Eastern Orthodoxy or Catholicism. There are plenty of Catholics and Eastern Orthodox who are really interested in responding to Protestants and so on. And it's like, why don't you guys debate that stuff, and the rest of us can watch, and then we'll get an idea of what everyone's evidence is. It wouldn't make sense to me, like even, let me put it this way, like Anthony Rogers, my friend. I'm good friends with Anthony Rogers. Anthony Rogers actually debates like Protestantism versus Catholicism and so on. Anthony Rogers debates this stuff. I would never in a million years want to say, hey, Anthony, you need to debate AP because he's heading to Eastern Orthodoxy. I didn't know if you were, if you're a cat human, you're still not Eastern Orthodox. I didn't even know that. So notice I didn't even know the basics, and they still want me to debate this stuff. I debate this stuff. I don't even know the basics. But never crossed my mind to say, AP, you have to debate Anthony on Protestantism versus Eastern Orthodoxy. Like, why? AP, even though he's studying Eastern Orthodoxy and so on, he's not like, hey, everyone else is wrong and I want to prove them wrong. It'd be fine seeing Anthony debate someone who, Eastern Orthodox or Catholic or something like that, who is interested in that, who studies that and really wants to defend that. This is just weird that people have to debate stuff that they don't study and aren't interested in. It just comes across as like Dawa stuff. Same method that Dawa guys use. Andrew uses a debate tactic called sea lioning. The Apostle Paul did far worse than you before he repented. According to Andrew, he should have gone on his first mission alone. Andrew Wilson doesn't understand that Protestants don't believe being from a different denomination is a salvation issue. It's more important to save the lost. Yeah, that's another feature of, and I'm sure there are Protestants like this as well, that I'm really interested in debating the issues between Christians. Therefore, you need to be interested in that as well. I've never liked everyone has to be the same type of person interested in the same things. Again, it's like we're a body. Imagine you go to a hospital and tell them about Jesus. Then that person believes and died the next day. Eastern Orthodox be like, you need to be part of the true church before you died. D. Wood, would you debate Jay on what is the one church? No, because I'd want to study, and there are other things I want to do besides that. If he wants to debate someone, then I could pick one of my friends who's interested in that, and I don't know why he'd insist on debating me and not like one of my friends who's interested in that. Andrew Wilson tries too hard to be the Lenny Bruce of OrthoBros with the SIGs and cursing. Trying to be an edgy rebel is the new conformity. I'm a Catholic and I stand with you. The first time I stand with a Protestant against Eastern Orthodoxy. Andrew Wilson was really obnoxious and wrong. And I'll say again, there's a difference between the online OrthoBros and like Eastern Orthodoxy. I don't know how different they are, but yeah, don't judge Eastern Orthodoxy by people on X. It takes a great deal of pride and a deeply schismatic mentality from some Eastern Orthodox to provoke this kind of disunity among Christians. Their truth without love and humility becomes distorted and sectarian. Yeah, that's kind of like, just look at what's going on. With the Dawa, it's crumbling. It's crumbling. You've got more Muslims doubting Islam than ever before. And we're coming out with more stuff. And we've got Christians learning the Islamic dilemma. We've got the Al-Zut. And we've got all this stuff. And Islam's just getting wrecked. And we want more and more people to learn how to respond to Islam, how to defend Christian doctrine against Muslim objections and so on. And you say, wow, it's like, Dawa is about to be completely destroyed and not being taken seriously anymore. And while you're doing that, all of a sudden, no, you have to debate this and be distracted by this. And it's like, can't we do this? No, you have to do this. You can't do that until you do this. What you need to accomplish is that manipulation tactics video. Oh, yeah, well. Islamophobic and anti-Islam is federal hate crime. No, it's not. I'm sympathetic to the idea of what is not being said in defining Christendom. Oh, by the way, guys, for anyone who put up super chats earlier, I'm just going with like the most recent ones and stuff like that. So there's just no way of getting to them. There were a ton beforehand and stuff like that. So I'm just going with the most recent ones because I'm guessing like some of the earlier ones would be like, maybe like asking me or Andrew something, and he's not here anymore. So I'm sympathetic to the idea of what is not being said in defining Christendom in the broad sense is an issue, but I also hold that God is not beholden to sacraments. I'm not convinced by the larger point of whatever this stupid conversation. And then you've got people like me, and it's not that I know or something like that. I'm just fine with the idea. Because you do see this in the Bible when the Apostle Paul says one person esteems one day more important than others. Another person esteems all days the same. Let each be convinced in his own mind. Paul didn't think that this was super important. He thought it was okay to have differences and disagreements. And so you got me, you got all these different Christians, you have different views and stuff like that. And with me, it's like, I have no problem with the idea that God just allows all these differences to give us the opportunity to figure out, how to work together, where we need to disagree, where we need to debate. But I don't have a problem with that. It doesn't cross my mind that, nope, we need a list of everything exactly as it is correct. And we all need to be on the same page. And until we're all on the same page, we just need to be all fighting amongst each other and so on. Doesn't cross my mind. So anyway, my point is, when you're talking about different Christians with different beliefs, it's like in my mind, like, I'm fine with it. And for all I know, God just allowed all these differences. And it's part of us learning to function together and not be divided over stuff. But I don't know. We'll see. What the heck are you doing here, man?
I was bored. I got bored of waiting for you to end.
Pulled an Isa, man. Pulled an Isa. I just thought that we were going to like debate for like 30 minutes to an hour or something like that. I didn't know we were going for hours. What are you doing, man?
Yeah, I needed to talk to you about what you need from me for tomorrow. So I was waiting for you to end, but then you you started reading super chats. Now you have
Oh,
like 20 super chats.
I totally forgot about tomorrow. We're doing a Sam show.
Yeah, but you haven't told me what you need me to prep. So,
Well, I don't
and
know.
then,
You're the one who watches this stuff. I don't watch this stuff.
well, I wasn't sure if we were doing Malik or Sam or what. So, and then Elle's about to premiere a video. So I was like, okay, I'll just call in now and you can tell people about that video when you're done.
What video is Elle premiering that you could tell us about now?
Yeah, so it is on whether Muslims love Jesus more than Christians. I thought it was kind of funny. I thought it'd be funny to redirect, since that was like apparently the main crime of God Logic was redirecting people. So I thought it'd be kind of funny.
Yeah. Hey, you know what's wild in this whole situation? David, you have to defend this and you have to defend that. Lots of atheists wouldn't agree, since I actually believe in God and Jesus. But I'm pretty darn skeptical as far as like affirming positions. I kind of like affirm a position where I don't see any serious alternative. Apart from that, I usually think in terms of like probabilities. It's like, so you take some view where you have like 4 or 5 different possibilities. I think in like, okay, kind of, 30, 40% chance this, I don't know, 20% chance this, 10% this, and whatever percent that. I think, okay, these are the options. I just don't trust myself unless I really study an issue. I don't trust myself to say, I'm affirming this as the correct position. So until I like really, really study something, I'm just always like, okay, well, this seems like the correct one, but there's all this stuff I don't know. So why would I like put my stamp of approval on something? And so
and my position actually is that all branches of Christianity are valid, and I would argue for that, but apparently that would also be invalid. So I don't know what these people want, honestly.
Yeah. So when like a Catholic or Eastern Orthodox or even some Protestant who has more things that they affirm than I do says you have to agree with this and debate this, and I'm like, even if I do not accept your position, that doesn't mean that I want to attack it, because you may be right, and I just don't know. In other words, so take something like the Eucharist. Mm-hmm. You have different beliefs among Christians, and I have what I do, but I don't want to like attack the Catholic or Eastern Orthodox view of the Eucharist, because you might be right. I haven't studied it. I don't know. Maybe you could give me a case and I would think you're actually right. In fact, I'll go ahead and point this out for all the OrthoBros. I was out in California, and AP told me when I was out in California, he says, hey, you should meet this Eastern Orthodox priest out there. He wants to talk to you. And he wanted to talk to me about Nabil and so on. So I was talking to him, and then he drives me to the airport afterwards, and he starts breaking down the Eastern Orthodox view of the Eucharist. And he was making interesting points and was making me think, this is some interesting stuff here. I hadn't even thought about that. He's just going through the Bible, just going through Bible passages. Like, I've read that a bunch of times. I didn't even notice that. That's interesting. My point here is I learned more to make me think about a little part of Eastern Orthodoxy, more from that ride to the airport with an Eastern Orthodox priest than I've ever learned from any online OrthoBros. Like, I don't even know what these guys think on stuff, because everything is like insults or do this or insult, do this or insult, do this or insult. And that just makes me not trust you. And it's like, I mean, the group is like characterized by middle school manipulation tactics as their primary method. And it's like with the Dawa guys. A Dawa guy could come up. If I don't know and I haven't studied what the Dawa guy is telling me, I can't believe a Dawa guy. There are Dawa guys I would believe more than others that I don't regard as just like compulsive liars. But if it's one of the compulsive liar types, you could be saying something that's completely true. I would have to see independent verification of it, because I just can't trust you, because your group is characterized by like constantly lying. That's not the case with the online OrthoBros and so on. But when like you're using just these, oh, if you raise any objection, we call you gay. Or we just say, well, why aren't you debating this? Then I'm always thinking like, okay, if you guys actually had a really solid case for why you're the true church, wouldn't you be leading out with that and not like these silly tactics? I'm not saying that means there isn't some awesome case for it. I'm just saying that's how I'm wired. Like when I see a group and they're behaving in a certain way, I'm thinking, okay, if you actually had good evidence and good arguments, why are you acting this way rather than some other way? And it makes me suspicious. It makes me awfully suspicious. You need to do every job in the body of Christ in order to be a part of the body of Christ. If a part tries to cut itself off, should we stop it? That's good. Seems like the OrthoBros are the new Pharisees. Oh, I wasn't even thinking about that. Huh. I'm a fan of Andrew's and recently of yours. Whether people of Orthodox faith believe you're heretical or not, this infighting isn't helping anything. Now again, notice if you're talking about this debate, I don't know what you do, right?
Mm-hmm.
You've got people like God Logic, and they're just going out and crushing it. And guys, you do not understand how devastating this is going to be for Dawa. And I'm saying that because like me and IP were in the airport. I walked up to the Starbucks there, and the guy goes, the barista or whatever, he looks up and he goes, "Oh, you're David Wood. I watch your videos. You and God Logic." And he's talking about then studying God Logic and so on. So he gets a selfie and stuff like that. I grab coffee for myself and I'm taking a tea to Inspiring Philosophy. I walk over there and this guy's walking by. "Hey, you're Inspiring Philosophy and David Wood. I watch you guys." And he goes, "And I'm listening to God Logic right now." He had headphones in. This guy worked at the airport and he has to walk around all day doing something. But he sits there walking around listening to God Logic, and he said he's preparing. He said he's learning. And I told him, I was like, that's exactly what God Logic did years ago, man. He started just listening to stuff, absorbing the information, then he goes out and uses it. My point is, there are tons of people who are right now are in preparation mode. They're in preparation mode. They're studying. They're studying the Islamic dilemma. They're watching the shows. They're watching the live call-in shows. They're learning how to respond to this stuff. And all of a sudden, like all these people who are studying right now are going to be unleashed on Dawah, right? And so this is awesome. I'm looking, it's like you Dawah guys think things are bad right now. This is just getting started. Mm-hmm. You have no idea. You are about to just get completely steamrolled. You're getting crushed right now, but you are all of Dawah is just about to get completely steamrolled. And then you've got all these people who constantly come in, like you guys are like just constant momentum, nothing but momentum. It's been a total momentum shift. Dawah guys used to be on the offensive and Christians used to be on constant defensive. Now we're like Dawah hunters. We're hunting the Dawah down wherever we go. Total momentum shift. And when it's happening, all of a sudden all these people come like, and they're starting to, and they, start attacking people like Avery. And so look at this. This infighting isn't helping anything. What do? You just let it go? Or do you respond to it?
Yeah, I mean, and plus he says whether you believe it's heretical or not. Well, if you believe it's heretical, then it's not infighting by definition, right? Because if you believe something is heretical, or you believe that Avery's a grifter legitimately, or, you believe this person or that person is a false teacher, it's not infighting at that point. It's necessary church discipline. And of course, we didn't start it, right? Sam and Jay started it, but what are we supposed to do? Just ignore it, right? When they're claiming that people are false teachers.
Yeah, and guys, I mentioned this. I mentioned that. Hey, I'm old. Keep in mind, I'm not saying I'm going to die next year or something, or 2 months from now or something like that. I'm saying I don't know, guys in my family, with one exception. I had a grandfather who lived into his 70s and stuff like that. Other than that, all the guys die right around 50 heart attacks, and so I don't know how long how long I've got to do things and stuff, but. Just the fact that I'm old and I don't know how long I'm happy. I'm happy to kind of brush the buzzards off that are going after some other guys. You know what I mean? If you're going after someone who has a long long, awesome bunch of work to do for Christ in the future, and people are going at you. I don't know. I'm just like, just go after me, man. Go after me instead. It doesn't matter. Go after me. And so, yeah, here's the weird thing. Andrew could have come on here. Andrew could have come on here and said, yeah, of course you don't want to help the Dawa guys. Of course you shouldn't be going on and agreeing with the Dawa guys and helping them make these kinds of claims. But come on, okay, he messed up. So what? It's not the end of the world. Something like that. He could have done that, and I wouldn't have had the fact that they're all rallying around that nonsense.
Mm-hmm.
Let me put it this way, guys. If I just kind of like see a group for a while, it's automatic. I don't have to think about it. I eventually pick up on everything that annoys the crap out of the people in that group, and then I can kind of be a constant distraction to them and so on. So it's this weird situation where I don't know. And you think, but one person can't do a lot. Yeah, check Islam. See how that's gone. You had Muslims 15 years ago. You guys can never stop Islam. Okay, it's imploding right now. So obviously, yeah. Anyway, wild stuff, man. Thank God you and Nabil met. The way he spoke about you and his teachings, he held you to high standards. Oh yeah, hey, since there's still a ton of people watching, I mentioned this a few days ago, but I was digging through an old box, and I found a tape from a camcorder, and it said on it one of my son's birth, and then it said Nabil's baptism. Camcorder tape. I didn't remember having a camcorder. I didn't remember anyone recording Nabil's baptism, but there were like, I don't know, 6 or 7 people there or whatever, maybe more. I don't know. It was so long ago, but I did not remember anyone recording, because I was in the pool. I was in the pool baptizing Nabil, and my wife was taking some pictures. So I've had the pictures, and she was saying maybe one of the other people there was recording, and they gave us the tape and we just forgot about it. But I didn't remember that. Marie didn't remember that. Nabil didn't remember that. We had no idea. And I know because Nabil asked me for pictures at some point. He didn't say anything about a tape. So I have no idea what's on that tape, or even if it's mislabeled or something like that. But I found a tape. So I had to bring it over to a place, but yeah, so they were converting it. They said it would take a few days and stuff like that. But anyway, you guys might be seeing video of Nabil's baptism here in the next day or two. We'll have to see what happens. I love Nabil. His book's amazing, and his story is incredible. Jay Dyer annoys the heck out of me. It's always, debate me, bro, as if I have irreconcilable views. Yeah. What you don't want to be, guys, in life is, and again, Andrew Wilson, I mean, his debate with Daniel Kigachu, his debate on Muhammad and Aisha are some of the most legendary moments in the history of debate. He has a knack for just like crushing things. And so hats off to him for all that. But there's a tendency in the online OrthoBro community to just be a constant like annoyance to everyone else. Mm-hmm. And it's like, why?
Yeah, I mean, Andrew is unquestionably a very skilled debater, very good at rhetoric, but I think that might be exactly what the problem was today, that he didn't actually believe anything that he was saying, and he just was proving what an amazing debater he is, and that was his only actual interest, because he sure seemed to want to say, well, I just won on technicalities, right, over and over again throughout the whole thing. And great, you proposed a logical proposition that could fit theoretical facts. So you proved it's logically possible. Congratulations. Now, what's the actual reality, right? Yeah. What is the actual morality of the situation? But he didn't care as long as he could say he won because he established that it was possible.
Yeah. And again, that's like, I brought this up. It's like really? You going for the weird technicalities? Because I brought up like, what if the topic was, should Christians torture puppies for fun or something like that? And you say, what? Obviously no. And say, oh yeah, imagine a situation where aliens show up and they say, we'll destroy the entire world unless you torture these puppies for fun. Oh, you'd say you should torture some puppies for fun in order to save the entire population of the world. Oh, you see, yes, therefore, sometimes Christians should torture puppies for fun. It's like, okay, if that's what you're interested in, that's what you're interested in. Yet a time is coming and has now come when the true worshipers will worship the Father in spirit and in truth, for they are the kind of worshipers the Father seeks. Eastern Orthodoxy was attacked by Islam a lot. You'd think they'd want to unite with other Christians regardless of theological discourse. John of Damascus, for example. That is an important thing. I mean, as far as Islam, the Orthodox Church took the most damage, as far as I know, took the most damage for all those centuries of Islam coming at it. And so, yeah, you'd think, I mean, and there were times, even like from Protestants, like when you had the Ottoman invasion and stuff, there were Protestant leaders who were saying, this is punishment on them. This is punishment on them, on the Catholics. This is punishment on the Catholics. So don't help them. Just let the Muslims come in and do this. This is from God. And it's like, that's some seriously disturbing thinking. Should be, hey, Protestants and Catholics, we can debate this. These other guys, no, you're not taking over. You're not taking over anything. We'll take a couple more and we'll head out. The inference based on the identification of the true visible church does give the one holding that ideology reason to question the definition of Christian reasonable doubt about the claim made. Infighting doesn't apply there because you're not in. Yeah, I'm not in the group, so it's not infighting. This whole debate is dumb. It's what allowed Islam to conquer most of Europe. Christian infighting over the one true church is straight nonsense, and I say this as an Orthodox cat-human.
I think it's an important question to be asked. Like I said before, I think that all branches of Christianity have true believers in them, and not something I'm interested in fighting. But I think it is an important question, right? I don't think we need to be afraid of questioning what the truth is, because we have the truth, right? When you're in the light, you have the truth. You're not afraid of light shining on your position.
What is this? One second. What's this? He deleted the video. Who deleted what?
Yeah, the people were saying in the chat that Andrew took it down. But some people also said they normally does that with live stream, so I'm not sure if it's meaningful.
He takes them down permanently or just takes them down temporarily?
I don't know.
Because he could be like taking it down to chop off the beginning where we're setting up and stuff like that. I don't know.
Yeah, possible.
I have no idea. I don't know. Let's see. Very disappointed in Andrew. He was clearly arguing for pride, not wisdom and understanding. You conducted yourself so well. You make it clear you seek truth earnestly. Thank you for standing up. Yeah, there's two things here, guys. Yeah, we don't want to be doing all the infighting and stuff like that. But at the same time, you can't use not wanting any infighting to like not actually ever confront anything. Sometimes you got to confront stuff, and yeah, it's messy, but you got to do it. And one thing you don't want to do is say, "Oh, but look, you're arguing with each other." the Muslims are going to say, ho, 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 look at all the fighting. Dawah is crumbling no matter what. And I think it's hilarious if they think, aha, Andrew Wilson is arguing with David Wood. Now we're saved. No, you're not. You guys are doomed. It doesn't matter what we do. We can never infight. We can infight all day long. Dawah is doomed no matter what. D. Wood, you're friends with AP and Raymond Ibrahim. Those two seem like true, honorable Christian men who are Orthodox Christians. Andrew Wilson seemed dishonorable, in my opinion.
And Robert Spencer. Throw him in there
Robert
as well.
Spencer. Yeah, so, I mean, Robert Spencer, AP, these are some of the guys I've done the most shows with over the years. Because I knew Robert Spencer long before I knew AP, and Robert was Catholic and interestingly left the Catholic Church and became Orthodox. And he said it was because they were just completely wrong on Islam. They kept going after him, attacking him, getting his speaking engagements and so on canceled because he's going after Islam. And he just got to the point like, He said, how can I think this is the correct church that has the correct positions and is like the arbiter of truth in the world today, and you guys are protecting Islam right now. You're protecting Islam from criticism. I'm out of here. So, yeah, wild stuff. Nick, Fearful Truth, I think, is ortho and friends with Avery. Also, John 3:16. Where does that hint that you need a particular belief to be saved? Yeah, that's really my issue. When I look, okay, what do I need to believe? Here's my perspective on things. When someone says, no, you have to do this and that. Again, I became a Christian reading the Bible in a jail cell. And so I'm doing what Scripture says and believing the things Scripture says. When someone comes along to me afterwards and says, no, you have to do this too, there's a couple of reactions. One, it could be something that actually contradicts Scripture. If they say, you have to do this too, in addition to that, you have to do this too, and it contradicts Scripture, then I would be like, no, not going to happen. That's contradicting Scripture. If you come along with something and it doesn't contradict Scripture, but it's not a command in Scripture, and I don't know where it's coming from, but you say, here's this other thing you need to do, and it's not that it's contradicting Scripture, it's just some extra thing. There, my thought would be along these lines. One, you're correct, and I'm supposed to do this, or no, this is just you adding something. But if it were really, really, really important, I would expect it to be emphasized in Scripture. And if it's not emphasized anywhere, if I can't even find it, guess what? You could be correct, right? This could be something that's not in the Bible, but it's still something I'm supposed to do. But in my mind, I would think it's not something I need to spend a lot of time dwelling on, because if it were really important, then I think it would be emphasized in Scripture as, telling me to do it. So it's like, that's why I'm not crazy about the idea of like debating lots of these issues. Like, okay, even if I don't do this that your church does, I'm not saying you're wrong. I don't see why I'm supposed to do that. But I don't want to attack your position. You may be right. Well, I don't want to attack it. Hello, David. Question. As a Christian, I've had a hard time for me accepting that I have borderline personality disorder. Would this affect me in a bad way if I ever have a wife and kids? I would suggest going to a Christian counseling center or therapy or something like that and asking them. Apart from Sam, who is the most glaringly obvious case of borderline personality disorder in the history of humanity. So I can look at that and say, this can definitely lead to problems, and they can get worse over time. But borderline personality disorder is one of the disorders that they consider pretty like treatable, right? So in other words, you can, it's not just something that you're stuck with. It's like, I was diagnosed with antisocial personality disorder. That doesn't mean that you can be aware of how things affect you and so on, and take that into account and modify accordingly. But yeah, you definitely want to get checked out about that and get some advice and be in therapy and so on, so that any future problems. And guess what? If you have a personality disorder, it's going to give rise to some things. One of the things that, like, seriously. So again, you would want to get some treatment for that. You would want to get treatment for borderline personality disorder, because that causes people to drive other people away with weird behavior, and then to like become obsessed with them after they go away. And it's not good. It's bad. But here's something important. You get therapy, and then learn about it. And then when you get married, you make sure your wife understands it, and maybe she even goes to therapy with you so she can learn more about it, so that if you're behaving in some weird way, then she can sort of bring it to your attention in a way that a counselor would recommend. Like, not, hey, quit being so borderline. You don't do it that way. It's like, hey, you know what you just did there? Let's think through this and so on, kind of gently. And you might want even future kids. Kids, I have a personality disorder. So if you ever see me acting weird and stuff like that, don't jump on me right when I'm acting weird. But maybe later on, Maybe later on when I'm calm or something like that, not doing that, you bring up, hey, remember that? Remember what you were doing there? In other words, everyone in my family knows I have antisocial personality disorder. So, one, that helps them if I'm not reacting in the way a normal person reacts. They understand, okay, well, he's messed up. I don't expect him to react in the same way. But also in certain situations, hey, you're not reacting correctly here. You're going to freak people out in this situation. So, hey, you're at a funeral, David. You're looking bored out of your mind. Just look sad. Look sad right now. that kind of thing. Near as I can tell, what Jay did would be like if Paul, instead of confronting Peter, had just gone to the Pharisees and said, "You're right in everything you say about him." Not quite. Yeah, Andrew wasn't saying, you're agreeing with everything, but yeah, you could go and say, hey, you're right about this about him. We deserve a reward for sitting through this train wreck of a debate. Bring us Junior, or AP, I guess. That'd be good. Everyone loves Junior, man. Andrew Wilson needs to read his Bible and book on fallacies. Andrew did a great job turning people away from ortho. Ouch. This live is still going on. OrthoBros are demonized. What? You know how people keep asking me for a book on manipulation tactics? I know exactly what's going on, not just with the OrthoBro community, but with all kinds of other things. This is something I would put in. I would have to put into a. It's not a manipulation tactic, but it's part of what's going on right now that's connected to it all. But I've talked about it a lot in the past, but now you see exactly what I was talking about. You can go back 6 years when I was breaking down what is about to happen. And what I pointed out there is think about a wolf. A wolf can live on its own. And as long as there aren't other predators around that the wolf, might be in danger from, a wolf can just be totally fine on its own. And a wolf on its own acts in a certain way. If there are other threats around, wolves will function as a pack. And the way a wolf acts in a pack is very different from the way a wolf acts by itself, right? Once you're in a pack, you have a role in the pack. You've got the alpha, you've got all these different roles within the pack. And the wolves are competing for these various spots and constantly trying to demonstrate their value to the group. Well, human beings are like that in that a human being on his own. And I don't mean like just you're totally isolated. I mean you're not under threat from other things. A human who's not under threat, not in danger, functions in a certain way. A human that is or believes he's in danger functions in a different way. Now, if you go back to when me and Thaddeus were young, go back to the good old days, yeah. You didn't feel like you were being attacked all the time, right? It was rare. You get up, you go to school or work or whatever you're doing, you get along there. Maybe your boss is a jerk, but okay, you get to leave. You go to the store, you go home, you watch some TV with your family and stuff. When you feel like you're actually being attacked or like specific situations, like maybe you get into an argument at some point and then you feel like someone's attacking you or something like that. Very, very different from now, where everyone feels like they're being attacked all the time, right? Why is this relevant? Well, back in the day, if you go back 20 or 30 years and you don't feel like you're being attacked, you function in one way. Like your brain is calm. Your brain is calm. Now, when everyone constantly feels like they're being attacked, that affects you. Your tendency, the human tendency, when you feel like you're being attacked, is to click up with a group, to join a group or to become more entrenched in your group, right? For your protection. That group is for your protection. But here's the thing. When you are in a group for your protection, because keep in mind, even when you're just completely calm, no one's attacking you and so on, like 20 some years ago, you can join a group. You join a church or join a club or something like this. You can, you can be a Trekkie like Mike Winger and be doing nerd stuff like that. You can be doing all kinds of stuff, right? So you can join a group. When you feel like you're in danger, it changes your role in the group. Now you're in a group for your protection. In other words, there's all these forces attacking you, so you click up with a group because the group, it's way safer. Than you just don't feel safe on your own if you feel like you're being. Keep in mind, I'm not talking about physical attack. I'm just talking about you wake up, you find out what you're supposed to be enraged at on X, and you go to work, and now they're telling you have to affirm this and affirm that, and say this and say that. And you go to the grocery store, and they're putting something in your face, and you feel like you're being just constantly attacked. Even just your ideas are being attacked. So what happens? You have a tendency to join a group. But now, since you're in a group for your protection, it changes the dynamic. You don't want to be cast out by the group, because if you're cast out by the group, then you're on your own, and that feels terrifying to people. So what you do in the group is you have to conform to the group, because now if you've ever wondered why you can have like 20 different topics of some political position and everyone will fall in line on that, even if they're completely different political ideas and stuff like that. It's like, well, why couldn't you accept this one and this one and this one, but not these others and stuff? No, you're part of the group. You have to conform to everything, lest the group cast you out. Say, oh, you disagreeing on this? Well, you're not really one of us. You're one of them. So you fall in line on all these issues. But the other thing you do is you start trying to demonstrate your worth or value to the group. You're showing you're an important part of the group. That way they don't want to ever cast you out. So you start demonstrating your worth and value to the group. Well, how do you do that? I mean, think about it. Suppose you're the online OrthoBros, and you are Orthodox, and you're on X, and so, these are the online OrthoBros, so this will be my group, and you're with the online OrthoBros. Okay, how do you demonstrate your value to the group? You're just wired to do this. You join a group. If it's for your protection, you start trying to show that you are an important member of this group. How do you do that? Well, you find out. What do these guys do? Oh, they start calling people gay anytime anyone disagrees. Or if someone calls out some behavior, you say, well, why don't you debate this? You just pick up on it. And so what do you do to demonstrate this is what your group does? Then in order to demonstrate your value to the group, you just keep doing it more and more. And so it becomes like a competition, like who is doing this the most? And pretty soon it's just like they're just constantly doing the same thing over and over and over again. But one of the things you do to demonstrate your worth to the group is attacking other groups. That shows, hey, I am really, really in this group. I'm attacking other groups. Well, what happens there? So now you have people joining these groups, and then they're wired to demonstrate their value by attacking other groups. Well, now all of a sudden this group starts attacking other groups, but now these other groups feel like they're being attacked even more. So the people in those groups, in order to demonstrate their value, have to be attacking back and so on. And what happens is everything starts just fracturing. Everything starts fracturing into different groups and so on. And then groups can break apart and just endless division there, endless division. So that's what's going on. And that's the reason. I went decades of my life without anyone telling me I had to be Eastern Orthodox. Now I hear it like every day. Like, why? Oh, because now people in groups, and guys, I'm not talking about Eastern Orthodox. I'm not just talking about Eastern. This is everyone. This is everyone right now. Everyone is going through this. Everyone is joining groups, and then you defend your group from attacks and you attack in response and so on, demonstrating your value to the group. But then every time you're attacking some other group, that other group now feels like they're being more attacked. And it's just, it's a recipe for breaking down civilization. So that's what's going on right now. That's why all these different groups are way more aggressive, confronting everyone. Everyone has to be on the same page with us or we are coming after you. And I don't know, people better figure out what to do about that, or the end result is just complete breakdown of everything. Rough situation.
Ironically, people in the chat who just came in started attacking you and saying you weren't making any sense, thus proving your point just now. Like they just come in and they're like, this is just word salad. Is this an argument? He can't make a good argument. That's why he lost, or stuff, you know. I thought it was kind of fun.
What guys, was I not clear in what I just broke down? Because
you were quite clear. I think that they were just automatically coming in and supporting their side without actually hearing anything.
That would be a shocker. Shocker from the online OrthoBros. We as Christians shouldn't be arguing amongst ourselves when we have souls to help lead to Jesus Christ. Well, you kind of got an issue there, because it's not up to you what issues people are going to start. Right? In other words, you can say, I don't want to fight. Well, sometimes people come to you to fight, and you can ignore that. What happens if they're attacking someone else? Like, what do you do? If you jump in there and say, hey, quit attacking him, I'm going to respond to you, then people say, oh, why are you infighting? Well, we didn't choose the infighting. As a Catholic and believing all the Catholic things, I just feel like Islam is far more dangerous than our disagreements with other Christians. Yeah, I agree. Orthodox Christian here, grew up brand name Protestant. Now I don't declare a major. The one true church is the one that calls Jesus Yahweh God and affirms the resurrection. That's my view. That's my view. D. Wood, can't you technically say Jay and the OrthoBros aren't Christian because they don't believe in grace, but you have to belong to their church? I wouldn't even say that. In my book, if you can be wrong about things. In other words, you can say, okay, you believe in Jesus' death, his resurrection, his divine nature, the Trinity, the inspiration of Scripture, and so on. You can believe all of that stuff and be wrong if you think, hey, my group is the true Christians and they're not the true Christians over there, or something like that. You could be wrong, as far as I'm concerned, and still be a Christian. But at the end of the day, don't quote me on that, because I don't know. Someone else might come in here and say, nope, you're wrong, because they're not Christians because of this. I don't know. Doesn't Eastern Orthodox believe that you need to be in the true church to be saved? If so, it is in their theology. Ruslan has a debate with an Eastern Orthodox. Oh, you guys can tell I don't know much about this stuff, which is weird why they want to debate
it's more nuanced than that. I'll just put it that way. It's more nuanced than such a
that reminds me like when Jay Dyer was after the 21 Coptic Christians were executed by ISIS, and he posted, don't call them martyrs, not martyrs, they weren't in the true church. It's like, seriously, dude? Seriously? I'm just expositing, not necessarily endorsement. I'm a minority tradition myself. I think it can be well supported that distinction isn't the same as schism. I think cultures and societies and emergent churches in history show a living organism. That's kind of along the lines, and I mentioned before, it's like, I have no problem with, like, people having different positions. I just don't have a problem. I never feel like I have to pick a position and so on something I haven't studied. But some people, nope, here's a list of all things and you have to conform to all these, even if I, can't give you some great case for why. You have to be on the same page with everything. I'm like, why? There were differences in the first century church, and the Bible seems fine with it. So, anyway, it's ironic that a psychopath was less obnoxious and confrontational than a righteous Christian in a debate, by the way, myself, an Eastern Orthodox member. Well, I have to say it. There's something cool about Eastern Orthodox in that I don't know if this is just me, they seem a bit more aggressive than lots of other Christians. And I'm not talking about in a bad way. I'm talking about in a good way. And I'm thinking maybe because in the background of a lot of it, it was, they were having to deal more with like the Ottoman Empire and stuff like that. And so they might just be kind of wired for being a bit more aggressive after centuries of this. And so if you're going after Islam and stuff like that, well, guess what? Being a little more aggressive actually helps. And that's why you have a lot of Eastern Orthodox Christians who are part of the like Christian takeover at Speaker's Corner. And some super cool guys there. Let's see. You should have stayed on his neck with the cult accusation because he is running a cult. Again, not in the strict sense, but in the sort of looser sense where, yeah. I don't understand why Andrew was suggesting you can't be criticized when he was making the same complaint with Trent Horn's criticism of his conduct. Yeah, I don't know. I haven't seen it. I'm Orthodox. I don't know what the heck happened with him, siding with jihadis to slight people who seek Christ. Orthodox got hit the hardest by Islam? I left for a while after having as much Andrew Wilson as I could stand, and now I see you have upgraded your stream with Thaddeus.
Definitely an upgrade.
You were so calm, he was chaotic. D Wood for the win. I'm Syriac Orthodox. Christ said, if they're not against us, let them be. I believe in the apostolic faith and pillar of truth. We make no claims to others' salvation. We are to do everything to ensure it. Much love. That's cool. This was still not as bad as his debate with AP. Andrew has no fruit of the Spirit at all. Whiskey? I don't know. I've only seen him in debates and I don't know. I was not comfortable enough with my knowledge to explain the Trinity or why the Quran is false. Watching Avery, Nick, Mateo, you helped me. I watch Andrew Wilson. His style doesn't help with Islam and Dawah. Does help on certain issues. Like it's just great using some of the points he makes and stuff like that. Pretty brutal.
And I will say that his focus is completely and totally different, right? It's primarily about the culture and politics and such. It's not. I wouldn't call him a Christian apologist, and I don't mean that like as an insult, right?
Yeah, so he does something different.
That's not his focus. Yeah, he does something different.
Keep going, David. We pray for your ministry. I don't understand this tension, but God is faithful. Well, the tension is you got people going after the people who are doing some really important stuff. We can now call David Old Ironsides Wood after this debate. Let's see. The inference that Christians only help others because it gets them to heaven is the most reasonable inference. Andrew Wilson, apparently. Does Andrew Wilson display the fruits of the Spirit? Don't know. He puts all his videos behind a paywall after it's live. That's why it's deleted. Okay. We've got JP. Can't wait to chat on Friday. You showed true biblical fruit. I'll be on JP's channel Friday. I'm watching from the start. It sounds like Andrew's point is the ends justify the means. The only thing that matters is the outcome. Where does he get that from? Either in the Bible or church tradition.
That was the exact same impression I had early on. I was chatting with someone about the debate, and I said exactly that. He seems to be saying the ends justify the means, which is not a Christian position.
I missed most of the debate, but what I saw was pretty sad. Andrew Wilson's arguments seemed to be nothing but extreme hypotheticals, which are rather disingenuous. Yeah, and I just pointed out, you can pick out any topic about what we should be doing and come up with some weird hypotheticals. Even though I disagree, at the end of the day, Jay and Wilson are taking Eastern Orthodoxy seriously. Very exclusive claims, hard to ignore that in the name of unity. Make a manipulation tactic video. Dizzle, we promise we won't use it for nefarious things. We need stuff to look out for. It's important. I get it. These are rough times. Wolves don't actually do the alpha thing. The guy who wrote that actually regrets it completely. Just so you know, D Wood loved the content. What are you talking about? I've seen wolves on their own, and they do have roles in a pack. So I don't know. I'll have to check that out. The analogy is there, though, still works. Interesting. Poll, 11% believe in supporting Dawah. Unbelievable. I used to be rather neutral about Orthodox as an institution. Then I met OrthoBros and learned more about the core beliefs of Eastern Orthodoxy. You've been going through many super chats. Here's one more. Thank you. That was quick. Keep it up, David. New Testament church was a single religion. Humans messed it up. Great apostasy and all that. Still don't side with Islam against other believers. Maybe. Yeah, it'd have to be like an extreme situation to say, all right, I'm going with the Dawah guys. All Orthodox churches of ex-USSR charge for prayers. Oh, yeah, that's smart. See, they are grifters. Great message and background story. Thanks for all your.
I don't think that's true.
No. Andrew caused me to have flashes to someone saying there would be people who say there are Christians fighting people who are doing God's work, right as Andrew said that people who agree to lies aren't responsible for agreeing to them. It's pretty wild. And this is my first ever super chat and YouTube comment in over 10 years. I just need to let you know, David, brother, I love you. You played a big part in my journey of coming into the knowledge of the truth. That's awesome. Thank you for that. All right, Thaddeus, what are we doing now? We're going to go ahead and close out.
Yeah, I think that very interesting, to put it one way, conversation today. I have to be honest, it is a little depressing that way more people were interested in tuning into this because of the, I mean, people like the back and forth, right? People like the drama. It's a little depressing that way more people are interested in that than solid Christian theology and stuff. But it was an interesting chat. Al just premiered a video on declaring that Dawa boys, Muslims don't love Jesus. I'll put a link to that in the chat.
Everyone check that link out. Where is it?
I'm putting it in now.
Okay, put it in, man. Come on. All right, guys, everyone go watch Elle's video. We're going to rate it. And oh my goodness, if then she raids another video and then someone else raids another video, then she will be responsible for whatever the person said and did. Oh my goodness. That'll be pretty wild. So her video is titled Muslims Don't Love Jesus. Here's how Muhammad Hijab proves it. Interesting. That is good. All right, guys, check that out. Thaddeus already linked to it. I will link to it once more. Wait, I could have just pinned your comment, couldn't I?
Yeah, you could pin it.
Well, it's gone. Go watch this video. Boom, right there. All right, everyone. We will catch you all next time. Thanks for watching, and don't help the Dawa clowns. Don't do it. I don't care what Jay or anyone else says. Don't do it. All right. We will catch you all next time.